Hello and witajcie, willkommen Juan and привет. It's the third season's finals with the marvelous masters of Gwent. We gathered here together with you and some other great folk. Say, are you ready for some jolly flakes jokes? For 2 days I say the online event will be taking its place. I hope you are ready for leaks to review and the excitement that you'll face.
Hello and welcome back to day 2, GWENT World Masters Season 3 Final. Today we will learn who will be the champion of champions of this season and who will take the crown. Yesterday was super exciting. There were a lot of leaks happening. There was a lot of stuff happening, but more awesome things to come today. And don't forget, we have an awesome pre-final segment today, which is super long, and will feature the roadmap for 2022. It will feature some interesting information for sure, and of course the 9.6 patch overview. So a lot of stuff happening. I cannot wait. There also will be a couple leaks today. Apart from that, also leaks in the video itself. So leaks galore as always. Exciting event. But yeah, that's it for me. Let's move over to the casters.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Bienvenue. Bonjour à tous. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Flake. I'm joined again by Shinmiri. It's day 2 for GWENT Masters. We've whittled down the field to the semifinalists, which we're going to get dealt with today. We're going to crown a champion for Season 3 today. I'm excited, Shinmiri.
Yes, so am I. We had some great matches yesterday. A lot of upsets. I think most people's divination brackets are in shambles.
Busted.
But we're going to crown a winner today. And it might not be who you expected coming into this tournament, I think. So let's talk about Twitch drops. We have some very special rewards for you watching the event this weekend on Twitch. Make sure you link your Twitch and GOG accounts so that you can redeem the Beholder title at 4 hours of watching, and at a total of 8 hours of watching, you can redeem that GWENT World Masters Season 3 card back. And just remember that the title will be delivered immediately, but the card back will be added within the next few days. Make sure you manually claim that title at 4 hours so that you can start working towards progress for the card back.
Yeah, and don't forget, until December 9th, so a couple days from now, about 3 or 4 days from now, you still have the opportunity to buy the esports bundles. Buy them in the Shoop Shop. If you missed any of them, you know, you want to get them before they're gone. And December 9th is the last time that you could get it. So there they are. You see them, wonderful, beautiful, awesome seasonal card backs. They're amazing. And don't forget, again, with the Twitch drops, you can kind of combine them all and get the Voltron version of all the different ones kind of combined together. But those are the ones that are available now until December 9th. So go grab them while they're still hot.
Yeah, and you know, we also hope that you've casted your predictions in our divination challenge on masters.playgwent.com. Can't wait to see who will claim the title of the best Gwent prophet. Is there anybody out there whose bracket is still intact?
No. The hilarious thing about this is, like, legitimately about 12 hours before 12 hours or so before the tournament, I released a video saying, here are my predictions, and they're all hot organic garbage. Like, all my predictions are bad.
I started off the day actually doing perfect. I had 3-1 Big Cuckoo over Cams, and that was like, I'm like, oh my god, is it happening? Am I going to be the lucky winner? Nope. No.
Absolutely not. All right, but there is going to be a lucky winner at the end of the day. Let's introduce the top 4 finalists here and talk about the prize pool as well. Why not? We have gone through the quarterfinals yesterday. These are the semifinals that are, left here. You have Akela versus Big Kukuruzina, Lord Triss versus Cybers. There's the totals of the money that they've already won, and on top there, the match stake. That's available. That's what's up for grabs here for the semifinals. So a pretty hefty match stake that they could add to their total here. We have excellent Gwent coming at you all day long, man. This is what a wonderful bracket that we have left here. Some, like you said, though, some significant upsets as well, Shinmiri.
Yeah, exactly. And so we've got 4 great players left. Please use the hashtag World Masters to tweet about the event and give us your thoughts on what you think is going to happen between these 4 titans, and maybe even talk about the card leaks that we saw a lot of yesterday, and I'm sure more to come today.
Yeah, card leaks are important because they're going to be new. They're going to be fresh. They're going to change and warp the meta, but there's some cards that you may not have seen or may not be too familiar with here in the tournament. I know that yesterday people were looking, I'm like, Cal Caldwell, I remember this card. Epidemic, what the hell does that do? Well, you could use Twitch Observer, friends. Just go ahead and hover the mouse over the board, hover it over. It'll give you a little bit of the text in terms of the cards and such, so make sure that you are locked and loaded and connected into that with Twitch Observer. observer, as well as, don't forget, it's online. I'm at home. Shinmiri's at home. Can we do like one of those like across the world high fives here? I think we could do it. Can you? There it is. Okay, God, perfect. Awesome. That was the best thing that we've ever done in our entire lives. But yeah, there we go. All right, how about the brackets? Let's just check out the brackets one more time, Shinmiri. Walk us through these bad boys.
All right, so we've got Big Cuckoo Rosina taking 3-1 victory over Cams yesterday. Akela 3-0 over Tailbot. And Lord Triss 3-0 over Shaggy. Those were some really fast matches. And then Cybers in a heartbreaking 3-2 victory over his friend and teammate Piable. So that's who we got for the semifinals so far.
Yeah, I think that the quarterfinals were surprising, to say the least. A lot of one-point victories as well. Let's walk you through some of the highlights from World Masters Day 1 in case you missed any of the fun. It was riveting, to say the least. Here's some highlights from Day 1.
19-point Gord. Cams has played his last card. We're a 45-point deficit, but these alumni are boosting for 10 each. That's 30 points of boost. And then the casting contest getting you another 10 boost. This is gonna be just enough for Lua. Look at that relief. He gets his alumni list through by 1 point in game number 1. Unbelievable.
That came down to the absolute wire there, and masterfully played by Big Cuckoo Rosina. Again, it was such a hill to climb.
Maybe Big Cuckoo is thinking, maybe I can just snipe that fan art student and get an extra point on my Junon. 17.
Yeah, that was basically the play there. You just want to maybe roll the dice one more time to get that, squeak out that 1 extra point.
Is that going to make the difference?
Well, here
it's
it
a
comes.
9 Junon plus a 6 on the Mushroom Truffle. It's 1 point. Another 1 point game.
He's got a massive lead here. He's just waiting in the wings. He's going to boost up, get that Bear Witcher up to a safe play, and here comes the rest of it. Double Mushy Truffle in 3 leader charges is not enough, as Big KK is going to go to the semifinals of Gwent Masters with a card left in his pocket. Doesn't matter. Big KK wins the first quarterfinal match of Gwent Masters Season 3.
This is going to be an interesting one for sure. I am not your best caster, but I do enjoy cards here.
I do enjoy the cards.
Looks like a very good hand from Akela. Tailbot, could have done better.
I'm very curious to see this point swing though. We're gonna see the leader ability coming out. That is, 10 turns of rain, 20 points of damage, another 20 with the Messenger of the Sea. That's almost 40 point swing with 4 points of Pride of the Sea, 8 points of Ryagan. That's 67 points for Akela.
Wow, from 17 down to 37 up in a single swing here. And this is why this rain list is so scary.
Ooh, he needs a few points to catch up here. Is it going to be enough? That's the question.
It's going to be close. There is no damage benefit from the alchemy, so it's not going to spawn from the Singer. This is really tight. It is 8. He needs 19 to win, so he needs 17 from this. Oh my lord, it's just enough by 1. It is enough by 1. The Gord wasn't at max, but Akela taking it there. 3-2. No, not 3-2. 3-0. Akela. That is a face of concentration.
Let's see what he picks up, what he yields. There's the first boost. Crush 1.
There's the duel. We're at an 18-point lead only now. Casting contest, going to play for 5 boosts and another 8 boosts. That's 13, 14, 15. This is Lord Triss's game. He doesn't even need to find the artifact compression. It's going to be enough. Another casting contest. So much value from this 8 Patience Eratu's student, getting like 3 or 4 uses out of her.
Lord Triss has a 41
point.
yeah, we're going to see how this shapes up. Shaggy's got some math to do, but he's got the tools to do it. We're going to see how this one just shakes out. Got to spend a little bit here to maximize value.
Yeah, so he doesn't over-profit on this bank. Gonna leave 5 coins? Gonna bank and see what do we get. Do we get a crime? Do we get Caesar? I think it's got to be one of those two, crime or Caesar. He goes for the crime, that's closer to the top, gets back up to 9 coins, gonna start spending at 3 damage for every 2 coins, uses full leader, gets another 8-9 coins, and here comes the drill going brrr. It's not quite enough. By 10 points, Lord Triss extends his lead to the 2-0. With the rain still ticking, Shaggy has 1 card left with the Lydia and goes for the Golden Froth, but it is not enough. And ladies and gentlemen, we have another 3-0 sweep, this time by Lord Triss over Shaggy.
What a game, and you got to feel for Shaggy again, but hey, the winner is the winner from last Open, and that is Lord Triss continuing his streak of victories at major Gwent tournaments. Again, World Masters is the stage that you want to be winning on.
Cyber's in a pretty good position here, I'm not going to lie, though there are some points there on Payables, and this is rather closer than I thought it would be.
Oh, those damage pings are huge because there's so much value here in the alchemy cards you're about to see. Because I believe the Freya's Blessing onto the bonded unit here when it plays will actually give them value. He will also, of course, get the Martyrdom value here for the heal synergy. This is so close and it doesn't play a point! Oh my lord! He can't double Joachim. He's already used the yen, so there will be no extra unit to place in here, which is very interesting. So actually, not the best for him, and it wouldn't surprise me if he ends. No, you know what, Fire says, forget it. Let's not worry about the nuance. I am not catching up. No 3-0 this time. It is 1-1, and that was very well played by Cybers there.
Oh, and we see Gara there going down. There's Becca's Dark Mirror. We've got Becca's Rock Slide as well. And a very interesting Sabrina's Inferno. Not bad. Playing for quite a bit of points, but I very much doubt it's gonna be enough. Cybers is taking this one. Again, Payable not bringing that inner list through.
Coldwell should flip-flop at the end of Pasha's turn now because he can't poison it himself. Unless we see damage go onto the gourd here, because it will flip each time. And they are currently even.
You know what? Payable can just play his defender if he really wants to keep that 11 card safe. Though, as you say, Coldwell is likely going to betray sides here pretty quickly. It's a rather tricky card here. He goes for Professor, pings down the gourd, and he guarantees that he has dominance. We see a Neuromancy coming out there, and not a Neuromancy, sorry, Heatwave coming out along with Orb. So now we have dominance again on gourds, and that Caldwell is going to come out onto the side of Cybers if we do not quickly retain dominance with something like Sea Jackal. We do have access to it.
He has to take the Jackal, right? He has to take the Sea Jackal here, I think.
He absolutely has. Is it enough, though?
This is the order, right? Yeah, I think it will be because the Caldwell won't move. He's got 9 coins right now, so he'll have 8, 7, 6, 5. Ooh. I think it's enough to stop the Caldwell moving, but I could be wrong. He will be doing that math right now. And if not, he has to take something like Siggy, and that will be really disappointing. The only plus for him, he's used Bank now, and Bank shuffles. Well, based on the 5 cards he would have been drawing, Bank shuffling is actually a blessing for him. So he is right now frantically trying to work out, is there a way, is Sea Jackal enough to prevent this jump and win? He believes so. Okay, Cybers right now, hand on head, he's thinking, can it be done? In fact, it's not because it won't jump back. Oh my lord, look at the world champion, Payable, is out. And Cybers can't believe that Caldwell ends up. Alza, the new meta, look at it, look at his face. I guarantee the first person he is sending a message to is Pasha right now. Wow, that may be my favourite series of Gwent in a very long time.
Welcome back. Those were the day one highlights from World Masters Season 3. We're going to have a lot more of that action today, and we've got a huge prize pool that the players are fighting for here. It is 71,000 USD total in prize money, and that started with 50,000 base prize pool. And thanks to your guys' generosity and enthusiasm for GWENT Esports, you've pumped up that prize pool by an additional 21,000. So thank you very much for your support.
And don't forget, again, as Pavel Burza told us earlier today and yesterday, there's plenty of leaks. We got a little bit here and there, but I promise you, friends, by the time the fog clears, we're going to see some pretty awesome cards. And there's a few coming, shortly. Plus, there's also a video that we're going to show right before the finals that's going to break down not only just the patch, but also reveal the remaining cards. So you will see a whole lot of awesomeness by the time the day's gone. So we're going to see a lot of great new content and great matchups as well.
Yeah, first up, speaking of great matchups, first up we've got Akela versus Big Kukuruzina for the first semifinals, and got Bart the Bard to introduce them again, as well as fresh interviews for day 2.
The next contender here, my friends, I hope you know him well. Some may have tagged him Lone Wolf, well, who is to foretell? I hope he does not lose his connection, which has been an issue in the past. Please greet Akela 114.
Всем привет, меня зовут Олег.
Hi everyone, my name is Oleg and I've been playing GWENT for 3.5 years now. In the GWENT community, I've been known as the original Kella. I'm a member of the GWENT Data team, and in real life, I work as a programmer.
А в реальной жизни программист.
Now listen closely and observe, yes you, the curious viewer. Thus enters the ring Big Kukuruzina, formerly known as Ilua. He will be fighting fiercely, no doubt with every stride. The number 2 open winner, with a doggo by his side.
Всем привет, меня зовут Илья.
Hi everyone, my name is Ilya. In the GWENT community, I've been known as Big Kukuruzina 35 and Iluha 228. I'm from Russia, Volta City, and I'm a member of Team Legacy.
Состою в команде Team Legacy. В принципе,
In general, playing GWENT is my main occupation at the moment. Depending on my performance during Masters, I will later on decide whether to continue playing the game or either work or study.
GWENT или уже пойду работать или учиться.
Well, fresh perspective when we get to day 2. Again, all the nerves of day 1 are kind of out the window, but you have new pressures to deal with as we spoke to both of these contestants, Big Kukuruzina and Akela, both feeling confident. They got to day 2, but again, things just get harder the more you go, Shinmiri. And when we get to semifinals, it's just such an odd thing because you're looking, you don't want to get too hyped up for the finals and thinking about winning because you still have a really difficult task of taking out a very strong opponent.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's definitely true from the player perspective because, going into the quarterfinals, you have like a long time to prepare for your first matchup. These guys knew who they were playing against like a week ago, but going into day 2, you have like less than a day because you're tired from the first day of competition already. You have less than a day to prepare for both the semifinal match and potentially, depending on who wins the other side of the bracket, the finals match as well. So yeah, they have to take it one match at a time, but let's talk about Divination Challenge results, right? First matchup, we've got Akela versus Big Kukuruzina. Wow, look at how close this is. The community thinks it's a very close, and I mean the head-to-head results are also really close. 51 to 49% community vote for the Divination Challenge, and then head-to-head on the pro rank, Big Kukuruzina has the slight edge with 59% wins.
Yeah, It's a true coin flip in terms of the opinion and the sentiment of the community here. So we'll see how that shakes out. Obviously, it's going to be the cards that decide in the gameplay, which we're going to be getting to shortly. But I'm not surprised. Again, these are two players who are very, very strong, and it's not like either of these have like these massive followings like Tailbot would, where you're swaying a lot of the pull to one side. These are two players that just get the job done. It's all business for these two, and they're going to let the cards, like I said, they're going to let the cards decide. And the cards that they're taking to the tournament, well, we got to break those down as well. We do have Specimen, who's still standing by, who's going to be breaking down the post-game analysis with yourself, Shinmiri. But how about those decks? The decks are the first thing that we got to dig into.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Big Cuckoo Rosina and Akela's deck list that they're bringing. First up, we've got Akela. He is going to be on the blue coin today in games number 1, 3, and 5. So we're going to take a look at his decks first. He's got the Double Cross Assimilate, Northern Realms Inspired Zeal, Alumni, the Rage of the Sea Rain deck. That's a personal favorite of mine. And then the Nature's Gift Symbiosis.
Yeah, lots of great options here. Rage of the Sea, in terms of Skellige, you're usually leaning on something like Reckless Flurry that has been very popular from a control perspective, but Rage of the Sea is just multiple engines, multiple threats, and there's a very important card in this deck list that we got to take a look at. That would be Fulmar. Fulmar is an incredibly strong card here, Shinmiri, and as the Skelligan Ambassador, I'm going to let you walk us through this one.
Yeah, Fulmar adds a lot to the Rain archetype, potentially, first of all, spawning more turns of Rain for your Messenger synergy, for that Ryogan, for that huge swing that was similar to what we saw in Akela's game yesterday. He had like a 54-point swing in one turn from like 10 turns of Rain. But Fulmar not only just adds Rain to the board, he also has a really impactful order ability that can transform all the Rain on an enemy row into Storm of the same duration. And Rain only hits for 2 damage per turn. Storm hits 1 damage for every unit on the row. So it's like a mini lacerate every single turn of Storms. And you can activate all those turns of Storm with something like Ryogan the Undying, even if you don't have enough turns left in the game.
And as a 6 body, it's not the easiest thing to get rid of, right? So it's definitely a target of a high value target for removal to answer, and not a lot of locks floating around in this meta, it seems. So that's a great one to look at right there. So keep an eye on Fulmar and Akela's lists. Let's move along to Big Cuckoo Rosina and talk about what Big Cuckoo Rosina is bringing to the party here. Friends, I see a double cross, some Nilfgaard Inspired Zeal Mages, nothing new there. Reckless Flurry, some control with a Coral Discard Package. And then there's the Carapace with Keltulis at the helm.
Yeah, Carapace, of course, the only monster list we saw from yesterday, but very, very interesting list with Witch's Sabbath resurrecting a lot of big threats from the Keltulis list, like Kelly herself. Like the Defender, Nithral are very common targets for Witch's Sabbath, but also that Caldwell that could be getting an opponent's, could be coming from your opponent's side of the graveyard, but ending up being beneficial for you.
Yeah, this has been an incredibly helpful card to the archetype. Again, it's for a list like Keltulis that was so tightly knit. It was a very, very concise package of cards to get that deck running and rolling and being successful with it. So to fit in a 10 provision card, it has to be good. And it doesn't get much better than Witch's Sabbath for what Keltulis wants to do. Awesome, awesome deck. I really, really love this monster list. Keltulis is a really a special animal when it comes to tournament play, ladder play. It takes a different type of skill set to pilot it correctly. So seeing it at the highest level is always an intriguing entity for me to dig into. All right, so those are the lists, friends. We have our first semifinal game coming up between Akela and Big Cuckoo Rosina. Again, this is a conquest format. Part of that is bans. Each player gets to look at the lists and say, eeny, meeny, miny, no. And in this case, Akela, no dice on the Nilfgaard double cross. And I cursed it. Big Cuckoo Rosina not going to be able to play that Keltulis list that I really, really love.
Yeah, I'm personally sad to see the Keltulis ban. I wanted to cast more of the Keltulis deck, but I can understand it. It's a very, very scary and polarizing deck. Some some lineups are just not well equipped to deal with that defender and that Siri dash in round 1, flipping the coin and then having the big threats after threats. So Akela respecting the Kelly, banning it out. And I think that is the first ban of this entire tournament that is not Nilfgaard or Northern Realms. We've seen those two top dogs get the most respect yesterday, but today we've got a monster ban. All right, so it's going to be Akela's Northern Realms, Skellige, and Scoia'tael versus Iluha's Northern Realms, Nilfgaard, and Skellige.
Yes, we're going to see rain. So there's going to be some rain going down. We're going to see some symbiosis, a little tree army. The Ents of Fangorn are upset. They're angry. They're heading to Isengard. And I'm telling you, it's going to be awesome possum all the way through. Again, we're going to see double mages. And I think part of the fact here is maybe people are saying, like, you know what? Maybe banning mages isn't the right answer. Maybe just letting mages win is okay as well. You know, if I'm going to ban a more tricky opponent, something like Nilfgaard, and just say that if I'm not going to 3-0, I'll 3-1, I'll 3-2, but if I let mages through, it's not the worst thing in the world. Because sometimes you just have to understand that it's okay to lose a match if you win the series, right? It's not about winning the battle, it's about winning the war. And in this case, if you just lose to potentially or quite possibly the best deck in the game, well, you lose to the best deck in the game. It's going to happen. Especially if the opponent has the coin they want, the situation they want with the open deck list, well, it's a recipe for disaster against the best deck. So sometimes it's okay to just let it win. So it might be a different shift in terms of the opinions of and the strategies of the opponents and the players of what they want to be banning. And they might just say, all right, I'm gonna ban a less straightforward list, something that could be a little bit, creepier, something like the Nilfgaard list that can really cause problems, and let something like mages just run wild.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something. I think both these players are looking at targeting and winning against the third and fourth decks, the so-called weaker decks of the lineup. Akela says he wants to target Reckless Flurry, and I believe Big Cuckoo Resina thinks that he can beat this Devotion Symbiosis list. But we're going to start off with game number 1. Neither of those lists coming through in game number 1. We've got Rage of the Sea on blue coin going first versus Iluha's or Big Cuckoo's Double Cross Assimilate. All right, let's get started. Semifinals, day 2, World Masters Season 3.
All right, I should probably also preface this entire day with the fact that it's not just GWENT Masters Day, ladies and gentlemen. It is Tia Beastie's birthday today. Yes, happy birthday, Tia Beastie, who will be casting the other semifinal match alongside Lionheart. So when she pops in, make sure that you spam the chat with all the happy birthdays and the hearts and stuff. So good place to be here in this matchup on red as Nilfgaard. We talked about this yesterday, Shinmiri. Nilfgaard on blue does sometimes struggle with proactivity. And the hand that they're looking at right now, yeah, you got the double Blightmakers, but you also have the double Illusionists, which are pretty garbo at this point in time. You want something in the graveyard to play with. But I'm telling you, if Nilfgaard could choose its dance partner, I feel like Skellige is usually who they want to pair up with.
Yeah, I mean, Nilfgaard can copy a lot of Skellige's great bronzes, like Little Hofru, like Messenger of the Sea. And Skellige, especially Akela's deck, has like the double Freya's Blessing, really reliant on some of the graveyard stuff. And you can pillage their graveyard with Remedy and copy from their graveyard with Illusionist. But yeah, normally you'd want some way to kill a bronze in round 1. That would help you get your Illusionist online, but I don't think Big Cuckoo Resina really has like that tourney joust available to him right now.
Here comes the response. The first opener here was the Mushy Truffle, a fantastic card. Location, spawns that bonded unit, the little Hafru, and now it's time. I mean, the response here by Big KK was the Blightmaker into the thinning play. 11 points of thin and damage is a really great value for the bronze. The super value combo of bronzes just got it done. But again, Coral with the discard package online, and the problem here is that the Coral's there, no problem, but there's not a lot of discard fodder. Not the ideal discard targets. You do have, the Heyme Skeld, you do have the Burnabrand, but there's no more skirmishers, no Morkvarg that you want to toss away, so you're likely going to have to sacrifice some of those bronzes out into the ether if you do, potentially whiff on the follow-up. Because frankly, with the stratagem there and the cards in hand, there's 4 extra discards that can potentially go off here, but you're not finding the correct targets that you're looking for.
Yeah, that's true. And it's interesting that Akela has held the stratagem, the Mask of Ouroboros, for now, not comboing it like you usually see with the Coral, saying that, okay, well, the only way you can actually answer this Coral is with an Invo, and you're not going to want to Invo my Coral, because there are so many better Yennefer's Invocation targets in this deck, like Melistene, like Messenger of the Sea.
Yeah, Melistene is likely going to be, the top prospect here when it comes to what you want to connect with. Also, what needs to be noted here is we saw how difficult it can be for Nilfgaard when they do not have the Mage Torturers to go ahead and drop spying on the proper units that they want to find spying with. But Big KK does have a Mage Torturer in hand here that he's likely going to want to connect with. Perhaps something like Fuchsia would be great, but in order to get value off Fuchsia with either your leader ability or with Artaud, Coup de Grace, however you're copying it, you need to have something in the graveyard. So there's going to be work that needs to be done here on Nilfgaard's side to go ahead and start sowing those seeds, right? You want to litter some of those Skellige units on your side of the board, be it with Brothans, be it with, killing a unit and then playing something like Illusionist to spawn one on your own side. So there is some work that needs to be done in the interim here.
For sure. And I just want to point out, like, we had this matchup yesterday, Akela's Rain deck versus Tailbot's Double Cross Assimilate. And Akela did kind of the same strategy in round 1, where he committed the Mushy Truffle, used the order on the Mushy Truffle for the Golden Froth to try to build up a big enough lead. And he was confident that he would win the long round 3. And it worked out very well for him, that strategy. So we're seeing this kind of play out again. Here he goes with Labirna, but no discard targets being drawn. Gonna have to discard something like the Peller and the Scald. So now we're looking at two bricks in the deck.
Yeah.
Unless one of these discarders gets rezzed by Fukushi.
Yeah. Like Big KK just looking here and saying, all right, well, that was 3 discards that occurred, 4 discards that occurred, and you only got one body out of it. So there are some bricks floating around in that deck now. He's just keeping track here, and if he's checking out the graveyard here, you'll see that Skald is there and saying, all right, well, there's not even a way for you to properly address one of those bricks when they do potentially pop up, because you just got rid of the Skald. So Akela's going to have to hope that the draws are clean and the mulligans are efficient. And Big KK, on the other hand, here also needs to start evaluating how he wants to, potentially contest this round and move forward. And I think Brothans into the Half-Root is the right move here, because it does eventually put those Illusionists online. It does allow you to get value out of Fuchsia down the road. And once we move to round 2, now those Illusionists are also in play, because you can start playing out of Akela's graveyard and such, but you got to start putting the work in.
Yeah, and Akela takes this pass. Big Cuckoo Rosina needs 8 points here to get ahead, but that's not going to be that easy in one card. The Illusionists are still offline, same with the Remedies, and Invocation can get you 8 points, but you don't want to waste an Invocation on a 4 provision little Hofru. You could play 2 cards. That might be what is going to happen here, but if you play 2 cards, you lose you don't lose the ability to push in round 2, but it becomes a lot more difficult to push into round 2 down 2 cards.
It's crazy how just perfect this particular pass is here. You're just right in that wheelhouse, and Big KK can, if he wants, play 2 cards and just go to a long round 3. However, Akela, that just plays into Akela's strategy as well. Akela wants a long round, and it's incredible without having some of those, bigger plays or whatnot. But yeah, you're gonna have to burn an Invocation here to get out on time, as it were, without being late to the party.
Did you see Akela's reaction to that Invo? He kind of like tilted his head, raised his eyebrows, like, okay, you want to do that? No, all right. I haven't seen that one before, but okay. You do.
Yeah, And what's funny is that 8-point Hafru could have been played out of the graveyard with the remedy, right? So you have to overpay to get that card. That remedy is a better option for you to get access to that card. But again, a very favorable pass, a very timely pass by Akela makes for a very awkward situation that Big Cuckoo Rosina had to navigate, and did so at quite the premium cost.
Exactly. But a lot of graveyard resurrection in Big Cuckoo Rosina's hand, able to probably steal both of those little Hofrus if Akela doesn't use some of his resurrections right away.
Still holding on to the Mage Torture. Again, that Mage Torture you're probably going to see connect with something like a Fuchsia, ideally, in order to be able to hit it with a Coup de Grace. Otherwise, it's possibly going to hit the Defender as well, because it might just be a matter of that's all that's available. You got to hit it with something. But again, with Big Cuckoo Rosina in the driver's seat here, you could probably anticipate a little bit of a bleed. You do not want to go to the long round against Rain. You want to put pressure on them to actually expend some of these important resources here, because in a long round with a Defender, with Fulmar, with Melusine, all of those those bronzes that just really connect with Rain so well, it can be disastrous. And with the Yen's Invocation already spent, Akela is feeling great. So Cuckoo Rosina's strategy here has to be to bleed out a lot of these major resources.
Yes, exactly. And Big Cuckoo Rosina has a pretty weak hand right now, which might actually work to his favor, so that he can kind of value bleed here. He needs to shorten the length of round 3. So he wants to play a lot of cards in this round. But at the same time, I think even if he had stronger cards in hand, he would probably still lose his last say, still lose his card advantage. So I think the game plan for Big Cuckoo right now is kind of just trade a lot of bronzes for as many golds as you possibly can from Akela. Hope that the Melusine doesn't end up too big and that you can win like a shorter round 3 scenario. But Akela, knowing that the invocation is gone, is going to do everything he can to build carryover for that Melusine.
Yeah, build it up, bring it back. That's the way to go. And there's, without a really clean way to get rid of it, that's the way to go. There's no Vincent in this list. Vincent is such an important card when it comes to killing things with status, which Melusine is holding that veil, but it ain't in this list. And a lot of that tall removal is now gone. This is a list that typically wants to just overpower you with points and not necessarily control. We've seen so many other Nilfgaard related metas, be it imprisonment with locks, be it with Masquerade Ball, that does a lot of good control related things. In this case, this is a whole different ballgame. This is Nilfgaard for points. This is Nilfgaard for engine value and just massive amounts of annoyance.
All right, so Big Cuckoo electing to take the Hermit here with the Illusionist instead of the little Hoffers, which is interesting to me. I think he's maybe thinking that Hermits can tank Rain a little bit, because if Hermits get damaged by Rain, they will eventually heal themselves back up. But at the same time, they also will damage the unit to the right of themselves. I personally, my first intuition would have been to Illusionist onto the little Hofrus, so that you can get bonded on the one you play from hand, get that to 10 strength, and then maybe resurrect it again with a Fuchsia for 12 strength, like we saw Tailbot do yesterday. But Big Cuckoo's got another plan here.
A 3-pack of Illusionists, and here they come. There's the Hofru, but again, not quite the big bad nasty one, but there is the one in hand that was invocated earlier, so that one can potentially come out as a 10. So build it again, bring it back to 10, goes to the graveyard for, like you mentioned, it's going to be a resurrection potentially if they can connect with the Fuchsia. But again, that's going to take some work here, as everything's kind of hiding behind the Defender, the Melusine. The Rain now, it doesn't just fall in the plains, it falls also in the range row there, as unfortunately for Big KK, that this lead that he's been cultivating to bleed out resources is going to start dwindling, because those little bronze cards do become quite problematic.
I just noticed that Big Cuckoo actually clicked his Mushy Truffle, which would have been carryover points for him into round 3. So now I'm a little bit confused on what his actual game plan is. I thought he was going to go for a value bleed and try to save as much carryover as possible for round 3, but it looks like he actually cares about points in this round after all, if he's going to click the Mushy Truffle now.
And it was done without any assimilate value on the board, right? Because that would have been a created card, so you're losing out a little bit on it, but he's kind of just sitting back and just, you know, riding the wave here in round 2, in the driver's seat, up by a solid 9 points, no more rain on the board. So Akela has to evaluate here what is important for round 3 and what can you give up. Both players holding on to leader charges as well. You got to think, if you're Akela, Shinmeri, what are you looking at? What is like the last bastion here that you want to give up? Is it Fuchsia, obviously, or are there other cards that you're kind of prioritizing as I need to preserve this for round 3?
I would say that you need definitely some sort of resurrection, whether that's Fuchsia or Sigdrifa or Bride of the Sea with enough rain into Sigdrifa. Your big play in a short round 3 is going to be that resurrected Melusine. And you also have to kind of look at how, okay, am I actually in trouble in this round? In round 2, do I need to actually play a lot to catch up? And I don't think so. The lead is 15 right now. He's getting 4 points from clicking Melusine every turn, right? So I think you could keep your best cards for round 3, like Fuchsia. Fulmar you could maybe get rid of now, because Fulmar is more of a long round card. It's okay in a short round. There's nothing wrong with it in a short round, but I would say like Messenger, it would be my first card that I would be playing, and then I would try to keep the golds. Maybe Sigdrifa would be the second card that I play. Is there even a good Sigdrifa target? I guess an 8-point Hofru. You want to save the Ryogon. You do not want to use the Ryogon in this round if you don't have to, in my opinion. Because short round 3, you're likely going to have too much rain in a short round 3, and the Ryogon is actually going to be useful.
So there it is. There's the Fulmar that you mentioned, and we're going to go ahead and pop rain on the Rose as well. Start to take away some of that damage, and we're going to see that this, and a leader charge as well. This is going to essentially, you know, flip the tables back into Akela's favor here, and Big Cuckoo Rosina now with 3 bronze cards in hand. I think that this is a situation where it's like, all right, I'm just going to keep playing this and hopefully buy some bigger cards, because you're committed. You're basically pot committed here, and you don't want to go into round 3 without having seen something like Fuchsia, and your hand right now is essentially just bronze trash. So maybe this is a situation where, you know, do you drop the Hafru, bring it to 10, and set up for that eventual leader into Fuchsia, or, you know, coup de grace into Fuchsia or something along those lines? Keep in mind as well, Big KK hasn't seen a lot of big pieces. Hasn't seen, the Joaquin, hasn't seen coup de grace. There's a lot of important cards that he has just not picked up on.
Yeah, so he said, if you notice, he played Arturius for a Blightmaker, but it didn't choose a mage or a special card because it didn't spawn the Golem or the Calcarcus. So I'm guessing maybe like he put Menno on top to set up a tutor for bribery or for coup de grace in round 3. And now Big KK has kind of, there's no chance he's getting his card back. And he's not getting enough points in this round to get his card back. So I really don't understand why he used the Truffle carryover. He could have just had an extra 6 to 10, maybe even more points in round 3 because of the Assimilate proc.
I wonder if he put Arto on top, if that's possible.
No, because if he did, it would have spawned a Golem, right? Because Arto is a mage.
He is a mage, you're correct. So yeah, Menno is an option, Joaquin potentially an option as well, to have put on top.
That was
Joaquin, yeah. And Mage Torture as well, and another Remedy. So depending on the value or the, what's left in the deck, I mean, the problem here is that it could be Joaquin into, It could be Joaquin into Menno and Joaquin into Arto. But, I mean, if you hit Menno, that's great, because you could just
coup the Menno.
Yeah, coup the Menno.
Or coup the Joachim to get another, like a Terra Nova.
Yeah, all in one foul swoop. Okay, so this is a little bit cleaner, because I think now you're almost guaranteed. I believe you're guaranteed to go pick up the... Oh, there's a Lydia as well, so you're getting both. Yeah. Well, actually, so the best case scenario here, I think, is that if you hit the Joaquin into the Menno, into the coup, into the Lydia, that would be the the nuts. So it's going to be another 50-50 in terms of just the power level of what this Joaquin can exude on this round.
Sure. But either way, you're gonna miss either Menno or no, you're gonna miss either Bribery or Lydia, I think. Because
Yes.
if you take the coup, then you're not getting the Bribery.
But I think that the coup onto, or getting coup to get Lydia is probably a better play than Menno into Bribery.
Yeah, I agree.
So
All right.
here's the situation where having a Vincent or that Yen's Invocation would be absolutely brilliant, because you would pick that up and then just replay it and all is well. But you had to play that Yen's Invocation on an 8-point half-ru in round 1. And this is where Akela's like, sweet dreams are made of these, friend, because look at this 18-point behemoth.
Yeah, it's actually, I mean, it's 18 points already, but it's representing a lot more points because it's a source of rain. And it's an engine in itself. If you place it next to a cultist, it's going to get you more rain every turn.
The KK has got to evaluate here again. Oftentimes, timing your leader ability is important, because Akela knows that the best value that Big KK is going to get out of his hand is going to be that Fuchsia. So you could possibly even suspect that Akela might play Fuchsia next. If Big KK doesn't pull the trigger on the leader ability and takes the 3 out of 4 chance of picking up Fuchsia, then Akela is just probably going to snap down that his own Fuchsia to just completely eliminate the option out of the hand here. So Big KK has to take a small risk here potentially to use that leader ability. I know that I've done this in the past, where I always use my leader ability against Skellige when there's 4 cards left and I haven't seen Fuchsia, because a smart player will probably jam that card out and just, ice it from your opponent so they won't be able to play it.
On the other hand, if Big KK saves his leader and Akela tries to play Fuchsia next to dodge the leader, it might play into a Torture or Terra Nova sort of situation. So that's the kind of like catch-22 that you find yourself in very often against Double Cross Assimilate.
Oh, 100%. Certainly. I completely agree with you there. It is a catch-22 in that regard, wherein you don't want to feed it to your opponent, but at the same time, you don't want to give it to them for free, because you're going to play it eventually and it's going to get potentially mage tortured anyways, or it's going to be played on a row that has rain and brought down to 3 anyways. So there's some, it's tough to balance here. And now I guess we're going to find out, because Akela still has to make that play. And the question is, like you said, do you play the Fuchsia now and just dodge the double cross on it?
I don't think so, because there's still a possibility of both Terra Nova and Coup and the Torturer, right, to be in Big Cuckoo's hand, which basically it is if he gets Menno on the Joachim. So if you play Fuchsia now, you're potentially playing 1 Fuchsia and allowing your opponent to play 2 Fuchsias. Whereas if you hold the Fuchsia, best case scenario, your opponent's playing 1 Fuchsia. So I agree with Akela's decision here to save the Fuchsia and just take the bullet and bite the bullet on the double cross. You're gonna give him something. Better, 1 is less than 2. NA math right there.
That was gonna say, I can confirm 1 is indeed less than 2. However, I believe that this saying Fuchsia like 50,000 times is so much easier than saying Pro Clan Preacher. All right, so there we go. There's the leader ability of all the double cross. We see what's in hand, so no more secrets here. Big KK is gonna go ahead and res. There's that 8-point, the 8-point hop-through. Fuchsia adding more rain to the front row.
That is 7 turns of rain for Big Cuckoo Rosina, but he has no Ryogan and no way to access the Ryogan or trigger it at least to get all that value of rain. So looks like 4 turns of these rain is going to get wasted. So that's another thing, right? Like, are you really that scared of the Fuchsia when a lot of its value is in rain and you just can't get that value without the Ryogan?
It's tough, exactly, because you're leaving a lot to be desired here. All that rain on 1 row doesn't really matter at this point. You're only going to get an additional, I guess, 4 points of damage. Again, connecting with, the bronze in the front row that just, pairs up so well with rain damage. But there's still some bombs left on both sides. Fuchsia for Akela Bride of the Sea as well. And then there's Artaud and Joaquin. And Joaquin has the opportunity here to go ahead and pick up Menno into Ku into Lydia, which would be devastating for Akela, because that is so many points.
Yeah, so he's going to go for Terra Nova first, get the Assimilate engine on the board. I like this. You're not going to get a better copy target with the Torture, the second Torture having been played. So he's just going to go for a measly 4 provision Little Hofru, but it still plays for 8 points, which I guess he thinks is better than the 7-point Defender? I don't know about that, but because the Defender has armor, and armor can tank rain, and it's doing double duty here because 1 tank turn of rain means 1 less removed from your side of the board and then 1 less boost on the messenger.
Yeah, I was about to say, because of the armor and the recurring armor that occurs, I mean, it's so late in the game that it's not really going to factor in. But again, like you said, double duty. It's going to have extra implications because the damage that it's not going to take is not going to transfer over to extra boost on the bronze units. So, again, it's very fascinating choice here. But man, 8 points of rain is a lot of rain.
Okay, Akela takes the really cheap option of Heime Scout. Doesn't find the discard target. A little bit unlucky there as there's only 3 cards left in his deck. But the reason he goes for this is because it puts the most turns of rain on the board. There's no more little Hofrus at the 4 provision level for him to resurrect, I believe. So taking the Scout gets the most, it's the 4 provision unit left in his graveyard. And all this rain is going to get doubled in value because of the Messenger of the Sea on the board.
All right, now we're going to find out here whether it's going to be into Menno, into Ku, into Lydia. That could be a game changer here. There it is. He found the Menno. Menno into Ku is going to give you another Joaquin, which triggers another Assimilate as well. This is going to be a significant sequencing here of a lot of points being paired together to shrug along.
The rope is dwindling down. Big Cuckoo, can you execute fast enough? You got to do it. It's going to take him maybe a Freya into another. Is there another little Hofru left in there? There is. No strengthening, but this is a lot of points. And just imagine he could have like, I think 8 more points right now if he had saved the Mushy Truffle.
You're not wrong. Exactly. That
40-point lead
here. We'll find out if those 8 or 9 more points from the Mushy Truffle does factor in here. But this is how this deck operates. We're going to see it right now. It's all about the payoff at the end. Ryoga, all the rain is gone. And look at that. That lead has dwindled and disappeared. Akela takes this one by a landslide.
That turn started with a 40-point lead. And it swung 60-something points, I think. And it's just crazy how good rain is in a long round where you can have so many turns of rain from Fukusha and then the Ryoga to finish it all off.
Yeah, rain is what's on the radar here at GWENT Masters Season 3. This is the first game of the first match of the semifinals here. It is Akela winning with that Skellige rain. Who cares about Reckless Flurry when it's just raining outside? You don't even want to go outside. So it's a great way to play that again. Nilfgaard just couldn't get it done. And in part of that is just the fact that there could have been a situation, perhaps, Shinmiri, where maybe, you know, if there was like one different card in that first game where that Yen's Invocation could have been used later on, maybe it would have been a different ball game. But when it comes down to it, just the way that deck operates of stacking rain and then Ryoga coming out and just taking them all down like that in one foul swoop. It's hard to dodge that without Weather Clear, but who the hell plays Weather Clear?
Yeah, there's pretty much no such thing, but like Xavier Lemons could be something that really ruins Rain's day, right? Banishing the Melocene, banishing your messengers, and banishing, most importantly, Ryoga to make sure that there is no way for you to take advantage of all that excess rain you're going to get in a shorter round 3.
And then it comes down just like that. And when it rains, it pours. And that last turn there was quite the table turn, if I may say so. As, like you said, it was like a 40-point lead that just dissipates into a crazy swing. How do you do that in just one foul swoop? People talking about like, oh, V is broken. Who plays 30 points on their last turn? Well, there you go. There you have it. Deal with that.
Yeah, and I'm just like I love seeing this happen in GWENT World Masters on the highest stage. I'm just wondering, where were all the Rain decks before? Rain's been, Gwent Open number 4. I was expecting people to bring Rain. Nobody brought it. This time around, I was also hoping that people would bring Rain. Only one person brought it, and we're seeing just how powerful it can be and how it's stomped Double Cross Assimilate, one of the strongest decks in the game right now, twice. Very consistent play by Akela, taking down 2 amazing players in Tailbot and Big Cuckoo Rosina on this specific matchup.
Nobody wants to count. That's exactly what it is, Shinmiri. Nobody wants to count.
The math is too hard. Rain decks, really, is just so much math.
Like, honestly, we could have sat there for about 10 or 15 minutes and been like, okay, just how much? He's down by 40. Does he have a chance? Yeah, he has quite the chance. Okay, it's game 2 here. Big Cuckoo Rosina is going to be on blue coin, representing Skellige with Reckless Flurry. Akela's on that always popular mage list. We're going to see if he can't rein that in. He's going to be on blue coin, which is a tough app here, so you're going to need some proactivity if you're Big Cuckoo Rosina, but being able to answer a lot of those mages is going to be a tough task. You do have the 1 Gutting Slash. I see a Heat Wave as well, but Junod could be problematic if everything's boosted and naughty. And then you do have that Trial of the Grasses is potentially 6 points of removal if necessary, but they're all going to become very valuable. Big KK's probably going to have to choose one, either Aretuza or Banard Student, and just reel those in. He might have to let one get away from him in order to just limit the zeal capacity of those alumni. So we'll see how this goes, but the first order of business is a Meditating Mage.
Yeah, very interesting opener by Akela. Normally, you expect people to develop the Banard and Aretuza students to get carryover for their alumni, but Akela probably thinking, if I play this Truffle first, I can use the Golden Froth to protect my students, and also use the body of the Meditating Mage to kind of tank some of these random Reckless Flurry pings so that they are not guarantees for killing my students.
Yeah, several weeks ago, there might have been an argument where the Meditating Mage was the actual centerpiece to this deck list, right? So opening with the Meditating Mage against Reckless Flurry is a little bit of a dangerous game to play, given the fact that Big Cuckoo Rosina could have just dropped a half row and used his leader ability and cleaned that up. But Meditating Mages is not it's not the bread and butter. It's not the meat and potatoes of what this deck wants to do. They want to get those students to that threshold of 4. So we're going to use that first Gutting Slash to take care of one of the Aretuza students. And I suspect that if you want to reel in one of the two between Aretuza student and Banard student, I think the Aretuza student is a more important one to take care of, because the Banard students need something on your side to connect with, and if you don't have something that's super tall, having 10 damage a lot of that damage might go over the top, and you're losing a little bit of value. But if you have Aretuza students throwing, oh boy,
yeah, exactly. In this matchup, there's not enough valuable threats or tall units for Akela's Banard students to deal enough damage. But I was exclaiming because I saw a full gold hand for Big Cuckoo Rosina and him having to discard something. So I was a little bit uncertain. I thought maybe he had to discard a gold, but he did have that Morkvarg in his hand ready to go for the stratagem. But now his hand is looking mighty fine.
Yeah, it's getting a little dangerous. There's the use of the Mushy Truffle. Doom Vandra is going to go ahead and just redo it, and now you have the carryover again, and you have double Meditating Mages. So a good spot to be in here for Akela, though Big KK does have the lead. This could be potentially a situation where maybe you take the value pass with the extra ticks of rain going, because you're going to have to, there's going to be some extra ticks of rain. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and kill one of the Meditating Mages with the Trial of the Grasses, another 2 points of damage. I would suspect perhaps that's probably the last card that Big KK was going to play anyways, so might as well get rid of it, move along. And Akela does have the 3 points of carryover.
Yeah, he does have the 3 points of carryover. They both have Mushy Truffle. Big Cuckoo Rosina is probably going to push here, I think, because if you go to the long round 3, I think Reckless Flurry actually runs out of ways to answer students. which then they slowly build up over the long round 3, and then the alumni end up getting a lot of value. By pushing here, you can use your leader charges a little bit more aggressively because you have first say. Your opponent doesn't have as many units developed on the board as they potentially could if they had first say. And you can also use a pass to answer a student that you're running out of answers for.
Both players evaluating here again. The ball is in Big KK's court. He did win round 1. There's a mushy truffle on both sides, but there's still that meditating mage, that Luke Skywalker on Octo with the force projection move, just messing with Kylo Ren on Krite. And Akela is the one who's got to figure it out here because he has not really put much work in at the library. He hasn't done a lot of that patience work to go ahead and study up on his students, as I believe the tallest that we've got so far is, I think it's just the patience 1 or maybe a 2 for one of the students. So you're a long ways away from that very dangerous game you play with those alumni, and that's a massive pickup here off of the coral draw, because you're not just doing the damage, you're also getting the value off of the skirmisher and picking up Burn a Brand. Burn a Brand is going to hopefully pick up more discard fodder, but at the worst case, let's say you play Burn a Brand here, what are the expendable cards? Do you just drop the Dwim Vedra? What can you potentially get rid of? There's no way that you're not playing the Burn a Brand in this situation.
That's a dangerous call, right? Like we've seen a lot of these players in the situation this weekend already, where you obviously want to play the Birna with the Coral, but you don't know what you're top decking. I think looking at how gold heavy Big Cuckoo's hand is, most of the cards he's going to draw now are going to be expendable bronzes. I think there's maybe a Morkvarg Heart of Terror left as like the only gold left in his deck. So other than that, everything else is bronzes. You could probably just discard them, even if they don't end up being skirmishers. I think you're still okay. So I think if I was Big KK, I'd be willing to take the risk here. But Akela slamming down the Rafard's Vengeance, getting 2 threats on the board at the same time. How is Big KK going to be able to answer this?
Yeah, it's been Centurion Spellweaver can spell some nasty business here for Big KK, given the fact that it's not your prime target for removal, but it will scale pretty deviously as you keep, adding mages to the pool. But again, Akela hasn't done much to give those mages room to breathe, and Akela here at this point now is ahead. No need to use that burner now if we don't want to. Might as well just go ahead, take the pass, maintain the card advantage where necessary, have all your leader abilities there, Heatwave, Junod, Fakusha, the whole package, and preserve your Sunset Wanderers, and that's a lot of points that Akela might not be able to answer cleanly.
Yeah. And so this is exactly what we're talking about. This little push, this soft push in round 2 gets a Rafard's Vengeance, which is huge, right?
Yeah.
Gets a Rafard's Vengeance and a Spellweaver, actually.
Those are great cards to get rid of. I like keeping those bronzes there. I mean, keeping the Gutting Slash and the Stunning Blow, that could be very, very significant. Those are just, again, the over the long haul, being able to remove those mages, it's not just the fact that, okay, there's going to be more, eventually I won't be able to deal with them, but the fact that you could just take 2 away means that that's 2 extra turns of patience that they might not be able to get, meaning that the implications over the alumni down the road, the casting contest value, etc. So having those 2 bronze removal spells or those specials are quite important here.
Yeah, and Akela luckily finds the student on the Chapter of Wizards Rune Word. That's going to be huge, because if you look at his hand, without the Chapter of Wizards, he has 3 students, 2 in his hand and a Necromancy, and I guess Shawnee, so 4. And Cuckoo has like Gutting Slash answer, Stunning Blow answer, Junod answer, Heatwave answer. So that's 4 answers, potentially, right? Like the 4 answers match up well against the 4 students that he has access to, and then potentially that means 0 students stick. But now the Chapter of Wizards get 1, and the Chapter of Wizards can potentially get another one. He might be able to stick like 1 or 2 students now.
I wonder if this is a situation maybe where, is this a Junod situation? You use a leader ability and Junod this? That's might be the best option here.
Yeah, you could also Fukusha Coral. Junod is going to be the choice. With no rain, no bodies on the board, maybe the rain is a bit of a waste.
Yeah, the rain was going to take a couple turns. If you don't want to, you legitimately want to get rid of as much of that, nastiness as possible. Here comes the other Aretusa student. You can suspect that he's not doubling up, and right on time, the Sunset Wanderer just does a little Texas two-step to the right of that Gunning Slash, and that Gunning Slash is looking mighty fine right here.
Yeah, Gutting Slash looks perfect here. I want to note that the Dwim Viander in Big Cuckoo Rosina's hand is bricked right now because the only target for it in this deck is Mushy Truffle. It was used in round 1, so it's not around in round 3 despite its resilience. That'll definitely be a discard target for Big Cuckoo Rosina's Berna Brand, assuming he doesn't draw into... I don't think there are 2 discard targets left for him in the deck. I think there's only 1 Skirmisher, so he should be just fine to discard that Dwim. And he ended up mulliganing 2 Bear Witchers instead to make sure that he doesn't end up breaking the Quen. But I mean, we know it can happen. We've seen it yesterday. Sunset Wanderers is a draw. Birna's 2 draws. You have to you probably have to play them before you play the Quen. So it's very dangerous for Big Cuckoo.
Yeah, you're going to be taking 3 cards out of the deck, and if 2 of those cards are Bear Witchers, it can get nasty. Very much so. Quen can become a liability in this case. And in this point here, there's the first ban art student. So that's a Patience 1. Again, very, very far from being a threat in any way. So the question here is this the time to use the Burner Brand and give the Sunset Wanderers more leeway? Not the case. And now it becomes now it's a dangerous game because there's one more bomb floating around there, one more mine in the landmine out in the field there, and he's gonna have to tread lightly here because that Burner Brand could potentially brick that that Quen. So at this point, Shinmiri, is it just a matter of timing it so that Burner Brand plays later, that you play the Quen for the Bear Witcher?
Yeah, let's think about it. Quen needs to be played 4th to last in order to get the shield value on the Bear Witcher. So then you would have Quen in your hand and then 3 other cards. Those 3 other cards would be Dwim, Birna, and 1 other card. Maybe like a Morkvarg. I think it's doable. He could go Fukusha here, then Heatwave, then Bear Witcher, and then Quen. So it's doable, but it's also maybe not super ideal. But with only 1 Witcher left in his deck, I don't think he can really take the risk of playing Birna before Quen.
Oh, he did it. He took the risk.
Oh, he took the risk. Okay, so he got lucky. Didn't get the Bear Witcher. So if he did get the Bear Witcher, he would have just discarded the Quen, but that would have been a loss of 5 points.
Yeah, no, that is definitely a bullet dodge there in terms of, finding what you need. Opting in this case to get rid of, he held on to the Skjald. Again, there's another card that draws. So what goes on, what comes out on time and making sure that your Quen doesn't get bricked, because he's basically held on to that, he held onto the Skjald, which again is another roll of the dice in terms of potentially picking up that Bear Witcher. So if you're timing things correctly here, you got to play that Quen before the Skjald, I feel, in order to not only just ensure that you're not breaking the Quen, but to also give yourself a better option here of drawing into that Skirmisher.
All right, so interesting enough, Akella chose to click the Chapter of Wizards on a Spellweaver instead of on a student. So he does have 2 Spellweavers, but his alumni are looking really bad right now. They're 1 damage, 1 boost. No students have ever stuck for more than 1 turn, and now Shawnee's going to come down to try to change that and get an Aretusa student. No, he's just given up. Has Akella just given up on building Patience?
I think
it's just like, okay, I'm just going to go Spellweavers instead.
I think that's the play, and I think that's a very, smart pivot, because you're so far behind here. You're in round 3 with 5 cards left, and you've only accumulated 1 point of patience on either of your students. That is nowhere close to where you need to be. They need to be at 4 or 5 by now, at the very least, and that's not the case at all. So I think a pivot here is wise. You need to go ahead and create some other type of threat. However, now with Fukusha dropping the rain, you have 2 Centurion Spellweavers in the back row at 3, and you've got a pair of Bear Witchers that can go in and just crush those with ease. Not to mention also a pair of leader charges left to just go ahead and potentially clean up some nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. So I love seeing the rain hitting the Spellweavers. Big Cuckoo is looking pretty good right now, being able to control the students' patience. That's what this Northern Realms deck is all about, right? And that's what, you know, Cam's target lineup yesterday was trying to do as well. So, okay, so there is the Necromancy onto the Aretuza student. That is a double proc for those Spellweavers, and that is so many pings already.
Yeah, see, this is where this strategy is starting to pay off. Just that one move yielded an additional 6 points of damage, right? So the lead here is still on Big KK's side with a lot more bombs to be had on either end. There's still a Selkirk with removal. There's still a Gerhardt, but there is none of that alumni boogeyman status where you know that they're coming. Not to mention, I don't think we've seen an amphibious assault either.
Nope. Akela did not draw Amphibious Assault or John Natalis, and I think he had that issue yesterday too. I don't remember if it was him or somebody else, but yeah, pretty unlucky draws here, not finding either of those two cards by round 3. But that is the price you pay for playing Northern Realms. You don't really have that much thinning.
Okay, so here we go. There's the first pair which are coming through to connect with that Centuried Spellweaver. Adios, muchacho. It is Gonzo. And Big KK here thinking, okay, I haven't seen Amphibious Assault in round 1. I haven't seen it in round 2. Does he have it at all? That is a significant piece that's missing to Kayla's puzzle here. And when you have a deficit of 19 points, a card like Amphibious Assault to just go ahead and pick up what you need is important here. Not only that, Johnny Nads could have gone ahead and picked up a winch to go ahead and help that Shawnee out, and that's not even a case here. It's been quite difficult for Akela to get anything going here, and part of it is because you're missing important pieces, but part of it is just because Big KK has identified what the threats are and has absolutely nullified them with ease.
Yeah, that Aretuza student now finally on Patience 3. Still not looking that scary, but had to use a casting contest when it was at 2 Patience. Now it's at 3. This could be Big Cuckoo's only good Morkvarg target that we can see, because we know that there's no Amphibious Assault coming. There's still a Gerhardt that could play for some sort of boost, whether that's through Practice Makes Perfect, the Pact spell, or even like a casting contest if greeted. But, I mean, if you Morkvarg this and maybe double leader charge, maybe the rain finishes off.
Okay. It's possible. That's definitely possible. I think that the safe play here is you just kill the Centurion Spellweaver. It's odds are in your favor here. Okay, so he just cleans it up the old-fashioned way. I like that as well. Now, if Gerhardt does pick up a casting contest, it's the only target for the casting contest is going to be that the Aretuza student in the back row. So there's an argument here where perhaps you save your Morkvarg for the second casting contest off the Gerhardt. But then again, if your objective here is to just heat wave the Gerhardt, then it doesn't matter, right? Because he's never gonna. So because a 6-point spell, a 4-provision spell that you're picking up here is gonna be, I guess it's gonna be Pact, and that's not terrible. I suppose it's 6 points plus the extra point from the Centurion Spellweaver. 2 charges from the Spellweaver ultimately, but. If Akela wants to be patient with the Gerhardt, then Big KK is just going to snap off that heat wave and it's going to be donezo.
Yeah, I mean, you could have also even...
You could just heat wave the student, and
yeah, I know.
There's no casting contest target. I guess with the alumni now.
Okay, so Patience 4 on the Aretuza student. The alumni no Zeal is just going to play it into the back row and just wait. Maybe saving the double Zeal for Selkirk here, thinking that I need to get as much boost as I can so I can get value against dueling this 13-point Sunset Wanderer. Akela is pretty far behind here. Big Cuckoo looking really good.
Yeah, there's a tough spot here. This might be a situation of you might have to heat wave that Aretuza student because it's getting a little dicey here, and the big part of this is and he gets the hit.
Exactly.
That's significant. But I mean,
Wins
take a look
the
at
1
this.
in 3.
The point differential here of oh my god, 33 points is going to evaporate. We've seen what mages can do, even mages when they're not going full throttle here, because they've been stumbling through these rounds. Akela hasn't necessarily been able to be clean with how he's developed the mages and the patience values on them. but he has been able to keep this, you know, relatively interesting, because keep in mind, even though there's a 33-point deficit, there's some big boys coming down the pipe, but Big KK has some big boys of his own.
Sure. I mean, we saw Big Cuckoo get a 40-point swing on his last turn with mages against Cams yesterday, but that was in a situation where he had multiple alumni already on the board waiting with 10 boost each. This is not the case for Akela. Akela goes for the practice makes perfect on the alumni, gets a 0 patience Banard student. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, that's
but
not...
the lead has shrunk quite a lot. It's an 11-point lead only now, but Akela shaking his head a little bit. Not happy that it looks like he's about to let Reckless Flurry through, which is the deck that he felt confident that he could shut down.
Yeah, big plays left to be had here. Again, you know, you have to almost answer... I think you have to answer that Aretusa student in the back row now. I think that if
Aretusa student in the back and then Morkvark last,
yeah, I think that it's the best, because it's not just a heat wave for 6, it's a heat wave for what that 6 represents on top of a potential Selkirk. So yeah, Akela being patient with that Aretusa student in the back row is coming back to haunt him now, as Big KK has basically just completely shut down the reach that this Selkirk might have had. You know, dueling a 9 seems nice, but I mean, it's not quite enough here, as that 1-point lead is going to get obliterated by a Morkvark that wants to come in and shut the door here with a leader charge to spare. Big KK ties this one up. It is tied at 1 here in the semifinals of GWENT Masters Season 3. Again, when you're basically identifying that the threat here is the patient students, when those need to be addressed, and your draws that you're picking up, you got the gutting slashes, the stunning blows, the optimal leader abilities, playing that Junod for what seemed to be a suboptimal in a suboptimal situation, you have to evaluate, where is this Junod going to be better than right now? I think that in this case, Big KK played that one really, really well, and Akela, you know, despite being just completely suffocated by the control style of that Reckless Flurry list, actually made it close and made it interesting.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't normally see Junod happy to kill a 2-strength unit, especially a 4-provision 2-strength unit. But when that 4-provision student gets scaled 5-6 times because of alumni and casting contests and practice makes perfect and Gerhardt's, that becomes a real threat, and you need to make sure you shut it down, even if that's what it takes, is the Junod.
Well, that is all she wrote for this one, tied up at 1 apiece. Now it is a best of 3 is what this is going to turn out to be, as both players, I think we've got mages left on either side, if I'm not mistaken. We're not going to see that wonderful monster list, unfortunately, but the mages lost after being so powerful in the first few matches of yesterday's quarterfinals. Today, they're showing a little bit of their wear and tear, a little bit of that vulnerability when you walk into a control-oriented deck style like Reckless Flurry with so many tools. Just keeping stuff on the board becomes problematic. So, well played on both parts. Again, you got to give Akela some props there for making it interesting. But nonetheless, it's there's still a lot more Gwent to be had here. I'm curious if how I want to see that Symbiosis list again. I want to see how Symbiosis reacts to mages, and the back and forth here in terms of two decks that want to be proactive. If maybe Symbiosis can kind of lull mages into a situation where maybe they want to establish Banard student damage to maybe keep those sorceresses in check, perhaps. But a lot of fascinating matchups left to be had here at the semifinals.
Yeah, I agree. I also find the Symbiosis Mage matchup to be very interesting. I think it's blue coin favored, because whoever gets to set up on the board first, whether you get the sorceresses down, that they can get you making bombs or rebukes to answer the students, and maybe they just the students never really get enough momentum to start running. And you can see how important the removal is. Big Cuckoo's Reckless Flurry deck plays a Stunning Blow, which is not really standard. A lot of people play like a Maxi in this 5-provision slot, but this Stunning Blow is huge, right? Just trading for even points to shut down a student that ends up being way more valuable than a Maxi, and he ends up not bricking anyways because he's able to sequence in a way that minimizes the chances or have backup plans like just discarding the Quen if necessary. But that removal proves to be extremely crucial in a threat-based matchup or an engine-based matchup like NR or even Squirtle.
Yeah, and the stunning blow also has implications in terms of, being able to remove a Dunka if necessary. It can kill the Dunka. Again, it does 6 damage on anything that has armor. Also, if you need to get rid of a Skellige defender, it'll do damage, and coupled up with a leader ability can kill it outright. So that's one way to do it as well. So it does certainly have important implications outside of just being something that's meant to just delete mages. But ultimately, that's the strategy. You want to know how to beat mages, friends? Well, make sure that you're taking out at least one of the 2 students to at least limit the zeal capacity of those alumni. And we saw how Big KK did it so masterfully of just basically saying, you're not getting past Patience 1. And he didn't. He went into round 3 with Patience 1 mages.
Yeah, it wasn't until like the very last few turns of round 3 where he got like Patience 3, Patience 4. And so now Big Cuckoo has both of these players have 2 decks left to win with, right? Akela needs to win with Northern Realms Alumni and Devotion Symbiosis Scoia'tael. But Big Cuckoo has 2 of the strongest decks in the game right now. Alumni, Northern Realms, and Double Cross Assimilate. I have to say, like, Big Cuckoo's in a better spot, in my opinion, with the second deck being Nilfgaard Assimilate instead of Devotion Symbiosis. We've seen in previous tournament last month that Devotion Symbiosis was one of the weaker performers in the tournament setting. Especially, I think Double Cross is favored against it, with Big Cuckoo Rosina's version playing Double Remedy, which gives like really good Simless opportunities. I'm in Big KK's camp right now.
Yeah, I mean, when you're relying on, that's the problem, right? Is that if you still have Double Cross in the pocket, you're playing Symbiosis better than they are. You might not have the Symbiosis treants that pop out of stuff, but you'll be able to populate their board with pollute their board space with spies potentially and limit their ability to play cards, and furthermore, you're just getting extra value off of every generated special card that the sorceress and the sorcerer are going to be producing for you. Not to mention, coup de grace on a Simloss is beautiful. It's a wonderful thing to do, friends. So here we go. We're marching into game number 3 of the first semifinal matchup. It's Akela versus Big KK. Akela's going to be playing that Symbiosis list against Nilfgaard on red. Nilfgaard wants to be on red. They like to be on red, and the proactivity here of Akela on Symbiosis is going to be important, but Big KK is just going to start picking and choosing what he wants to copy. If Akela opens up here with like a sorceress, there's a good chance that you just hit it with you might just hit it with a Mage Torturer and say, all right, you might take round 1, but I'll be so much better in the long run.
Yeah, Akela likes to keep Ethne in hand so that he can push round 2 with her, I'm guessing. But it is a dangerous thing to do, especially now playing the Hamadryad to the left of Ethne. I think he should have played the Hamadryad in the middle. You don't want Ethne to be on the side of your hand because you don't want to buff her with those Bountiful Harvests. And now, if there's a chance he ends up playing Bountiful Harvest in this round, he can, anytime he takes the leftmost option, those hand buffs are just going to get wasted.
Yeah, the left or even the middlemost. It might be a random option where that happens. Again, keeping Ethne in that opening hand is a dangerous game because it might soak up some Dunka buffs. It might have some, you might just lose value down the road. I suspect that this might be a situation where perhaps Akela's just playing some bronzes, keeping it interesting in round 1, and taking a favorable pass here to go into round 2. I think that it might be a situation as well where, you're kind of testing the waters here because Nilfgaard's known to have bad round 1s. Unless they draw really well, where you have both your Blight Makers, you have Dead Man's Tongue, you have some cards that you could potentially drop in there for not just tempo but future implications as well, like Mage Torturer. then yeah, it could kick it around. But oftentimes, proactivity and bricking for Nilfgaard early on can be problematic.
I mean, there's those 2 11 for 6s, those Blight Makers. Big Cuckoo, fortunate enough to have found both in his opening hand. And Akela's got Ethne he can't play, Gord he can't play, Stimulus he doesn't really want to play, because if he plays Stimulus in this round, Big Cuckoo's going to just put a Torture or Spying tag on it, or Coup, the Stimulus, and play double... I think he has double Diplomacy? Yeah, he does. He has double Diplomacy in his deck. No Tourney Joust in Big Cuckoo Rosina's double cross, but double Diplomacy is definitely a big threat in round 1, and then potentially able to just Terra Nova into double Remedy later on.
All right, so we're taking guesses right now as to what that bribery is going to yield. Is it going to be a Sim?
It's gonna find the Great Oak, even though Akela doesn't play Great Oak in his deck.
just to be on brand for bribery. Yes, bribery is the cheapest Great Oak you'll ever play in your life. Oh, I love it. All right, so here we go again. Hamadryad's getting an extra boost when they're on with Vitality. This could be a situation where Akela's just trying to maybe tempt Big KK into playing that Yen's Invocation on a low-value bronze here. So he's going to spread out a little bit of the boosts here, but eventually Akela is probably going to run away with this round because the options that Big KK is going to have are not ideal. You don't want to play a Duchess on a Dryad like that. You want to play it on a Sorceress. That's where you want to get the value off of it. You're going to need to pair up that Dryad with something like a nature spell, right? You're going to want to give it vitality somehow, but how do you do that? There's nothing that you have in hand right now that's going to help you out here. So I think that Akela's doing pretty well here, still holding on to the stratagem as well. So Big KK here just going to take the pass. Akela's got out of this one fairly cheap, actually.
Yeah, Akela has to be very happy to see that pass, and Big Cuckoo has to pass because there's just so many unplayable cards in his hand. And that's one of the problems, especially with the Truffle version of Nilfgaard, is that you have a lot of cards you just can't play in round 1. Whereas if he had drawn the double the Dead Man's Tongue in round 1, that would have been another card for him to play. But he's got it round 2 now. Akela is looking pretty good as well. Simless onto double Bountiful Harvest is online. Ethne can be played in this push.
Yeah, and not only that, but we saw Akela get rid of Gezras. You're like, why are you getting rid of one of your best cards? And it could be that Akela wants to go deep into this round and doesn't want to give Big KK the opportunity to use his double cross to pick up that Gezras late in the game. Because if Akela's holding on to something like Call of the Forest, Circle of Life, let's say, and a Rebuke, and that's what Big KK, or a Gourd, and the Gourd, let's say, Big KK's gonna have to play the Gourd, and his Gourd might not be that huge. He might have to burn his leader ability on something that is little less than a bomb. But if Big KK is holding on to Gezras and if Akela's holding on to Gezras and Big KK uses the double cross ability and picks that up, that is basically curtains for this round. So Akela's, gonna just test the waters here, but throwing back the Gezras so you can pick it up with Call of the Forest, I like that move.
Yeah, I like that move as well. Gezras is a really dangerous card for Scoia'tael in this matchup, and it usually ends up working against you because of either double cross or invocation into Joachim. Here, Big Cuckoo doesn't have the Joachim, so it might end up being okay if Akela plays it. All right, just opening straight up with a Lydia. Front row to try to find a Rebuke to answer it. Doesn't get it, but does get the Bountiful Harvest, which is pretty good. Whisper is the option here.
Now, Bountiful Harvest, for the record, I played Bountiful Harvest as Nilfgaard, I coup de graced the Simlas.
Yeah.
I picked, or what was it? No, I got, I started playing Bountiful Harvest, off of, their units and whatever. I had cloned some of the Sorcerer, and every time that the Bountiful Harvest would boost in my hand, it boosted the Joaquin. So I had I had a 10-point Joaquin in my hand that I had to eventually mulligan away because it was like the worst trade deal in history. Yeah, it was terrible. But in this case, no spies in Big KK's hand, so that Bountiful Harvest will always find value. There's nothing to betray here, as Akela again is going to get a potential free pass here on that Sorcerer Eye. So the question is the Sorcerer's going to be dropped next to it and then perhaps boosted with something like a Dryad's Caress or a Tempering? You know, there's lots to behold here, but I think that if Akela wants to play this round deep, he's gonna have to commit the Ethne here.
Yeah, I think so too. Is a big decision coming up for Akela next turn. Big Cuckoo's gonna take one of the remedies and get an Informant to copy that second. Oh, an instant rebuke, no hesitation. Though still holding on to the Ethne, potentially losing some symbiosis charges here, but does answer the threat right off the bat, and we see a second leader charge being used on the sorceress on the board to maybe allow it to get a rebuke next turn, or eventually a bountiful harvest if he's patient enough.
Yeah, the dangerous thing here is that leaving sorcerer. You think sorceresses on Scoia'tael's side can be dangerous. You know, seeing them on Nilfgaard's side with some assimilate value on there, it could be a sorceress into a bountiful into another sorceress, which triggers assimilate a few times, and then that sorceress can become a problem itself. So, you know, trees are one thing. Assimilate is a whole different ball game. As at this rate, it looks like it's going to be a Brothans here, and the Brothans again did get the boost from the bountiful harvest that Lydia brought to the table. We're going to get another Duchess cloning the sorceress, and now we're going to see what Nilfgaard does so well, which is play your deck better than you ever hoped and wished you could.
Exactly, Flake. And Akela, okay, he's going in. The Ethne has been committed. He does find the rebuke off of the sorceress, so that is great. I love the foresight that Akela had that, you know, Big Cuckoo is probably going to play a sorceress next turn, one way or the other, with like, in an Informant, a Brothans, whatever. So I need to be ready for that and have an answer at my disposal. I used my only rebuke in my hand last turn, so I'm going to preemptively leader charge and add vitality to boost my sorceress on the board from 4 to 5 so that I can have a chance of rolling that rebuke answer for what I predict is going to happen next turn. And that is the sign of a top tier player.
Worth noting here as well, Simlas is up to 4 now based on the Bountiful Harvest. No, sorry. How did that get boosted? Oh, the circle. It was a Circle of Life, I believe.
Yes, so Circle of Life on the Whisperer, and Simlas being up to 4 is significant because it can't just straight up be cooed. It needs to have the setup first.
Okay, so finding value here with the leader ability, opting to just take it right now and get way ahead. The Forest Protector picking up that Bountiful Harvest that Lydia generated earlier. We're going to find another Sorceress, and the situation here is, you know, not even hesitating. Akela's going to drop his own great Forest Protector. But look at this. All the tree ants are spawning in the front row. That can be problematic, and that's going to lose you value off that Gezrus that you were hoping to get value from. So I think Akela now might just move towards a Simlas play and hopefully populates it. Or is this a situation perhaps where you play your Call of the Forest into Gezrus, hope that tree spawns in the back row, and then just let that run wild while you watch Kukuruzina try to catch up?
Yeah, I mean, the Invocation is always scary, but sometimes you are desperate enough in a matchup. But there's the Torturer onto the Forest Protector. But now you feel a little bit better about playing Simlas and or Gezra, because one of the potential ways of putting spying on something is gone.
Yeah, this is tough.
But yeah, very unlucky for Akela for all the treants, all 4 of the treants to spawn in the melee row.
But think about
it's not only.
Oh yeah, that's definitely unlucky. That's a 50-50 you lost 4 times.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not only missing opportunity for your Gezra, but it's giving Kukuruzina's Gezra a much more value if Big Cuckoo is able to get a Gezra of his own.
So in this case, if you go Call of the Forest into Gezrus, you're spawning another treant. You're going to have a 6-point Gezrus on the board, bouncing back and forth. What's the answer to it? Because Yen's Invocation doesn't put you ahead.
It's probably just Invo if that happens. Like, you have to answer it because it is so many points a turn. But Simlas is going to be the play. Double Bountiful Harvest. gets a sorceress, buffs the other sorceress, gets another sorceress. Okay.
Oh, hold on.
Now we're
This could get,
talking.
I was gonna say this could get dangerous here because if the next play is Call of the Forest and it's gonna clog one of the rows, so
Yeah.
you're gonna have to put the Gezrus. If you put the Gezrus,
That's
in the,
okay.
Well, it's okay, I suppose, but also now you've clogged with 2 Sorcerai, and if you hit the Call of the Forest and that tree is in the front row, in the front row, you got to back row the Gezrus, and the Gezrus doesn't boost when it's in the back row. It's just going to swipe your opponent's back row, which is less points than if it was, bouncing back and forth.
But funny enough, Big Cuckoo is still stacking the back row because of his own Gezra potential. There's the coup, Menno into coup, Forest Protector, gonna get another Bountiful Harvest. So many Bountiful Harvests and Forest Protectors being played here for Nilfgaard. Not as lucky this time, no Sorceress option here, but could take a Bomber. That could clear up some board space for
I was about to
Akela.
say, the board space is important. Okay, so he's anticipating that Gezrus perhaps is in the hand, but that Gezrus is not going to bounce around at all. It's basically Call of the Forest into Gezrus, and now we're going to find out where that Gezrus is going to go.
It is a back row. So damage a little bit worse. We've got the double sorceresses at 4 power each, which means it's kind of limited what they can get.
You can get a Making a Bomb, move the Lydia.
Making a Bomb to move Lydia and or Sentry to the back. Doesn't click either of them. That's so strange.
I'm a little bit confused about that as well because there's no space on the board.
Yeah,
he might be anticipating that there's nothing left that you can do here. Because you should have, I feel like you should have clicked them because even if you make space with a Yen's Invocation, the second you click one of those Sorcerai, it's going to create another Treant and then you can't play a unit anyways.
Exactly. So like even if you wait to click the Sorceress, like let's say the Invo comes down, right? Which it will. So Akela can now play the Sorceress at 8 points or play the Gourd and then click the 2 Sorceresses. Oh, he actually is going in. Just playing a 9 boost Gourd. Not the best Gourd you've ever seen, but this is a really committed 2-0 attempt. We've got Purify with Dryads on the board, so that's going to give Vitality. It's going to Purify something small. Purify a Duchess Informant, and then another Purify is going to be your best point value play. This is a pretty big lead. Now we're looking at 75 to 46 with 4 Vitality left. That's a 33-point lead.
Yeah, again, imagine if there was like one
Bribery into Gezra. Bribery into Gezra. I'm calling it right now.
Oh, that would be
play.
filthy.
Big Goku, you gotta go for it. You gotta go for it here. Like you're looking at 34-point deficit, and Akela's probably gonna pass if he has a unit.
Into Gezrus, Bribery into Simlas are massive plays in themselves. Oh, we're going for the Mushy Truffle here first. It could be a situation where perhaps he thinks that there's like one more random bronze spell that he wants to pump out.
Mm-hmm.
So I
think this is fine.
Yeah, this is definitely fine. You're not getting out one card.
Yeah, he needs to play 2 cards, right? So he's going to play the Mushy Truffle first so that he has access to the Order ability on his next turn. And then maybe go for the Bribery next.
Okay, well, 22 points is now 25-point deficit, which is going to be, I guess, 27 with the additional 2 points of Vitality. Still a high thing. All right. Simlas!
Yes! That is a great roll. Simlas into double Diplomacies is going to thin the deck of the bad cards as well, making it better for Big Cuckoo, better chances for him to draw into his Terra Nova and Joachim and such.
Oh, there's some Vitality. You can add that to your Hamadryads in the back row.
And another one.
Vitality. Perfect. All right, everything coming up Millhouse here. You can just go ahead, drop some Vitality on those Hamadryads. There's a pocket of them. There's a pair of them. But, oh, did you run out of space in the back row? Yeah,
they have to be played in the back. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
they only give armor.
Yeah, very adeptly, chose the defender there. And again, just squeaking by. Barely.
Whoa. Okay, I thought it was 1 point at first. It's actually 4 points because of the second turn, the extra proc. But I love the choice of the Mahakam defender using the Mushy Truffle to buff it up and give it the engine value. And now we have Big Cuckoo has survived going into a 4-card round 3. Gezra not the greatest for him because Northern Realms, I mean, not Nilfgaard isn't as good as populating the board with a bunch of units as Scoia'tael with their Wandering Treants for every nature card.
So what does Akela have left to compete here? He went all in that second round, and really the enemy was board space, because I'm sure he would have continued to push. The value that was lost off of the populated rows there with the Treants just clogging all of your ability to develop newer, bigger, better threats. But now you're in this round, and looking at what Big KK has, the Illusionist is okay, but if you drop so you could play the Illusionist onto a Sorceress and then go ahead and use Dead Man's Tongue to beef that up to get something of value. So there's a lot of implications of those two cards together. The question is what does Joaquin yield, and how big of an impact will that be? Because I think that the Gezrus isn't going to be as devastating as it could have been for Akela in the previous round, or even for Big KK in the previous round. So I think we're going to start this off the proper way here.
Joaquin, I think, should get you either Terra Nova, maybe a Mage Torturer, maybe an Arturius Vigo. I think that's probably what he has left, is my guess. All right, there's the DMT. There we see it, right? The 4 proactive or loyal units in his deck. He's probably just going to banish both of those. He banishes the Torturer and the Illusionist, making sure that Joachim is going to show him a gold, potentially 2 golds, because he still has the coup.
Correct. That is correct. Bountiful Harvest now, again, the ideal choice, and that's just going to go ahead and pick up another perfectly placed Sorceress on the left, so you don't even have to buff up the Joaquin, which I have done in the past, terrible fashion.
The positioning of the Sorceress is important here, too, to make sure the buff goes on your loyal unit. All right, Big Cuckoo leaning forward, thinking pensively. What do you go for here? Do you try to play, the Gezra, it almost doesn't matter if you play the Gezra now or later. It's almost better to play it last, actually, because...
Well, if you play it last, exactly, because your Joaquin goes to the front row, it's going to bring you another body, which could be Artaud. Artaud goes to the back row, which spawns another body. This is going to play another Bountiful Harvest, which spawns another body. So suddenly that Gezrus just has so much more population to just sprinkle some green juice on in the back row. As we see here, the Forest Protector is going to dig deep into that graveyard, bring up another Bountiful Harvest, and another Sorceress. The problem here is that there is no problem. Everything's great.
There's no problem. I was mistaken earlier when I said there was another coup. I think both coups had been played, but this is not going to be close. Nilfgaard just high rolling like a crazy here with all these Bountiful Harvest hitting Sorceresses in the right position. Akela gets the Seer, which is going to be able to copy this Tempering, but it's not going to be enough, is it?
I don't think
Gezra here, 9-point Gezra, buffing it up. Yeah. This was actually closer than I thought with how well Big Cuckoo ended up rolling his Joachim and his Bountiful Harvest. This was only a 9-point game.
Yeah, that bleed was actually pretty good, I think, in round 2. I think that bleed was really well done. A lot of people saying, like, why does Symbiosis like to try to 2-0 so much? It's not so much that they're trying to 2-0, it's just the fact that they're in a good position to go ahead and really stretch out those round 2s and bleed, and then have, bigger bomb cards later on. The problem there was the fact that there were so many trees populating those rows, and when Nilfgaard's also adding and sprinkling in a little bit of spy pollution in there as well, you run out of real estate real fast, and you can't really squeeze in all the things that you want to do. And we saw it in that case, because there was some significant points lost there, even late game, when he dropped one of the Sorceresses in the row when space, or the gourd in the row when space was made. If you used the decisions that he had to make there of using the Sorceress to buff a non-sort, like for instance, if there was all kinds of space left, that Sorceress would have used the spell to buff the other Sorceress, creating another 3 or 4 point Treant. That buff on the other Sorceress would have yielded Bountiful Harvest.
Yeah.
which could have continued that round. So really, it became a matter of managing space and to his design or not, Nilfgaard was able to just pump the brakes on that by putting too much for Scoia'tael to handle, and really it got to a point where it's like you could only bleed so much, but it was still well done, and it came down to a bribery that rolled into a Simlast that rolled into some really great cards.
Yeah, you can only bleed so much, and the board space is a really big issue for Symbiosis in a long round, especially versus Nilfgaard, right? Nilfgaard, I believe Big Cuckoo had 2 Judges Informants on the Kayla side of the board in that round too. Yeah, but I think if you could have played everything, if you had infinite board space, I think that was going to be a 2-0. Even with the Simless high roll on the bribery, I think it was going to be
100%. 100%. And if you're playing that Symbiosis list, that's what you want to do. You want to push the tempo there because you know that in a long round, you don't want to give Nilfgaard all that time in round 3 and a leader ability to just snipe your Gezras anyways. So
yeah. So I want to clarify. A little bit because there might have been a little bit confusion on that last screen where we had the summary of Akela versus Big Cuckoo and which deck they had won with. There was a little bit of musical chairs going on with the crown symbols symbolizing which decks Aluha or Big Cuckoo had won with. It's 2-1. The score's 2-1 for Big Cuckoo. And he has won with his Nilfgaard list, which we just saw, and the Reckless Flurry list, which found a win versus Northern Realms. So Big Cuckoo only has his Northern Realms left versus Akela's Northern Realms and Scoia'tael.
Only has.
Only.
Yeah, only has. It's like you've got your most lethal weapon still locked and loaded, and you're going in there wondering if you have a chance. But we've seen how this could happen in the past. But you got to feel confident about this, and he's going in on blue, I believe. He's going in on blue with Northern Realms, so he will be able to go ahead and start setting up the mages first, getting all those engines rolling, and trying to rely on his opponent to go ahead and control it and match it. So in this case, what are you matching up against? What's your best tool, your best option to beat that? Is it Scoia'tael on red, and hopefully things like Nature's Rebukes can kind of keep you in the game, to try to deal with that? Maybe you set up your own Sorcerer Eye and find some Making a Bombs, finding some other Rebukes. Is that your best option here?
Yeah, so I think that Akela with red coin in this game, he can either take the Northern Realms Mirror or the Scoia'tael versus Northern Realms. And I think Northern Realms Mirror I would say it's better for blue coin, for who goes first. So I would probably wait with that and go with the Scoia'tael instead. And Scoia'tael can actually pressure and potentially threaten to win on even against Northern Realms with that red coin. By committing some stuff like Simless into Double Bond for Harvest, you can start getting Sorceress on the board to answer some of these students. You only need to get them to 5 to get a Rebuke. Big Cuckoo isn't playing something like Boiling Oil, so doesn't really have great ways of answering Sorceresses. The only immediate answer would be like a Selkirk.
Yeah, and the removal's limited for the mage list, because any of the tall removal, you might be relying on a very supercharged Banart student or an alumni that can deal damage. Selkirk obviously is a very reliable choice to deal with those mid-range threats, to duel them down. But once some of those major cards get super tall, like if you don't have an answer for a big gourd finisher or some of those bigger plays that come out, it could be problematic. So you have to kind of sit down and think. If I'm playing against Scoia'tael, which they're not, but you got to wonder what is the priority in terms of killing stuff? Is Gezras the priority to kill? Are the Sorceresses the priority to kill? There's only so much that can go around, but we're here in game number 4 of the semifinals of GWENT Masters Season 3. I'm Flake, joined by Shin Miri, bringing you all the action. Mage on Mage crime. Little showdown of the schools here. As the students are, classes in session. Letitia in hand for Big KK. Akela as well, accumulating some more students as the bell has rung, friends. It is time for the first lesson. Big KK has first action here on blue coin.
Yeah, so remember, we've got, even though this is a mirror, we've got significantly different decks here. They're both alumni decks, but Akella's playing the non-devotion version with Spellweavers, which is going to be huge. Centurion Spellweaver is very, very good for this matchup because it is a pinging engine. It gets charges very quickly, and it can kill your opponent's students before they can get to, like, damage 4 on their ban arts. So Akella has the advantage in that sense, whereas Big Cuckoo Rosina has the advantage with something like a Defender. But Defender Defender can be very annoying to deal with if you don't have Spellweavers, but Akella does have Spellweavers here.
So when is the optimal time here to play Letitia? Is it a card that you just want to greed out as soon as possible? Is it a card that has a particular place in a specific sequence? When is the right time to play it?
So, the way to look at it, I guess, is if your Letitia is getting Selkirked anyways, then you should play it later. Because it's not doing anything, and you'd rather develop your students earlier and have 2 students on the board at least before playing the Letitia, if that's very likely going to get dueled. Because there's 3 ways that Akella can get Selkirk in his hand. He can draw the Selkirk, he can draw Amphibious Assault, or John Natalis. So it's very, very likely that he already has the Selkirk access.
Students staring each other down here like 2 pawns in a game. No en passant available for this one, as you can't cross that middle line, but they're accumulating patience. Big KK, game's on you, my friend. Is it time for the Aretusa student to support the back row? Start the patience growing? No, we're going to double up. A pair of students, Vanard in the front row. Again, hitting the books. Accumulating patience.
I like this a lot. Boost value on alumni isn't going to matter that much as long as you get it to 4 or higher to activate the zeal. What this matchup is all going to be about is to make sure that you have enough damage, because both decks are very threat heavy, and you're going to want to have a decent enough damage to be able to answer threats that get buffed through, like, Practice Makes Perfect or Amphibious Assault, or even just like a leader charge.
In this case, doubling up again, damage, like you said, very important here. I wonder if this Letitia is just out there calling for that Selkirk.
Now, do you buff it? I think you don't need to, right? Because the Selkirk is going to answer it whether you buff her to an 11 or not. So...
Well, 11, so 7 into the 11 leaves 4, 4 into the 7, 3 of this math that I don't want to do. But
yeah, so
we're going to buff it anyways.
7 will kill an 11, it's just not... It's losing like a point of dual value.
But this also presents a threat for Selkirk to say either you answer the Letitia or you answer the other. I mean, this is basically guaranteeing that one of your Banard students is going to hit 4 patients, because there's no way that they can kill both at once here. I don't think there's any kind of form of... There's no magic spell in the book that's going to be able to deal with all of this. So I think Akella's just going to have to sit back and just let this happen, which might be a free ride here for Big KK, just letting that Letitia live. He could be thinking that perhaps there's no access to that Selkirk.
Okay, interesting. So just going to ignore the Letitia for now. And that's a big difference between the 2 lists too. Big Cuckoo plays Letitia. Akella doesn't even play Letitia, so... Big Cuckoo is likely going to be able to get much better patience values than Akella. It's going to come down to whether the Spellweavers can just kill everything first or not in a later round.
Does Big KK pull the trigger here on the Letitia? Just try not to get too
Letitia's
greedy?
only at patience. Like, Letitia's not at good patience right now. I think she's only patience 2 at the moment.
The question is how greedy do you want to be? She's at patience 2. If she survives this next turn, she'll be able to boost everything up by 3, meaning that other student, the Aretusa student in the back row, is gonna turn on the alumni.
Yes. So if Letitia is clicked next turn, then yes, then we will have Zeal for Big KK. So this is kind of the last chance for Akella to answer this Letitia if he wants to. Because it's very likely that it will get clicked soon. Although, if no answer has come down thus far... Okay, there we go. Akella decides, enough is enough. I'm not... Wait. What's he hovering?
Oh, he might be looking to get the Banard... the Aretusa student. He's just kind of thinking here. But I feel like Letitia is the obvious choice here.
Yes, it's got to be Letitia. Okay, so yeah, like you see, 7 does win the duel versus 11, gets hurt pretty badly, but survives.
Well, it's still a decent swing here, as he did remove the 11 and the implications of that Letitia, as now BKK is on blue coin, down 2 points, and he's just got to bank off the fact that, all right, well, my patience is pretty decent right now. We can also go ahead. There's a casting contest as well that's in hand. That's pretty significant, but the question is what is more important? Is it more important to let the damage continue to boost up? I think that, like you mentioned, that's a very significant aspect to this, is just keeping the damage growing and scaling to a point where it can answer your opponent's mages. That's why going first here has been so important, like you noted, Shinmiri. You got to go first. You got to be able to keep your opponent's mages in check.
All right, so neither player actually has Zeal. We've got boost 3 for both players. Big Cuckoo has 4 damage, and I think Akela only has 3 damage because he was one. Actually, can we check Akela's graveyard to see what the Banard student's patience is at?
The Banard student on Akela's side, we got to take a look here in terms of their graveyard.
So Akela has 4 damage. Akela's at 4 damage, 3 boost, and Big Cuckoo's at 5 damage, 3 boost. Okay, good to know. Neither player has Zeal, but Shawnee onto a range row student will get it to patience 4, and they can both get Zeal that way. Akela has drawn his Shawnee, Big Cuckoo, not so lucky.
All right, well, both players still have the first wheel of Amphibious Assault, if I'm not mistaken, over here. The question is where are we going in this round? As it's, the ball is in Big KK's court. He does have that Selkirk still ready to go. Keep in mind, he mentioned that one of the big pieces of that list is the fact that he does have a defender, and that could be quite tricky to navigate now for Akela, given the fact that it's already a pretty tall task at 7 plus armor, but that shield is important as well. So that Centurion Spellweaver is going to have to factor in here, I believe, because Big KK is going to lean pretty heavily on that defender when it matters to keep all of those threats not just protected and growing, but also away from the damage and removal that Akela could potentially slam down on him.
Yeah, I like this Adalia play, opening up with the shielded alumni with the 5 damage just ready there to answer a threat. But Akela responds with his shield of his own, getting that Spellweaver down. But Cuckoo has it all planned out. The Rafard's Vengeance is going to get you that 2 ping to get that pesky shield off. And look at that top deck into the Shawnee. This is looking like an amazing hand for Big Cuckoo now. Shield gone from the Rafard's ping, and does he want to take the kill right now? I think you do, right? I think you do take the kill here with the... Still just thinking it through for Big Cuckoo, but the Spellweaver, if you let it live, it can build up charges very, very quickly. He's going to use the Zeal on the second alumni instead, because he thinks that, okay, the second alumni is more vulnerable because it doesn't have a shield. It would have died to like a Zealed alumni from Akela's side. So instead, Big Cuckoo's going to use a Zeal on the second alumni and preserve the shielded alumni because that one is much harder to answer.
20-point lead here, Big KK in the driver's seat in round 2. Again, this is game, set, match for him. If he could pull this off, he will be in the finals of GWENT Masters Season 3. Akela just trying to stay relevant here. Chapter of Wizards is holding a charge here, but it is a 20-point deficit. Shawnee in hand. You've got Gerhardt as well. Amphibious Assault still yet to be used. So the question is, you got to sort of also feel out your opponent because you're not getting ahead in one foul swoop here, I don't think. So you have to start thinking about the long term of a lot of these cards, like these Centurion Spellweavers, like this right here. This is a very important element. And like you mentioned earlier, Shinmiri, this card is going to factor in. It's an extra element, an extra layer of control, directed damage that you can spread out quite efficiently to pop a shield, to kill a student, to do whatever you got to do. So that, I think, is a very important first step here to defending this bleed.
Yeah, but the first say maybe just too big of an advantage. Having first say in round 1 allows you to develop your students first and let that Banard student deal 4 damage 1 turn before your opponent, killing their Banard student. And then now, by winning round 1, Big Cuckoo gets first say again in round 2 to set up his damage dealing alumni, even without Zeal. So there goes one of the Spellweavers, and now what's the play? You could get another alumni with a... You could Selkirk this Spellweaver, you could just resurrect something with Shawnee. There's the Shawnee.
Shawnee onto the student now gives you, I believe that puts you up to 4 patience, which allows the Zeal on your mages. Yep, exactly. There we go. So we're up to 4 patience. Now your alumni are looking pretty hot, but Akela can do the same thing. Akela can just go ahead and res one of his students and bring that patience up to 4, giving the alumni Zeal. KK's alumni here just like a smidge better than Akela's, but the important element is the Zeal. That's the factor here, because it allows you to maintain your leader charges for other units if necessary. So we're going to just go ahead right now, another Banard student, and the damage from the Centurion Spellweavers, and adios Rafard's Vengeance. But again, still quite the hole that you've dug here at 12-point deficit with a Shawnee on board and another student continuing to accumulate patience.
Yeah, the Necromancy was a nice combo because it gave the Spellweaver enough charges to deal enough damage for that 4 patience Banard students to get a Zeal and finish it off. And it was important for Akela to kill the Rafard's Vengeance this turn, because that was when, if he doesn't this turn, it comes back to Big Cuckoo Rosina, the cooldown goes down to 3, and then we see a Natalis into a Winch. But little does Akela know, Big Cuckoo doesn't have any bronze units in his hand, so that Rafard's Vengeance wasn't going to be able to play another unit, just was going to provide those additional 2 damage pings.
So we are on schedule for potential winch if necessary, as Johnny Nads can go ahead and pick up the winch, use it on Shawnee, resurrect another unit. The problem is that the unit that it's going to resurrect is going to be, I think that the only thing in the graveyard that's potential is what? I think it's just the Banard students. So you're not getting any charges out of them necessarily, but it is another option to create patience.
Yeah, to extend the patience 5 damage that he currently has on his alumni. And nice play from Iluha. He's really good at reading, utilizing and capitalizing on the fact that there's open deck lists and seeing that, okay, well, I don't need to waste my leader charge here. I'll just save my Selkirk. I'll just play my Selkirk, boost it up with some, with the Aretuza Adept, and I can save my leader charge for something like Chapter of Wizards into Alumni.
There's another alumni. Front row, get rid of the Centurion Spellweaver. Again, a lot of those threats are being nullified. The importance of going first. That proactivity, set up your students, let them start hitting the books sooner. Get them, knowledge is power in the mage world here, as you can see those alumni plagiarizing off the patience and study of the Banard student, of the Aretuza student, and that rune word spell bringing another alumni out from the woodwork to just go ahead and take out some of those extra layers of control that Akela needed. And a 24-point deficit here is really nasty, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the Chapter of Wizards charge would be a Duim Veandra, if I'm not mistaken. So
right now, yes, but Akela can Amphibious Assault into an alumni, for example, and then click his Chapter of Wizards, but his alumni don't have Zeal yet. He would have to play something like Shawnee into Aretuza in order to get that Zeal first. And after a lot of consideration, Iluha, or Big Cuckoo, decides to take the Selkirk leader charge, kills the 6 strength Banard student to make sure that there's no casting contest or practice makes perfect shenanigans on that.
Aim is to Akela now, using that first wheel of Frog Assault to go pick up another Centurion Spellweaver, hit the Chapter on the Wizards. Here we go again. We're doubling up on the Centurion Spellweavers because this control element is important. And something like Gerhardt with a click is 4 additional charges, if necessary, on those Centurion Spellweavers. And I think that if you're playing Gerhardt, that's probably what you're looking for. I don't think there's anything really at 5 that you're really all that impressed with.
Big Cuckoo's gonna click the Chapter, has that last leader charge to use on the alumni if he wants, but there's only damage 5 right now for Big Cuckoo, which is exactly why Akela used his leader charge to boost that second Spellweaver from 4 to 6, knowing that you know, it's very likely Cuckoo's going to have 5 damage, but difficult for him to have more.
So in this case, you drop Gerhardt, you use the leader, you use its ability, you pick up Pact. That opens up your Sentry and Spellweavers to, well, never mind then. Okay, well, now you only have 1 Spellweaver.
Yeah, so Big Cuckoo combined the Chapter of Wizard's Order with a newly fresh Zealed Alumni in order to deal 5 damage twice to kill the bigger Spellweaver at 8 health. And this lead just keeps extending every turn. We were talking about 20 points, then 25 points, then 30 points. Now 36 points lead by Big Cuckoo, and this is all coming down to having first say in the match and first say in the round. Shawnee about to come back online at 3 cooldown, which is perfect for the winch. And Akela is just really looking like he's in a ton of trouble here. The Meditating Mage in hand is going to do nothing if he can't get to round 3. Shawnee Gerhardt's still great, but even the reinforcements not too good here because you're not going to play any alumni.
I'm telling you, man, the more I think about it, the more I think that it may have been a better option to run with Scoia'tael here. Scoia'tael has a little bit more directed control to get rid of some of your opponent's students if necessary. It has a better round 2 where necessary. It has, I think, you know, when you're both running the same strategy, going first is so much more important. And if Akela had come in with Scoia'tael here, he would have been on blue coin with mages, which is where you want to be. Again, I think that if your tournament life's on the line, you want to go with the strongest deck ultimately. But yeah, it's just tough here when you're playing against possibly the best deck in the game on the coin it wants to be on. Not an easy task here, and Akela is just floundering against a mage list that has just been rolling.
I agree on the Scoia'tael thing 100%. I think the first say advantage in the Northern Realms Mirror is too big to overcome a lot of the times, and I think Scoia'tael has a better chance not having that first say advantage because the tools are different, and you have some of those more instant damage removals if necessary. Like Simless in a double rebuke, for example, can kill a Letitia.
And game is now, again, on Akela's side. Akela's going to be playing Shawnee to resurrect, I'm suspecting. I mean, is a Sentry and Spellweaver better here? Who knows? But we're going to go ahead, and Big KK is just going to slam down Winch without any hesitation, drop it in on the Shawnee, resurrect another student. This one's not really going to get any punch to it, but we're just going to boost up, use everything we have here, and suddenly a 47-point lead is what Akela has 2 cards to overcome. With double Sentry and Spellweaver, you do have a Gerhardt. He needs to assess where the best place is for this Gerhardt. It's going to probably be on the Pact. Unfortunately, this is one hell
of
a... Yeah. Whew.
It's going to be practice makes perfect onto the Meditating Mage to try to find an alumni, but even if he high rolls the high roll, I still don't think it's enough. It's going to be triple proc for Spellweavers, though, so a ton of pings now coming in at the end, but it's too late, right? Because, like, these pings, they would have been great to have these pings 5 turns ago, and then you could have killed some students or some alumni then, perhaps. Does find the alumni. It's going to be able to boost by 5, but 30 points, I think that's too much.
That might be a little bit too much here, and even though these Spellweavers are just raining terror on the other side of the board, imagine if there was 4 of those bad boys. This would have been so much closer. Unfortunately for Akela, just not enough. He missed the class, and the mages are going to go towards Big KK's side here as he's going to be in the finals of GWENT Masters.
I love to see it. Big Cuckoo Rosina moving on to the finals over Akela. 3-1 is the score, and well played by both players. We've got Big Cuckoo looking very, very collected, calm and collected. Still not over yet for him. He's going to have a big opponent coming up. The winner of Lord Triss versus TLG Cybers is the second semifinal of today.
Yeah, I hate to play revisionist history here, man, and do armchair quarterbacking on this, but I still think that Scoia'tael could have probably been the better option here because, frankly, when you're running with Scoia'tael, you at least have a couple of rebukes, potentially more, when you know that your opponent really doesn't have some straightaway tools to control your sorceresses, because let's be honest here, it's mages versus sorcerai, so you have two of these that are trying to stay on the board to collect their thoughts. So if the sorceresses are able to survive and be boosted, maybe you get more rebukes off those, maybe you can curtail the mage strategy. But hey, that's all in the past. What's happening right now is the fact that we do have Big Kukuruzina standing by, because Pavel Berja is going to ask him some questions. Here we go.
Ну, конечно.
Надо отдохнуть.
Hey guys, Big Kukuruzina, big win. Congratulations, the 2-0 to end it. How you doing, my friend?
Огромная победа, конечно, очень хорошо. Для тебя все закончилось. Расскажи нам немножко, как себя чувствуешь.
Я очень рад и не ожидал совершенно, что я выиграю. Ожидал поражения с счетом 3-1. Но мне очень сильно везло, и я выиграл.
Well, I'm really happy. I didn't actually expect that. I was expecting 3-1, but losing that game. And I got some lucky draws here, and in the end, I can be happy with the win.
Yeah, you went all in, and that was amazing. You're in the finals. How you feel about that? You want to win the whole thing?
Ты в финале, получается. Хочешь выиграть уже весь турнир?
Нет, я хочу проиграть в финале.
I want to lose in the final.
No, of course not. You don't want to lose in the final. Cybers or Lord Triss? Who would you like to go up against?
С кем хочешь встретиться в финале? С Сайберзом или с Лорд Трисом?
Я, честно говоря, не думал уже об этом. В принципе, наверное, без разницы.
Well, I actually haven't thought about it. I think it doesn't really matter.
How do you stay so calm?
Как ты можешь вот так сдерживать себя, быть таким спокойным?
Ну, это только внешне. Внутренне я был максимально неспокоен последние 2 игры. Я там прыгал на стуле почти. Но под конец успокоился, когда стало понятно, что я выиграю.
Well, this is only the appearance. Actually, in my inner self, I feel really nervous. I felt really nervous during that game. And, well, right now I'm only able to, to calm down a bit.
Yeah, awesome. All right, I will let you calm down a bit for sure. Get some rest, stay hydrated and all that good stuff. And yeah, congratulations.
Поздравляем еще раз. Отдохни немножко, попей водички и готовься к финалу.
Awesome. Thank you for the interview. Yeah, before we go, I think I have something to show you. Let's see it. There we go. King of Beggars is making a return. Human Blind Eyes, fee 1, boost self by 1. While on the deck, whenever you pay, and it's showing once again, whenever you play a tribute, remove a counter for each coin paid. For each removed counter, gain 1 coin back. When counter reaches 0, summon self from the deck to a random allied row. Counter 9, art by Lorenzo Mastroianni, as always. Beautiful art. I mean, he made Pafko Gale, so pretty much shows his talent in like 100%. But yeah, the ability itself, quite a mouthful, quite difficult. I know that Reddit will have problems with this one for sure. So thankfully, we have our analyst desk, which we'll be throwing to right now. Guys, help us out, because we need to understand this somehow in order to say that it's bad design.
I love that little dig at Reddit at the very end there. We are back with the analyst desk. Hello, I'm Shinmiri, and I'm joined by Specimen. This is a hell of a card, Speci. King of Beggars, huge card. I think this is one of the strongest cards that we're going to see in the 12 card release this set.
Yeah, King of Beggars being a new thinning option for Syndicate. We've seen also Milva yesterday, sort of being a new thinning option in ways for Scoia'tael. And this is one for Syndicate, an alternative to cards like Knickers, Roach, Sunset Wanderers, which we've seen quite a bit of this weekend. Definitely going to be really powerful, giving you some extra coins every time you pay a tribute, and then eventually being summoned from your deck. But what I love about this card as well, Shin, is it is a spender as well. So if you're low on a spender, King of Beggars can fly out of the deck and come and save the day.
It's perfect. It gives you a refund on tributes, so like Graydon, Jacques, even a Professor or Scoundrel. The only thing holding this card back right now, I think, is there's not enough good tribute cards that you want to play, but there might be barely enough, but it's like it giving you 9 coins back, 4-point body, so that's like 13 points, and then it thins itself, and it's a spender in most likely round 3 is when it's going to come out. So that's great to have that extra spender and not being denied your coin value.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head. On paper, this card is incredibly strong, but when you actually look at the other cards that synergize with it, you realize that it's not going to be easy to include in every single Syndicate deck, far from it. But moving on from King of Beggars, we have to talk about that first semi-final of the day, and where better to start with game 1. Shinmiri, Rain Skellige with a 100% win record this weekend. Obviously, Akella's not made it through, but 100% win record, so I think we can expect to see some Rain on the ladder coming soon.
Yeah, I think Rain is a very strong deck. It's got some polarizing matchups, but it's so powerful, especially when cards like Squirrel and Xavier Lemons have kind of fallen out of the meta. They were really popular at the beginning of when Harvest of Sorrow came out, when the Rain archetype really got its boost. But now people have kind of stepped away from those techs, and Rain, maybe this is the time for it to shine.
Absolutely. There was actually one graveyard hate card in this tournament, and that was Big Kuku Ruzina's Kel Tullis Carapace deck had an Xavier in there at 6 provisions, and that could have been a contributing factor as to why Akella banned Big Kuku Ruzina's Carapace deck, meaning that he was the first player not to have Nilfgaard or Northern Realms banned. And I think that had a huge impact. We saw Akella really struggle with Nature's Gift, didn't even feel confident enough to queue it when it, the Northern Realms mirror in that final game was really tough going from the red coin. So I definitely think a lot there went on with Akella. The bans, Big Kuku bringing that Carapace list, forcing the ban. I think that had a huge impact on this match. The first thing I just wanted to highlight though, Shin, from this first game, we're going to look at the huge point slam at the end, but I really want to look at Akella's line of play to enable that long round in round 3. What he did is exactly the same against Tailbot, where in round 1 he essentially did a tempo pass of sorts, where when he got down to 7 cards, rather than just leaving his Mushy Truffle order on the board for carryover, he decided to click it, meaning that he was 19 points ahead of Big Kuku Ruzina. Now, Big Kuku Ruzina, a lot of the time as Nilfgaard, you're so confident in a long round 3, but Rain, probably one of the only decks that can confidently beat Nilfgaard in that long round.
Yeah, and it's not easy. It's definitely not easy task to beat Nilfgaard in a long round. They've got so many ways to play your strategy with extra points, right, with their assimilated engines, but really greatly timed pass by Akella here. Flake and I were commenting on this as well. Just such an awkward hand for Big Kuku with all these graveyard plays and just nothing that had enough tempo to make up the measly, 8 points that he needed. If he had a Dead Man's Tongue here, maybe we're talking about a different result, but the Invocation having been to be spent on a 4 provision little Hofru, it was a huge commitment to only win the round down 1 card.
Yeah, absolutely. Akella slammed his Burner Bran, Coral still on the board, and of course thinning a Skirm as well, meaning a big tempo play. And then at that moment, Big Kuku, he plays his Brathens because he knows he can't pass. He has to win the round. He will lose in the long round. And then Akella perfectly timing the pass. So he managed to trade this final Burner Bran for a Brathens and an Invo, which is so huge in this game because it just allowed him to have his Messenger Stick. But really importantly as well, he was able to just commit his Melusine and then be able to resurrect that for a bunch of carryover in that round 3, which I think it's time now to look at that round 3 point swing, because I don't think there's any other deck in the game, Shinmiri, which can confidently be down
37.
Yeah. And also just making use of the order from Melusine here, as well as the little Hofru, killing the little Hofru, but getting 2 extra turns of Rain from that, using the leader ability, and then Bride of the Sea, of course, with Rain on the board, is able to resurrect this Sigdriffer into Ryogan. And this is exactly why this Xavier would have been such a problem for this Rain deck, because you would be able to get rid of the Melusine, the Ryogan, and suddenly there's just too much Rain, and you're not going to be able to get all that value.
Yeah, exactly. That was 13 turns of Rain on the last turn. Normally in that situation, none of those Rain would have activated because it doesn't go back to Big Kuku Ruzina's turn. That's 13 turns of Rain potentially wasted, and 13 turns of Rain getting harvested by the Ryogan is multiplied by 2 because it's 2 points per Rain, and then multiplied by 2 again because of the 1 messenger on this of the sea on the board. So that's like 52? 13 times 4, 52 points being able to take advantage of because of a card like Ryogon.
Yeah, and absolutely. After that game, I think we saw a really key moment, which I've not got a highlight for because really it's just the concept. And it was the game within the game, I almost like to call it, which in tournament play, you have to think about the order you're going to queue your decks. Big Cuckoo Ruzina controversially deciding to queue his Reckless Flurry, traditionally a red coin deck. We've seen it do so well on red coin. He queued it on the blue coin, and he managed to find Akela queuing his Northern Realms, and Big Cuckoo Ruzina was able to just win that matchup despite being on blue coin, which is not often what you see with Reckless Flurry. So the bans and the queue ordering, I think, throughout this series, because we saw it in the final game as well with Big Cuckoo having the Northern Realms mirror on the preferred blue coin. I think he did really well in his queue ordering in this series. And
that's a really good point, because like the Reckless Flurry was maybe Big Cuckoo Ruzina's weak point of his lineup, right? He had to win with Reckless Flurry as well as Nilfgaard and Northern Realms. Nilfgaard and Northern Realms have like multiple great matchups. Reckless Flurry, not so much. Maybe it's okay against Gift, but like him finding that Northern Realms matchup where and his Reckless Flurry list is kind of tech for the Northern Realms deck with extra removal for those students, like the Stunning Blow, right? So that was a really good mind game from Big Cuckoo.
Absolutely, and I think another huge moment was this bribery. Big Cuckoo Ruzina and Akela won round one and he was bleeding. Big Cuckoo decided not to maximize his assimilate points until Akela hit that magical 6 card mark, and we saw actually how close Shimiri round 3 was, despite Big Cuckoo finding things like the Terra Nova from his Joachim. So I think he made the right choice, that he respected the deck from Akela, but this bribery Shimiri is what it all came down to. I did do the maths. Gezra's also would have been enough. I think it was by 5 points, but the Simless, which had been set up by mulliganing those diplomacies, making sure they didn't enter the hand, the double diplomacy, but these diplomacies rolled really well. But also, just to point out the foresight here from Big Cuckoo Ruzina to be playing the Hammer Dryads with the Illusionists, because there's actually a bunch of options that synergize off these diplomacies. We saw the Enchantress, but things like Caress are also available from the diplomacies, and then picking this Defender as well, comboing it with the Mushy Truffle. Of course, he would have even had the double Enchantress, but the back row was full and armor not being of much use here.
Yes, exactly. I love this moment. Really good foresight and play by Big Cuckoo. Tough spot for Akela, like we mentioned earlier. The board space really preventing the potential 2-0 here. This 8-point Sorceress, it would have gone off. He missed like probably 3 Treants because of board space as well. Would have been a definite 2-0 in this case with GMT as the last card.
Yeah, and then it came down to this final game, and I too, just like Flake and yourself, were a little bit surprised to see Akela go for the Northern Realms mirror. Of course, Akela with 2 decks left, Big Cuckoo with 1. That essentially means that Akela can choose which matchups the coin flips happen on. So if he wanted this Northern Realms mirror on the opposite side, where he would be on blue coin, he would have had to have queued his Scoia'tael deck in this position. He decided not to, and maybe that's just because he wasn't confident enough with his Scoia'tael deck. Listen, he had to play with Scoia'tael and banned the monsters from Big Cuckoo. But Big Cuckoo, he just got to play his Nilfgaard and his Northern Realms, which are considered the 2 best decks. And I think Akela just wasn't quite confident enough in his Nature's Gift Scoia'tael list to win this matchup.
Yeah. First Say is a little bit too much to overcome, even though I think Spellweavers is the stronger in the mirror, because it gives you additional sources of damage and additional sources of removal. It just takes too long to set them up, and we saw, like, had Big Cuckoo dry pass round 2 and gone into a long round 3, I think this result would have been different. But by setting up the round 2 with that Adalia into the Shielded Alumni, despite it not having Zeal, it was just, there's no way for Akela to remove it. And then from that point on, you just snipe every single threat that they try to play, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right there, exactly. The Alumni is already on the board, and so it's like, okay, even though you've got a shield, I can Rafard's Vengeance to get rid of the shield. That was a really nice play, by the way, that continued the momentum that Big Cuckoo had from First Say in this round.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, first say in Northern Realms mirrors are so important because traditionally quite an engine-heavy focus deck. If you're able to play your engine first, that just means that you've got that board control, particularly when we're talking about engines that can do damage as well. You get to lay your card first. You can see this Alumni down on the board, comboing it with the Vengeance as well to wipe out the shield. And again, this is all just because Big Cuckoo was able to lay this Alumni down on the board, and Akela's constantly trying to react and really struggling to get his engines developed. And while he put up a great effort, that advantage in the mirror matchup of going first just proved too much for him to overcome. Big Cuckoo Ruzina into the final with a 3-1 win.
Exactly. So good luck to him, and we're going to be going to the second semifinal very shortly, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to pass it now back to yourself and Flake to look at the updated bracket, and looking forward to seeing the other semifinal and the final a little bit later on.
Thanks a lot, Spessy. All right, here is the updated brackets. Big Cuckoo Rosita moving on 3-1 over Akela. Flake, how you doing?
Oh, Curly and Fang are on the case. An analytics case solved by Curly and Fang. I gotta work on the theme song. I'm doing my best here, but as always, well done, Spessy. And I mean, shit, you were along for that whole ride. You know exactly how exciting those matchups were. So that's all she wrote for the first semifinal. What a start to the day! Again, some interesting choices are made in terms of deck selection. You guys broke it down real well. That was the bracket and where we're at. Another amazing semifinal is around the corner. Let's take a look at the prize pool, though. The prize pool where we're at right now. Well, there's the updated numbers, ladies and gentlemen. Big Cuckoo Rosina 3-1 against Akela. So Big KK 9,000 and change, moving on to the finals where the big buddies played, and Lord Tristan Cyber is still around the corner.
Exactly, and Akela not too shabby himself, walking home with just shy of 7,500 USD for his performance here this weekend at GWENT World Masters Season 3.
Yeah, it makes me wanna get into the game itself. Like, you know, try maybe I have what it takes to be an esports star, superstar like these players. No, that's not even anywhere close. But hey, we talked about the bundles that were available, and we kind of gave you a little bit of a bait and switch because I think we showed you the wrong bundle. So don't forget, until December 9th, these, friends, are the bundles that are available for you to purchase to support esports. They're available in the Shoop shop. So don't lose your head about these, friends, because it might bug you if you do miss the opportunity to pick these up. And there you have it, friends. I love...
Was that a pun intended? Pun intended, Flake?
I just couldn't, like, I wanted to, like, throw in, like, a fat guy pun, but I didn't really have one ready to go, so I'm just not gonna do it.
Those are the esports bundles from 2020. So if you either weren't playing Gwent at the time or just happened to miss them, this is your chance to get them because they're back just for a limited time only until December 9th.
Hey, have you seen my mug, by the way? Check out this bad boy. I don't know if you noticed. There are new cards coming around. That there are more leaks to be had. I just want to take this opportunity to just look CDPR right in the eyes and say, print more plants, you cowards. More plants.
Monsters plant archetype when?
Yeah, seriously. That's what the Golden Necker Project's all about. Did you know? No, it's not, actually. All right. More gameplay around the corners, friends. We got to talk about we have a fun little shout out to the players between between the semifinals and the finals. We'll get to that eventually, but how about the next pair of players, Shinmiri? I'm so excited about this matchup.
Yeah, we have a little special trivia segment for you. It's quite
right.
I think it's quite short, but it's involved with the players. It's got shout outs. Let's just throw it over and see what it is all about.
Good luck, Tabor. Good luck, Ilya. Time to win it. Let's go.
Good luck to all players. I hope I will not fumble. Oof.
Good luck to all players. I'm rooting for Tailbot, Shaggy, and Fireball.
I wish good luck to all the players at the GWENT Masters, but first of all to my favorite players Akela 114 and Big Cuckoo Rosina 35.
Хочу пожелать удачи всем участникам. Буду болеть за Тейлбота, Илью и Акелу. Надеюсь, что в финале мы увидим кого-нибудь из них, и пусть победит все-таки умение, а не удача.
Go get him, Shay. Yeah.
Hi, I keep my fingers crossed for all the Polish guys, but future world champion can only be one, and it will become Polska Górą.
Dear GWENT World Master participants, first of all, huge congrats on qualifying for this amazing event. I'm really looking forward to watching it. And as you know, I'm not participating this year, so it should be pretty easy to take the win, honestly. Best of luck, guys.
Hey guys, I hope this Masters will be a great competition. Shaggy, hold this thing.
Good luck to all GWENT Masters participants, even though we all know that Regis is going to take it.
I wish a very pleasant tournament to all the participants, but especially to my Polish mates and Iluha, and I hope there won't be no disconnect this time.
Это будет незабываемый турнир. Акела, вперед!
Hello everyone, I'm Boy Sound, greeting from Colombia. Good luck to all the players, and I hope this one.
I gotta say, seeing all these players, past and present, was a nice treat for us. Again, so the script said trivia, and to quote George Costanza, the card says moops, so we just said trivia. I completely forgot that it was this nice shout-out little segment here of past players. Game King and Flake, if there's anything that we have in common, it's not level of skill, it's the fact that we both completely busted our divination challenge, because I'm pretty sure he said good luck to 3 players and they all lost. So, just want to say
that was really wholesome though. I love seeing that, and yeah, I actually didn't know it was coming, but that was really cool getting the shout out from a lot of these, like pretty much all of these players have participated or played in GWENT World Masters circuit at one point or another. So great to see these familiar faces back and rooting for their favorite players.
Yeah, the community here is really tight, and again, it's so nice to see the competitive fire that of these players past coming through to just actually not just say hello and be neutral about it, but actually picking who they want to win and rooting for their favorites. So I like seeing that kinship within the game. It's great to be had, and there's still so much more to be had as well. The second half of the semifinals are around the corner. I've got Tia and Lionheart standing by for all the action there. So why don't we let Bart the Bard lead us in to meet Lord Triss and Cybers for the second semifinals here at GWENT Masters Season 3.
It seems that Lord Triss makes the entrance on the stage, declared himself an ally to one gorgeous ginger mage. Thus he had won the Open, the 4th one back then. Many may just wonder why not embrace Team Yen.
Hi everyone, I'm Lord Triss, an engineering student and GWENT player from China. This year I successfully managed to participate in 2 open tournaments and became the champion of the 4th Open. Now I'm one of the Masters Finale participants, and I hope you will support me.
The entrant which amazes so many, to be fair. His first time in big tournaments, yet finals, that's so rare. I've heard that he had studied the arts of medicine. The name is Cybers, and I wonder if Shani is his friend.
Hello, my name is TLG Cybers, also known as Spybee in the community, or also known as XXX Dark Kevin XXXD. You might remember this guy from like early this year. Yeah, this is my first time in a big tournament and unfortunately also my last time. But nonetheless, I'm hyped to be in this one. It's been a very long year. Been grinding a lot, and also the finish I had to pull myself together and like had to have top finishes on ladder, which has been pretty taxing, but yeah, I've made it this far and I hope I can go all the way this time and prove myself in the community, because you haven't seen me very much this year.
Hello everyone and welcome to the second semi-final of GWENT World Masters number 3. Yesterday was one of the most entertaining days of GWENT esports in recent memory, and today hasn't disappointed either. Who's going to book their place against Big Kukuruzina? Well, joining me to find out is the birthday girl herself, Tia Beastie. Tia, hello and happy birthday.
Hi Lionheart, thank you for the birthday wishes. I may or may already have finished a cake, so no, you cannot have any of it. Like you said, it is day 2 of GWENT Masters. We are already on the second semi-final series of the day. It is Lord Triss versus Cybers. Now, this is going to be a pretty important matchup because, as you said, the winner's going through to the finals and going to play for that title of GWENT Master. So, what are you thinking, Lionheart? What do you think the divination results are going to tell us this time around?
Well, the divination results are going to be very interesting. Yesterday, I think Lord Triss was overwhelmingly favoured when we saw the divination challenge, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Cybers was the underdog, and it is something akin to it. I'm going to ignore the percentages and say that we have something very similar to yesterday, but the head-to-head tells a different story, Tia.
It normally does, ironically, doesn't it? As we can see here in the ranked ladder of this season, Cybers have won more games against Lord Triss, but Lord Triss seems to be the community favourite, however. So I'm rather curious to actually take a look at their decks and see where the small differences lie, to see whether that will make a difference in the end of the day.
Yeah, it should do, and I believe, as Lord Triss is going to be on blue coin here, it will be Lord Triss's lists that we take a look at first.
Yes, now, Lord Triss was the most recent Open winner and brought almost the exact same lineup he used there, though so far he has been able to 3-0 Shaggy, meaning that it's safe to say these lists are working. His first list is that of Nilfgaard Double Cross Assimilate. Secondly, we go over to a Northern Realms inspired Zealist. And we also have Rafar's Vengeance, an incredibly strong card that allows you to play a bronze unit directly from your hand and then draw another card. It also has a nice crew ability that allows you to trigger it with mages and not only soldiers. So this makes for a very synergistic card in a deck that revolves mostly around mages. It also gives you some nice tempo when you need it, as it will damage a random enemy unit by 2 points when you play a unit next to it. Then we go over to his Skellige list. Now, I also want to bring attention to this Reckless Flurry's Whale Harpooner. It is a 4 provision card with a 2-point unit that's able to move an enemy to the other row and damage that enemy by the amount of cards on that row. Something like the Whale Harpooner is a very nice tech against decks like Northern Realms Mages, because it can move something like Letitia to another row, making it rather useless as you can't use the order ability anymore. I'm quite a fan of this card and I do hope we get to see it in play. Then lastly, we go over to Nature's Gift. Now, Lord Triss decided he wanted to exchange some consistency for power and control. He got rid of Falve and instead has included Sheldon Skaggs. Now, he's not playing Philavandrel either, so the only card that needs to get hand buffs is that of Skaggs through cards like Dunka as well as Bountiful Harvest. This card has a little bit of reach if you can get it buffed up enough, as it will boost itself and then use that boost to damage a card. Again, perhaps a nice little tech against Northern Realms, but can prove very valuable in almost any matchup that requires control. So let's go ahead and take a look at Cyber's list.
We can indeed. I am also briefly going to mention how much I love Sheldon Skaggs as any tech, and for the eagle-eyed amongst you, perhaps just caught a sneaky leak as we were going through there. So if you did see it, I'm sure you have already mentioned so in the chat, but we can see Cyber starts with his Double Cross Assimilate, has got the Heath Wave, which can obviously always prove useful for toll removal. Does make mirror matches a little bit trickier though in various series. When I was speaking to Paja and Cybers, when they were prepping yesterday, they did mention that they felt it was necessary for the Gedenith matchup, but of course there isn't one here, so it'll be interesting to see if that provides any benefit or not.
And Lord Triss bought Flurry, of course, and beat Shaggy's Nilfgaard yesterday, so I'm very excited for that. I'm also curious, we may see a dreaded Nilfgaard mirror if it avoids the Banhammer, one of Gwent's craziest possible opportunities, and there is a Mage Infiltrator at the bottom of this list for Cybers here, a card that we haven't seen too much, and originally this was actually put in there as an Azar Javed tech, because he was prepping for matchups against Pyreball, and was of the opinion that obviously this would be a fantastic tech. Now, while he won't find that today, it does still provide a little bit of additional opportunity from Brathens, could potentially pair this with a Joust to give a list that lacks some damage, that little bit of extra damage there, that little bit of extra reach. It's a strange little off tech, but you never know, it could just pay off for him. But we go on to Inspired Zeo Mages, banned yesterday, and, well, could end up being banned again today if the stars align and my prayers are answered. But I'm curious to see what Cybers does, because yes, his ban plan may stay the same, but he performed so well against Alumni yesterday. He was the only player to beat it. In fact, he beat it twice yesterday in a row, so I'm very curious to see if he sticks with that plan or if he shuffles a little bit. But next is the hybrid Flurry Geddy list that we saw in action yesterday, and there is a card in there that some of you may not be too familiar with. That's Dwinviandra. Now, the Dwinviandra is a really cool card for this list. The potential points it can pick up paired with Mushy Truffle is really crazy. Can also reactivate the Gedineth as well, as there is one in this list. Now, not Battle Trance Leader, so you won't get the heal value from the alchemy, but if you can spawn it and protect your engines, straight away Dwinviandra being able to turn that on over and over again and synergize there with the Crow Clan Preachers, and I had to enunciate that very carefully. It's incredibly powerful, and the fact that Dwinviandra can re-enable that on the range row is really, really powerful and a really, really useful card to see. One perhaps not everyone would have been expecting to turn up in Masters. Final list. Oh, wasn't it decisive yesterday? It's Alza Precision Strike with a Madoc. Alza, the RNG on show yesterday, it mixed from a measly 5 points of spawned units for the first one. Second time, a Count Caldwell that bounced all over the board and ended up being decisive. I wonder, Tia, if we're going to see something as crazy as that today or not.
Lionheart, I think everybody has the same answer to that question. Yes, yes, and yes. Alzar is so much fun. Oh, and yesterday when we got to see Caldwell coming onto the board against Pyreball, that was just so much fun. And man, RNG makes a big difference when it comes to a card that revolves around RNG. Who would have thought?
I know, it really does. There's some really interesting lineups for the players. I think lineup by lineup, Lord Triss will be the slightly happier of the two. Cyber's lineup was targeting what he expected Pasha to bring, which is very different from what Lord Triss has brought. But similar to the last series, I feel like it's going to come down to who gets their third deck through, their Squirtle deck through. And I think that could end up being the decisive factor here.
I mean, yes, and they brought very different Squirtle lists, actually. We have a Precision Strike Alza list from Cybers, and Lord Triss has Symbiosis. What are we seeing here?
We have my prayers answered. It is a double Northern Realms ban. Both players. So Cybers has changed his ban, even though he did beat it yesterday, has decided, no, I am not playing with that. We have had enough alumni for one series. Thank you very much, Cybers. And we are going to see the same from Lord Triss as well, Tia.
Oh no, not Alumni, Lionheart. I was so looking forward to that matchup. Yes, and Cybers being the only person, I think, who beat Alumni quite comfortably, and not just once, but twice against Pyreball. So, interestingly enough, he's still banned it, and we will be seeing Lord Triss's Nilfgaard list for the first time during this tournament. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen here. This is going to be close in my opinion. We have Lord Triss starting off on blue coin, Cybers on red. Yesterday Lord Triss decided to take Squirtle through on blue coin. I wonder if he's going to do the same today.
Quite possibly. I mean, it is the list that I feel like he's going to want to get through, and I think it's the one that Cybers will be happiest trying to deal with. Preventing that getting a win could be what it comes down to. And the same on the flip side for Precision Strike here. As many points as Nature's Gift can produce, it also has the opportunity to be slightly bullied if you have just enough control to be able to do that, and he will feel like that's probably his best chance. Some of the other matchups are going to be particularly tough. The Nilfgaard list from Lord Triss, I'm really excited to see. Adding that Sunset Wanderers in to make a bleed really awkward, the amount of additional points that can potentially provide could be the difference.
That's very true, and I think we discussed this earlier. Cyprus actually has a bit of heatwave in some of his lists, and it's not always something you want to trade into Sunset Wanderers. Like you said, it's very much like an expensive knickers. If something comes out of your hand, you don't necessarily want to play something, your exact words. So it will be interesting to see whether these two trade into each other, and whether that's something that Cyprus actually wants, because he did build his list very much to target that of Pireball. Today, will it be enough to target Lord Triss's lists?
Well, we will see right here, because as yesterday, he starts off on blue with that Scoia'tael list, and Cybers takes his Skellige list through here. So instantly, he's dropping those Dwin Meanderers out, has not got his full discard package in hand, but does have one of the targets at least on his side. But oh, Lord Triss, very talented, has found that Skags in hand. That could be crucial here from that mulligan.
Yes, unlike Lord Triss, I never draw Sheldon Skaggs round one, but he's very talented, as it is clear. That is definitely a card you need as quickly as possible, as you only have a limited number of hand buff cards, and Lord Triss now shuffling away those Bountiful Harvest perhaps, maybe wanting to get it through with Simlas instead, as we aren't playing Orbs in this list, and that is likely the double special you want to tutor through Simlas.
Yeah, quite possibly. He does have a couple of options in deck for that still, the Temperings and also the Rebukes. Has none of those in hand, so could choose to use those if it really came down to it this round. But as you mentioned, finding his tutors is really important, because there is no access to Falv in this list for him. Drops out and just says, can you answer this? Tool removal, not the easiest thing outside of a Heatwave here for Cybers, although he can answer this if he chooses. A Giga Scorpion plus a Leader Charge here could clean that up, but it's very expensive early on for Cybers.
It sure is very expensive, but so is a Heatwave. Either way, that will get Cybers ahead here and give him a chance to maybe take the round on even. Instead, he says no, he's placing his little half-row there on the board. That will later count for carryover in the graveyard, and perhaps will make the next little half-row a stronger one at 8 points.
Yeah, it makes sense. The little half-row is a really interesting card to play into that situation, because there's no real removal possibility, so damaging it would only have caused a benefit for Cybers if he rolled 3 damage there. Doesn't, finds an orb and gets the Vitality synergy onto the Hamadryad he dropped. Really nice there for Lord Triss.
Yeah, that is quite nice, though a Bountiful Harvest is always a nicer option, especially if already boosted. We do see Darren coming out there from Cybers' end. What will he place in the graveyard? He goes for the Crow Mother once again. Now, you do have the option of going for Morkvarg instead, but a lot of the times players choose to go for the Crow Mother, getting it out with their first Alchemy card.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. He is running a Hame Scald as well as Burner and Coral, so he already wants potentially 4 targets to discard if he plays all of those. So when you remove the Morkvarg from the Darren, it does take one of the 3 best targets away, whereas Crow Mother will act as carryover, and on red coin he can afford to be a little bit slower on tempo, doesn't need to necessarily waste that tempo here immediately, and can hold back those points for the later rounds.
Yes, and we see that Witch's Student being dropped. Personally, one of my favorite cards. It's actually so synergistic in this deck. As we can see, just gave the Hamadryad a little bit of vitality there, and already that vitality simply doubles because of the fact that it's Hamadryad. So a very nice little unit, and not very costly either. So I think the Cat Witcher Student will grow up to do great things one day.
Most definitely. The balancing act there, pretty impressive. It's nice for Lord Triss here, because he can stack a lot of value onto that card here, saying, you know what, if you want to Heatwave it, okay, Heatwave it, but then it's gone. Knows in Cyber's deck, of course, there is more than just one tool removal. There is a Morkvarg available as well. They are basically the 2 options, and to commit them right now, unless Cybers is going particularly offensive, would be well, it'd be quite a commitment. So instead, again, he sets up another little half-root, which effectively does play for carryover, as it is stronger into the graveyard here, and we'll feel pretty happy. Lord Triss responds rapidly, not messing around, with a simple vitality there.
Now, I can sort of see Cybers maybe taking this round, going out on 7 cards. It's not ideal. Again, that Heatwave is being baited by Lord Triss. It would definitely prefer it on that of a Hammer Dryad than Gezras or even a Gord. But Cybers needs to be careful here, as he needs to be able to deal with those threats from Lord Triss's deck when they come out. Gezras can't be left unchecked, but we still have 3 leader chargers that will find their targets. We have a Giga Scorpion decoction, Gutting Slash. Cybers can commit something like a Heatwave if he really wants to, and he might be able to get away with it as well.
He could do. I mean, his hand's really awkward here. I don't blame him for the pass. He's effectively set himself up, taken some carryover. Knows Lord Triss hasn't been able to do those things either. He's committed points. That's absolutely fine. I suppose he does have an orb in graveyard, and he wasn't able to push that orb back out here in this round, so there is an element of carryover for him as well. Another spell card that will come back out, but overall, a little bit annoyed, I'm sure, that he couldn't get a little bit more out in a round 1 on Red Coin. Would have hoped to press a bit, but now has drawn pretty well discard package-wise, so is in a pretty decent shape. Although on the other side, Lord Triss has quite a hand to bleed here. Are we going to see the patented soft push, or is it going to be an all-in? Because Gift certainly can't abuse you missing your cards if it finds all of its engines.
Yes, it's certainly known for abusing you on round 2, as round 3 it can often just overswarm if you put too many threats on the board. Those Treants keep popping out everywhere. Cybers, I think, can comfortably defend this bleed if he needs to, and he will need to, as we do see Ethne coming out onto the board in her 2nd form.
We do. Now, there's an option here for Cybers. He can decide to try and clean those up with leader charges, or perhaps drop the Coral, a little bit of thinning, a little bit of tempo, and try and snipe one of the 2 of them, then use a leader charge to remove the other. We did see yesterday the Ethne soft push at 9 or 10 cards it can be really valuable. In this kind of matchup, we saw Tailbot commit his Gedineth straight off the bat as a response. So it's going to be interesting to see. He does decide to take that Coral here, finds the snipe. Wouldn't be surprised to see him lead a charge here. Oh, RNG has said nope. She is protected.
Oh my goodness.
He does. Oh my lord.
No. Oh, that's extremely unlucky. Cyber's not happy with that. My goodness. So those are random pings, by the way. They are not targeted, and we were hoping to get rid of that little 2-point Dryad who is eating the apple. Oh, we are committing that final charge.
That's huge commitment there, and he's not happy. A lot of the time you would have got that in 1. He has had to commit all of them here. Really not happy, and you could see slight movement from Lord Triss even in that situation there as he concentrates. In his defense, I believe it's about 3 a.m. for him.
Oh yeah, it's very early for Lord Triss. I would not be able to do this at the dawn itself. Now, we see Lord Triss committing a single card here, boosting the Gezras. He can get out on 7 cards if he wishes, but he might be committing into this round a little bit farther. Though, he doesn't really have a lot set up on his end. Cyber's eliminated the threats and now has to decide himself what he needs to do. He still has a lot of options, though. He doesn't have to commit. He has Coral on the board, though I doubt that's surviving if Lord Triss goes deeper into this round. A little circle of life right there is going to eliminate it quite quickly.
It will indeed, and he will finally get some boost onto the Sheldon Skags, I assume, to increase the value of that, and he does. I'm unsure here, though, if there was a quick shuffle on that Maxi, because if my calculations were right in the few seconds we saw that, he would be missing Fukusha, even with the burner double thinning, taking every mulligan. I think he misses the Fukusha by 1, so it's going to be interesting to see if he did in fact take that.
Yes, and interestingly enough, he's not yet going for Burner. Bran instead decides to get Little Halfru from the graveyard. We see the Crow Mother popping out onto the board for 4 points as well, putting him quite comfortably ahead here. Lord Triss does not care. He's going to go deeper into the round here. And what do we see Isengrim's Council getting? He has access to Sumlas, Gord, that's a little bit early, as well as a nice Dunka that will boost Skags even bigger. That's going to give him some reach there for a short round, perhaps.
Now, losing that leader charge is really awkward for him because he now can't use a leader charge to clean up this Valve really easily, this Dunker rather. He could have Giga Scorpioned it previously and just dropped a leader charge and hoped. He may now rain and do the same thing, hope RNGesus is on his side at the 4th time of asking, will he get a rain ping here? He does finally win one of those. And I think the reason he's not using Burner is just the sheer tempo that she can provide. And at the moment, he doesn't need to do so. He's comfortably ahead, so doesn't feel the need to do that right now.
And we do see Simlas coming onto the board there, and Bountiful Harvest coming out. Now Lortress gets to pick the card that he wants to boost from hand. He likely will go for the Sorceress here, if I'm not mistaken. It does boost Sheldon, a very lucky boost there. Sheldon already 10 points, providing 4 points of damage if played from hand. And I do believe Lortress will go deeper into this round. Question is whether he'll end up committing all of his cards, as Gezras currently will be able to boost every card on that range row, giving him quite a bit of points and tempo.
Yeah, it can be really, really valuable. And that's one of the things that Gift does really well. It can start with a little bit of a soft push, but when you choose to commit those final pieces or not, you can just back out. A lot of the times, you will find enough tempo with your setup cards. If maybe you commit 1 or 2 key pieces, but ultimately you tend to end up in a half-decent situation where you can still make the decision. The gap here isn't huge. So there's another 1 turn of rain. So in reality, there's only 4 points right now. And Cyber's trying to decide what he wants to do here. He really doesn't want to commit his Gedineth, but at the same time, it's an awkward. If he waits too long to do so, he's in trouble. So needs to work out what he's going to do here pretty quickly. And he does give the Gedi, which I think gives a pass as well, which is not ideal for him.
That certainly does give Lortress a pass. Is it one he'll take? That's the question. He still has a nice Sorceress there on the board, and he decides to use it instead. Won't be surprised if he eliminates the Crow Clan Preacher engine right off the bat, goes for Gezras, says, haha, this is not a soft push like you might have thought, this is potentially a 2-0. Now, I do think Gezras will be eliminated with a well-placed Heat Wave. It doesn't have to happen immediately though, as he will only have 2 points of damage when he goes on to the melee row. Cybers can technically wait around here if he wishes, maybe use something like Burner Brand to shuffle some cards out of his hand. Yeah, he has to think carefully now whether he's going to commit or whether he's just going to try and survive the bleed.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually quite difficult here because for Triss, that's brilliant. He's in a fantastic spot. All of the Treants that are there, they're all nicely spawned on the back row, and it's a scary engine. Cybers can deal with that, but there is still a massive 15-point gap if he heat waves that right now. I think he has to, but now he's got to find 15 points in a single card with no leader. Crow Mother's already on the board as well, so it's going to be interesting to see if Triss says, I'm going to keep going here. He really is pushing, going for the throat, thinks, you know what, I feel I am in a good position to try and take this, and again, finds a Sorceress.
Oh wow, look at Sheldon. This is the perfect game for Lortress. Honestly, having Sheldon from the very beginning, finding all of your hand buffs as beautifully as he has done. This Sheldon, I believe, is going to play for something like 18 points now if he gets his way, though that Sorceress could still give him another Bountiful Harvest, giving even more hand buff to Sheldon. We see Cybers committing Burner Brand there. Ooh.
That Truffle is huge to pull into hand. Expect to see Morkvarg disappear here, and quite probably the Scald as well. He's going to have to kind of go for max points. May decide not to, of course. Could decide, no, he does. Makes sense. And he's trying to delay giving a target. He's assuming the Skags is in hand, doesn't want to give the other Crow Clan Preacher here as a removal target. So it's going to be interesting to see what he chooses here.
Let's see. Does he click? That is the question. It's going to be very telling. If he holds it, it means he's planning on committing Sheldon. Ooh, is Cybers going to have enough points here? He has access to more than enough druids. He will definitely get all the ticks there on Geddy's side. Mushi Truffle is going to be beautifully placed. We're going to get that nice alchemy golden froth out onto the Crow Clan Preachers. They're going to have bonded as well, which will boost each of them by 2 instead of 1. It's going to be close, I think. It's going to be very close.
Yeah, it really is, and of course slams through. Geddy still going to proc here. We do see the click now. Does he take the... He can take the extra carryover, but here's the thing from the Bountiful Harvest, but that doesn't really help him. He'd much rather remove the unit, because... And finding that is great for him as well. This is already going to overkill. 41 points, 42 points he needs to find here. Even with last proc of Geddy, this is going to be close because his Bride of the Sea has no rain. It can't grab any rain for him, so it is limited to what it's going to pull here.
Yeah, it's not going to get him a lot, is it? He's going to have access now to Golden Froth, at least at 4 provisions. I don't believe this gets him ahead, in all honesty. I think this is Lord Triss's game, bringing Squirtle through on blue coin. Let's see.
Yeah, I think so. It's a massive point gap to make up here, and I simply don't think he has the cards. This would probably have been worst case here for Cybers, because this is the one list that I think he would have been hoping he could have held off here. And that 2-0 soft bleed, that, you know, that little threat, I'm going to bleed, you're going to have to deal with the bleed, turns into a 2-0, and Lord Triss here 1-0 up. He has got gift through.
I mean, good on Lord Triss getting Squirtle through on blue coin. It is the best coin for Squirtle after all. Interestingly enough, Cybers took Scaliger here on a red coin, whereas yesterday he initially brought it through on blue, I believe. He picked Scaliger on blue coin twice against Piable, but instead decided to take it on red here. I wonder why he did that.
I mean, it's one of the lists he deemed as reasonably flexible. It can be really nice on blue coin, especially into certain matchups, if you can find your Coral and pair with your Mask of Ouroboros, but he is on red coin today and was on blue coin tomorrow with the same deck, so his more flexible lists kind of have to be exactly that, flexible, and he would honestly have hoped that that Reckless Flurry would have been okay into Nature's Gift. The fact that he had to use all 3 leader charges so early there because he just could not take out that token really ended up hurting him, I think, in the end, but an amazing push and eventually 2-0 from Lord Triss.
Yes, very well done. We now have Lord Triss going through on red coin, and Cybers is going to have to defend it on blue coin. Now, Cybers, of course, has the option of playing his own Squirtle list with Ulzer on blue. I think that's the most preferable one, to be honest. He could also go for Scaliger again, maybe go for a little snipe. And we have Lord Triss, who has to perhaps consider taking his Nilfgaard list on red coin. Normally the preferable option, as Nilfgaard isn't very proactive. You don't always want first say, rather you want to go second.
Yeah, and taking that list, especially with the Sunset Wanderer in Lord Triss's list, could be really useful for him, because if he does decide, you know what, I don't need to commit into this round, the Sunset Wanderer is really, really nice to be able to just resist a bleed and effectively give yourself last say quite consistently. It's one of those really annoying cards because you may be able to answer it, but you have to take a turn to answer it, whereas your opponent didn't take a turn to play it. I can't believe you used the phrase fancy knickers that I said to you on stream, but nonetheless, it is true, it's a fair point. It is effectively just a set of fancy knickers. So yeah.
As a great man once said, it's a fancy knickers. Why use any other terminology when that will do quite nicely? And I mean, Sunset Wanderers is an expensive knickers. Including that in your deck and making space for it, it's an interesting option there on Lord Triss's end, because Nilfgaard doesn't really see a lot of Sunset Wanderers unless you're playing a deck that can sort of manipulate it and have it grow bigger than it would. This one is just purely for extra tempo, and I mean, Lord Triss is known for playing Arahasom. I'm not just saying that to say the word Arahas, believe it or not. And he normally does play Sunset Wanderers in his Arahas list. I wouldn't forget, as it is one of my favorite lists to normally cast. So perhaps Lord Triss liked that initial tempo you get from round 1, having Sunset Wanderers draw another card for you, popping out at what, like 7 points perhaps. Yeah, it will be interesting to see, and I certainly would like to see if Cybers bleeds it out or maybe deals with it directly with something like a Heatwave.
Yeah, but that's not what we're going to see yet. We get the mirror match. Cybers has said no. It is Skelliger time, and goes for the Skelliger mirror here on blue. Now, saying mirror, both of the 2 lists are Reckless Flurry, but they are not that similar. A few similarities, but it is actually, as you can see from Cybers' hand, he is kind of a hybrid list. This hybrid list particularly decent here, with Gedineth as well, of course, that we've just seen, but Lord Triss is just all-out Reckless Flurry, more traditionally sort of damage control heavy list.
Yes, and as we can see again, Lord Triss has included the Sunset Wanderers. That is normally what you expect in a Skellige list that has the discard package, as you can nicely manipulate when that card comes out. Cybers, on the other hand, like you said, this is very much a hybrid list that was initially built to deal with Pyabul's lineup. And as we can see, we have Gedenith in this one, something Lord Triss doesn't have, and we also don't have Sunset Wanderers. So I'm very curious to see which list is going to prove superior in this matchup. Cybers having Mask of Ouroboros will certainly give him a little bit more tempo in round one, something he definitely needs.
Yeah, most definitely, and I believe here he is dropping the Maxi Van Decker just as an opening play, gives himself all the information he can get. We will find out if there is indeed a shuffle from him or not. Obviously, you don't want to play your discards out too early. He was hoping to see a Coral somewhere near the top there, as he does not have it to pair with his Mask of Ouroboros too easily here.
Cybers here having Burner but not Coral, that does often happen. As we saw, he might be putting Crow Mother back into the deck, as he does currently have Morkvark in hand. Lord Triss going for Xavier. Now that's something not a lot of people have in their decks, and it's going to hurt in this matchup.
Yeah, it is. There were a lot of techs into this series where if you look deck to deck, there were just answers perhaps for Lord Triss. Oh, and he does draw the Coral, actually. Very nice for him there. Does find the Coral, Cybers. But yeah, those little techs, the Xavier is a really awkward one for multiple of Cybers' lists, for instance, that actually hasn't appeared anywhere near as much as I expected it to at Masters. Lord Triss, really, really nice pick there.
Yeah, you are correct. I haven't seen many Squirrels nor Xavier, and especially since many people are running Skellige, that's quite odd to see actually. But yes, Xavier paying off immediately, getting rid of the Crow Mother, reduces that little bit of carryover Cybers would have gotten when he played an Alchemy card. I'm curious to see whether that card survives for long. There's no reason to eliminate it too early on, really depending on what you put into the graveyard. And if we don't hit Xavier, we hit the Hafer instead, so we can't eliminate it too easily this way.
No, I mean, it was interesting. He didn't go for full tempo there. He does have discards in hand, multiple of them, but decided to get rid of a Gutting Slash initially, then the Morkvarg, rather than going for the point value. We see Lord Triss respond Coral for Coral, and each of them has now found 6p removal effectively in that situation from the mulligan there.
Yeah, that's very true. Each holding on to that a little bit longer. Lord Triss is going to have to deal with some Crow Clan Preachers here on Cybers, and he might not want to commit that too early on, as these engines will be popping out of Cybers Getty at some point in time. Now, Cybers does have some discard, as you say, that he can use tempo forward here. He does have Coral on the board as well, so it will be very synergistic to actually do so. Question is, what does he draw into, and will he have to throw something away he's not yet ready to discard?
Yeah, quite possibly, although he does have the Haymay Scald as a second removal if he chooses to. The issue for Cybers here, he's at 7 cards and he's still ahead. About the same amount has been committed, maybe slightly more in terms of discard package for him, only by a single point, of course. He's got to consider, is this a time to jump out here? Stop putting things in the graveyard that aren't going to stick. You're losing all of your carryover effectively. Don't have to worry about Xavier, or is he going to commit? And he does take the commitment option. He gets rid of Coral instead of Xavier, so I would expect to see that that disappear pretty quickly in the Giga Scorpion. I don't think he'll have access to that for later from the Bride of the Sea, of course.
Not if Xavier's on the board, and Cybers doesn't seem to care at this point. As long as he can keep his Fukushia targets in the graveyard, then all will be fine. But he has to play carefully here, because he will not be able to play Fukushia round 2 if he commits his graveyard targets in round 2. It won't go into the graveyard until round 3, so there's a lot of things he needs to take into consideration here, especially if he allows Xavier to live for longer than he should.
Yeah, indeed. You saw Lord Triss there drop a leader charge to put the pressure on, ensure that Cybers did not get a pass there, albeit Burner has brought some real powerhouse cards into hand. Now has access to the Morkvarg, which of course we know will be pretty useful and probably end up being the answer to that Sunset Wanderers later on, as well as the Mushy Truffle, which can play for carryover that isn't as interruptible.
That's for sure. He does have access to a lot of strong cards in hand currently. Definitely cards he doesn't want to commit too early. Even the Crow Clan Preacher, I believe Cybers has a very limited amount of druids in his deck. He can't afford to just throw one away unnecessarily, and he does decide to hold on to his little combo in hand, going into the next round instead.
Now, this is big here. He's going to have to commit one of his 6p removal cards here. Just about gets him ahead without committing. He would have wanted to give that Gutting Slash because that would also have done 6 damage with the Bloodthirst situation, but couldn't because it would have also committed his Sunset Wanderers. So annoying for Cybers that is going into a further round, but also costs a slightly bigger piece of the puzzle for Lord Triss.
Yes, now both players actually have Heatwave in their list. Cybers having his in hand right now, though he won't find a target as big as that of Geddy in Lord Triss's list. Lord Triss, on the other hand, hasn't drawn his Heatwave yet, so if Cybers decides to maybe commit something like Geddy a little bit early on, Lord Triss won't be able to deal with it. But of course, we'll see whether Lord Triss wants to bleed here or not, as he does currently have round control.
Yeah, he does indeed. Not surprised to see this push here, the potential, whether it does end up being a little soft push and try and get out, or use the value that Sunset Wanderers can to try and get things like the Getting out without having to Heatwave it. Of course, if he can get the commitment of it now, that he can save that Heatwave for something else a little bit later.
Yes, that's very true, and I wouldn't be surprised if Cybers go for something like the Mushy Truffle as well. It provides very nice carryover in the form of its order ability, and Duem Viandra will give you another order ability, one of the best bronzes in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, most definitely. Wouldn't be surprised to see him mirror it here, but does he take the same option, or because it doesn't get him ahead, does he go for the potential bonded value the other way? He doesn't. He mirrors it. Is he going to leader here to lock this into the round? Because it's an awkward leader target. Unless he's double leadering, he's probably not leadering at all, because you're giving additional value.
It is an awkward leader target, as it will only damage it by 3, and a swift click of a little halfer will give 4 points of rain damage, making for a nice little exchange there. Lord Triss going for the 8-point little halfer, racking up more points. Cybers can follow suit if he wants to, though again, it will not get him ahead.
No, and it's quite possible here, he's considering it. How long is too long to wait is the question here. He knows where Sunset Wanderers is, obviously he can see that next turn that is coming out, but also does have the answer to it. So for Lord Triss now, there wasn't even a thought, straight into the maxi. Ooh, this could be interesting as a maxi for him, because he is currently missing his own Heatwave and also Morkvarg. Will find the Heatwave if he doesn't shuffle, keeping the Scald and of course the Morkvarg. So it's going to be really interesting to see what he chooses to do there, knowing he's missing it.
Yes, and we see the Sunset Wanderers coming out onto the board. A scary bit of tempo actually there for Lord Triss. He draws the Whale Harpooner, a very nice little card over there. Do not underestimate its power. It will damage a unit by the amount of points on a row. So keep an eye on that. Cybers now having quite a bit of a margin to catch up with here. He can commit something like his Mushy Truffle order ability, but he has to be rather careful here, because again, he might be wasting alchemy points for that of his druids later on. He does have Duem Viandra on the other hand, but it's going to be rather awkward. He first has to commit a 3rd card there on the range row in order to get 6 points with Golden Froth. I do suspect a Morkvarg, coming out right there.
There's an argument to click here as well, or leader charge, to get himself ahead and lock Triss in here. Surprised he didn't. I'm a little surprised he hasn't chose to do one of those two things here. A little surprised that he chose not to do that. This could be Lord Triss saying, you know what? Actually, this is me saying goodbye here. Does mean he would have to fight into a longer round against a Gedeneth when he is now not guaranteed to instantly have the Heatwave that he needs if he hasn't shuffled. So that's going to be, I think, the decision maker for him.
I think it's just psychological warfare at this point. He's purposely not clicking, pretending like he's fine. He is going to catch up easily. He doesn't need it. Lord Triss not falling for the bait. He goes directly into Fukusha, who goes for the maximum amount of rain in exchange for an 8-point half-through. Not bad at all.
Yeah, and again, that's a lot of value here that he finds. He does miss one of the pings there, hits the armor, of course, and I mean, there's a lot of tempo left. Lord Triss has got a very, very greedy list where Geralt Quen is concerned, with only 2 targets, a Bear Witcher and a Bear Witcher Adept, but we know, paired with the Bear Witcher, that is a huge amount of points when you gain the shield synergy, and now Cyber's having to commit that Gedeneth here. This may be the point where Lord Triss goes, thank you, and I am out of here. But we will see a lot of rain value still on the board for him.
Yes, the only worry here is he going to have enough druids here? He has a Crow Clan Preacher in hand, but I don't recall him committing anything in round 1 that he can get out with Fukusha. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I don't believe so, but either way, I don't think he's expecting this to go as far, so I think he should be okay. As soon as he gets the bonded value from the 2 of them, he will always get masses of points if they stick on the board from the alchemy cards.
Well, I have a feeling if Lord Triss is going deeper into this round, he might very well commit his Giga Scorpion decoction. But no, he decides to pass, doesn't have Heatwave in hand, gets Geddy, he's happy with that, and he hops out of the round.
He does. I mean, it's an expensive round for both players, really. There was the option, of course, to try and find that other druid. He could have used Fukusha into Coral or Burner to try and shuffle through and find another one if it really came down to it. But now he'll just be doing the maths. Is it worth dropping the other bonded druid here? Because that will get him out. Does go down that line. Played it out here, and it is enough points by 2. No, he's going to have to lead
yet. Not yet. Yeah, he is going to have to commit a charge here. That rain is a little bit pesky. It's going to do 2 points of damage into the next turn.
It is. Now, does he value the leader charge or the points from the truffle? That's what it's going to be. That's the question. That's what he's working out right now. Has either option here. He can just use the truffle, put the option in the graveyard. It's a lot of points, but the leader charge is more cost effective here, and decides to go down that line.
Yes, well, the leader charge is 3 points versus Golden Froth, that is 6 points. It obviously depends what you value more, your own boost and protection on your side of the board, or rather transferring damage onto your opponent's side. Both now going into the next round with those order abilities still intact. They also have 2 leader charges each. This is going to come down to a very similar gameplay here. Lord Triss still not having Heatwave in hand though, and Cyber's having access to Fukusha. That is going to be pretty valuable for him.
And it's a lot of points, and it looks like, Lord Triss knew what he was drawing into by the look of it. I believe, as that was a very brave mulligan. If he didn't, as of course that Quen only has 1 more target remaining here. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, then that he knows exactly what he's drawing into. Or he's just very brave.
He might be very brave. Fortune favors the brave. But Cyber's here having to decide what he's going to be playing on blue coin. That Skirmisher looking rather sad, unfortunately. He could, of course, go for Fukusha into a little bit of discard here. It might not hurt in a shorter round. He just has to be careful what he wants to place on the board, as Lord Triss still has 6 points of reach with that Giga Scorpion decoction, as well as a well-placed leader ping.
He does indeed, and in my ear I have just had a little message from the analyst desk. Of course, he did shuffle, they've come out in different orders, and was smart enough to put the Bear Witcher on the bottom to guarantee that he never drew it, which is exactly the right line from Lord Triss there, because he was missing certain cards, and has still managed to miss his Heatwave, in fact.
Yeah, missing that Heatwave is rather unfortunate, as something like Morkvarg will not really find much value in a matchup like this. Morkvarg is definitely a tech for something like a Sunset Wanderer, which Cyber simply doesn't have. Ooh,
and
now
on the shuffle, that is really nice for Lord Triss. He finds the other Morkvarg there. In a shuffle deck, I mean, he had a 1 in 5, so 20% chance of finding it. Really 1 in 4 because he knew the bottom card. But still, we'll be very happy to see that. Cyber's jamming cards here. He is taking a page out of Cam's book here and is making all of his thought process in his opponent's turn and giving him as little time as possible to react.
Yeah, he's got 2 Halfers on the board now, and Lord Triss having to decide what he wants to play. You don't really want to damage any of these Halfers, as again, they just trade easily into rain if you so. What options do we have? We don't want to go for the Bear Witcher yet. We can go for the Witcher Adept, though I'm not sure if that... Well, when else would you play the Witcher Adept? I mean, you'd rather have it played earlier than
Try and clean
later.
this up. He's going to try and leader this and see if he gets more lucky, and he does. Yeah, first try. Cleans that up. No problem there, not having the same issues. Just one single ping of damage onto an 8-point little Hafru, of course, isn't a problem. You don't mind that at all, because it damages itself by the same amount if you use rain. So he'll be pretty happy with the way that went here. Down to just one leader charge. And yeah, the Morkvarg, not the best, but at the moment, the Morkvarg is going to end up being more used realistically than the Heatwave, because at least it has a body. It's worth at least the 5 points plus damage rather than just removal.
That's very true, and we do see Fukusha coming in with Carl. Carl going to be able to exchange that Skirmisher for a different card. Ooh, now that is very nice. Duemviandra being able to play another Golden Froth there. Lotris may be regretting the fact that he doesn't have access to Heatwave, as getting rid of the Mushy Truffle would be quite a powerful play from his end. It will make Duemviandra merely a 4-point body, and Cybers suspecting he might have Heatwave in hand, thus clicking the order ability on the Mushy Truffle.
Yeah, and that was comfortably the best draw that Cybers could have found there. He got a Pella and a Preacher, as well as 2 Duemviandras in deck. Had the best chance of finding them, of course, because there were 2 of them in deck, but they are going to produce the most points. Be interesting to see what he takes here, though, because right now he has a single turn of Rain, so he can play a Freya's Blessing here, which looks like that may be the line he takes. Could end up being the most points for him here. Can resurrect the killed 8-point option. Actually, in fact, no, there's only a 6. But it is, of course, going to come out at 8 points of value here for him, which is a decent play from that Bride, pairing the rain damage that he had.
That's quite a bit of points there on Cyber's side of the board. Lotris has some catching up to do at this point. Again, Morkvarg not playing for much, but like you said, at least it is a body, and it will be able to ping down a little bit of units there that are on the green side. He also has access to some of his Graveyard Alchemy cards, and we know there's still a Bear Witcher sitting in his deck. Cybers, though, having access to Heatwave, can get rid of that 8-point Bear Witcher body if necessary, and I'm sure it might be something that he's considering.
Yeah, could well be. This is a huge amount of points here. This is actually... It looks further away than it's going to be. It's going to be quite close, and I would say, bizarrely, that Bear Witcher ends up being your best Heatwave target, which is quite scary, really.
I do think it might be, though Cybers can just play Duemviandra for now and keep an eye on Lotris' side of the board. He doesn't have to commit it yet. Perhaps him himself is considering getting rid of a Mushy Truffle there, though I highly doubt it. The 8-point body looks like nice bait, let's put it like that. Rather suspicious. I'd go with Duemviandra for now and not press the order ability if I don't need it.
Yeah, it doesn't need to. No need to Heatwave that whatsoever yet, because if you do end up clicking the Truffle at the moment, the Bear Witch is one of the things that's going to be a target for you. You don't want to heal that Adept, he's going to heal himself, so you're turning your own engine off if you do that. So I don't think he will click it until it's the last possible turn anyway, but it'll be interesting to see where Lotris goes from here. He knows there aren't going to be too many tall units, but with Last Say and another Truffle charge, he's more likely to want to play just the Bride of the Sea here.
Yes, I'm curious to see. He's definitely considering his plays here, whether he should go with Morkvarg or the Bride of the Sea. He does go with Bride of the Sea, and he is going to go with an extra 6 points there. Whether it's enough, I actually doubt it. It's rather close. It is rather close.
Interesting choice there. He decided to play the Bride before clicking the Truffle for the maximum value, because of course it would have ended up being the maximum value onto the shield. Decided the Mardrone was best, and if Heatwave exists, it exists. Well, the leader has been dropped, and it looks like it's going to be an uphill battle. Lotris doesn't look like he's going to have the numbers here. We will let it play out, but Cybers takes the pass, and a little nod, a little, okay, feels like he might be on the board. Lotris looking for 30 points.
Morkvarg targeting Fukusya, and we're going to see 3 points from the leader, 6 points from Golden Froth. It's simply not enough. Cybers taking his Skellige list through on blue coin.
He does indeed. So that is that's 1-1 now, and you can see the little "let's go" there from Cybers. It is 1-1. There is no 3-0s on day 2 here. So Skellige through for Cybers, and for Lord Triss, Nature's Gift has gone through. These players now really know they are in a battle here, and we go into game 3, Tia.
Yes, and Lord Triss, interestingly enough, also taking Reckless Flurry on red coin at first, perhaps going for a sneaky little snipe. We're back again with blue coin. I do think Lord Triss will want to take his Reckless Flurry list on blue coin, and I do not think Cybers necessarily wants to take Alzer through on a red coin here. So we might see something like a Skellige versus Nilfgaard matchup, or we might see something else entirely, depending on what the players are thinking about at this very moment.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, as you say, it's going to be interesting to see which way they decide to go here. If he does choose to take the Alza list, as you said, like blue coin tends to be the option for that, it will be the list he feels is his weakest list, and it's the one he's got to get through here, especially as Gift has now gone through on the other side. Does he want to take it though? That's the thing, because the risk is he can't really risk taking Alza into that flurry list. If that flurry list is coming through now on the other side, he's going to want to avoid that, and that's where the mind games are going to be at this point, because there's so much removal and damage that the Precision Strike list is really going to suffer. It's difficult against Nilfgaard because you need that round control, don't want to go into the longer round, but it is really risky here. He's going to want to find the Nilfgaard with that matchup, even if it means counter queuing. But Lord Triss will know this just as well, so we get the mind games here. Which way do you go? Which coin do you flip, and do you grab the list you want or the one you really, really don't here?
That's the problem, right? Lord Triss might be anticipating something like Nilfgaard now, and therefore keeps his Skellige list for the Alzer matchup later, therefore going into Nilfgaard himself on blue coin. Again, not ideal, as we don't have a lot of proactivity in Nilfgaard, although we get a stratagem as a unit most of the time to play an Emissary on or Dead Man's Tongue. You might not draw into those, and you also don't really want to commit your Assimilate engines earlier than you have to. Something like the Mage Torturer, you have very few cards that can target other cards with a spying status for something like Arte Terra Nova later. So personally, I like going with Nilfgaard on red coin, but if you have to, you can play it on blue coin to snipe a matchup, and we might very well see something like that happening, as you said.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is he needs to avoid a certain matchup, and he's not going to you don't get too many chances to take a list through in a best of 5. So if he can avoid that matchup, even if it means queuing perhaps slightly counterintuitively, I think he'll be willing to do that, if I'm being honest. That last game was really, really interesting. The bleed worked so well in game 1 for Lord Triss, but I think he'll have been a little, even though he did manage to get out and did get the Geddineth in the bleed, having to trade his own Fukusha to do so, ended up not being perhaps the value he was hoping for. Not finding his Heatwave either, didn't really brick his hand as such, was reasonable with the draws, but it can often be that one key card that you don't find that ends up being the difference, and may have been the difference in that one there.
It certainly could have been, because Lord Triss knew there wasn't a Geddy list in Cyber's deck to begin with, so he might have held onto that Heatwave and again targeted something like Golden Froth, as otherwise Dwym Viandra is a 4-point card, it simply doesn't find value. And in the past we have seen people use Heatwave on something like the Mushy Truffle, and normally, to be fair, against a list like Alzer, as it prevented those orbs from coming out, but that's a different matchup entirely. We'll see if that happens down the line. So yeah, missing Heatwave definitely didn't help for Lord Triss. Committing Fukusha a little bit earlier on than later might have made a difference as well. And yeah, even though he got Geddy out from Cybers, in the end it didn't matter, and Cybers' Skellige list proved superior in this matchup, even though it's a hybrid list.
Yeah, for sure. So it is Cybers going in on red coin now, I'm correct, aren't I?
Yes, so Cybers going in on red coin and Triss is going in on blue.
Yeah, I am wondering, obviously they're the players just making their decisions here, trying to work out what they want to do and how they want to do it here. I could see Cybers taking this Precision Strike list onto red coin now, probably expecting not to see the Reckless Flurry coming through again from Lord Triss. I guess we don't have to guess any longer. Lordtris takes the Skellige list here, and Cybers decides, no, I'm going to take my Nilfgaard. I will deal with the fact that I have to face it if it comes to it, because he would get 2 shots at it if he wins this. This is a crucial matchup here. This is absolutely massive.
Yes, ignoring the 4D chess that has just taken place, this is the most expected decks to be taken. That of Skellige on blue coin here from Lordtris' side, so he has access to the Mask of Ouroboros, and Cybers taking Nilfgaard on red. Like you said, pretty crucial from here on out, as the snipes will be easier done on certain coins. Cybers quickly just jumped up there, and yeah, just getting some more tea. That's mad respect for that.
Yeah, I have to approve of that decision here. We look into Lordtris' hand. Hasn't found the coral either on blue coin in the same way that Cybers didn't last time. Does have some discard value though. Has the opportunity to use that if he wants to grab that little bit of extra tempo. And that play we have seen so many times. Just get the little half-roos on the board because they're awkward to deal with, awkward to damage, and not the most valuable option to be taking later for something like an Arto Terra Nova. So, nice, easy, non-committal play, but they do find decent value.
They sure do, though this is a very scary matchup if you're up against a Nilfgaard player who knows what they're doing, especially if they can yoink those Fukushia cards from your deck, as well as the little half-roos. We've seen that happening yesterday, especially with a well-placed Experimental Remedy, so Lordtris needs to be careful here, as he's already providing something like the Illusionist with a bronze card in the graveyard in round 2, merely by playing it now, though it is inevitable and not exactly something you can prevent.
No, very true. Although the list, Cyber's list, Illusionist-wise, not the most all-in. He is running an Illusionist, and he is running Mushy Truffle. But he has only 1 Illusionist, no Artorias Vigo either. No Twin Beandras to turn that, to do anything to get extra ones. So it is by no means all-in on the Illusionist.
That is true, that's very true. Some players prefer simply 1 Illusionist above 2, and of course you do have another one via the Mushy Truffle. We see Cybers going with a little half-room himself, with a Duchess Informant there, already prepping his own graveyard for Fukusha later perhaps. Lordtris committing Giga Scorpion Decoction on a little half-room. That's very interesting, as we have a lot of engines we'd rather remove later down the road.
Yeah, has decided does not want to give him the opportunity to develop his own bonded abilities in this round here. Cyber's now taking a look, thinking, okay, how much more removal directly do you have in this list? Trying to weigh that up, because that is now something that his Gon has not got to worry about it here.
Yes, that's very true. That is very true. It's Cyber's thinking a little bit though. I don't know if he's perplexed by that play. He has access to many other cards though, can commit that Blightmaker, perhaps thinning the deck a little bit.
He can see, he's just trying to work out which way he goes here. Obviously, Lydia isn't going to be able to replay that. Instead, we're going in with the spying value. Furcart coming down here, playing one of those special cards, plays the coup here to give himself yet another one. Finds himself a Joust. So not ideal in this matchup. There aren't too many 4P units you particularly want or need to deal with. A lot of them are slightly higher than that, but is more than happy then to again give himself the opportunity to create some bonded units on his side.
Yes, and he now has Furcart on the board, meaning every time he plays a special card, a spying status will be given out randomly to Lordtris' units. Lordtris, being aware of that, doesn't necessarily want to commit any big cards now, as that's just going to go right into Arto Terra Nova in a later round.
Interesting to see there. He did get rid of his own he got rid of his own card there. When he's discarded, instead of putting a special card into the graveyard, he put a little half-room. Now, the only risk of putting a little half-room there is that it's an option to be stolen from you, which is risky. Ooh, did Bribery just pull Maxi Van Decker? Not the best. Although not the worst, it's giving him information, of course, but I have seen Bribery roll much better.
Yes, Bribery normally gives you a Fukushia. This is very well known. And seeing that he already has a little half there in the graveyard, he would have gotten some nice value, if any. But yeah, he does seem to be looking at his deck here, meaning he likely did pull something like a Maxi, and just deciding whether he wants to shuffle or not.
Yeah, and we will find out, of course, what he does. He seems to be drawing a decent amount of his cards, and it will depend on if he could remove the top mage there, the top mage assassin from his Blightmaker. If he can guarantee that was an option for him, then he would have found, I believe, basically everything he would have been looking for with that version. So we'll see if it is what comes through. Burner comes down, but finds no other discard units either there for Lord Triss. Not amazing for him, because it also draws one of his druids. Not the best, the druids rather, one of his witches, leaving him just one that he can take later.
Yes, of course, he only has 2 witches in this deck, meaning that Geralt Quinn only has access to 2 cards as a tutor, and now one of them are gone, so he might be breaking that later if he doesn't shuffle accordingly, keeping the Bear Witcher deep into his deck. Now, Cybers here, having played Maxi, again, not playing that Blightmaker. I mean, Blightmaker plays for a lot of points later on, though you do want to play it rather earlier than later in order to prevent a brick in hand, and it just spins wonderfully and gets you ahead when you need that extra little bit of tempo.
It does indeed, and he does play the Blightmaker here, and I think it's just enough to get him ahead by 1, even with the rain tick, keeps him ahead. Interestingly, there's no guarantee that he's removed the correct Mage Assassin, because both of them are premiumed. A lot of the time when you're looking in lists like this, you'll see players from old school alchemy lists take just 1 premium and 1 normal when they want to look into the deck, so that if they have looked in, they know exactly what your options are and which one you want to get rid of. Be interesting to see if he's managed to pick the correct one there.
Yeah, for sure. Now, he did get the Blightmaker as well as the Mage Assassin out. Cybers being awfully close here to winning on even, something Lord Triss definitely doesn't want. He is going to have to start committing some pretty powerful golds here if he wants to remain ahead. Cybers merely committing Dead Man's Tongue here. He'll be thinning the deck here of bronzes he doesn't want. Question is, what bronzes are you going to be playing? Some of them are worth much more than some of the others.
Yeah, they are indeed. It will come down to if he knows what his maxi order was, what he needs to remove, as well as pure point value there to get rid of units. As you say, the hand for Lord Triss, they're amazing cards, not necessarily ones you want to commit, and the Morkvarg here is the option. It's a decent point swing. The likelihood of him losing on even's pretty low, because Sunset Wanderer's pure tempo value will probably help him out. But before that can happen, he's going to have to commit another key gold card. So, assuming Cybers continues this push, of course.
That's the only problem, right? Even though Sunset Wanderers is going to be playing for quite a bit of points, he's going to have to end up committing some other cards he doesn't necessarily want to commit. Cybers here, even having... Ooh, he is going for the Illusionist here. Very nice, though the other Illusionist will now be alone and also just giving him a 1-point card from the graveyard and nothing more.
That Witcher. The Witcher is brilliant because it's an engine, but doesn't take it, goes for the potential bonded value instead here. Could have taken that as a ticking engine. The round obviously not that long, and the rain will deal damage just a little bit quicker, and Triss passes in an instant.
I would too. He really needed this pass, or else he would simply have overcommitted into the round. Cybers here having a pretty interesting option here. He can't just click the little half rune, in all honesty. He will be trading up for 1 point, as it will give him 2 tons of rain. So he will be minusing 1 point from the body, getting 2 points from Lord Triss, and a quick tourney joust should be enough here.
Yeah, Will does mean he has to use it. That should work. Instead takes the yen on the Morkvarg, and I like this because obviously now he has a direct answer for that Sunset Wanderers without having to commit his own Heatwave here. So he's going to feel reasonably happy about that. One of the bigger threats that's going to come out, one of those bigger tempo plays, has an instant answer right in his hand now.
Yeah, going for a bit of commitment instead, valuing Morkvarg in a later round. That Sunset Wanderer. Lord Triss being aware of this, he can see the card is in their hand, just waiting to come out here. Now, Cybers having Arte Terra Nova, no adequate targets yet, I would say. He bricks into a Mage Assassin, not very nice, just decides to pass.
He keep it the same, yeah. He kept the deck order the same and was hoping he got the 50-50, got the right one to find something else. Doesn't, and yeah, just says, you know what, I'll take my chances in a long round as Assimilate, thank you very much.
I mean, Assimilate in a long round is absolutely deadly. This is going to be very scary for Lotris, especially if Cybers finds all of his cards. Lotris's hand also looking very good so far. The draws are coming into place. Ooh, he has that Xavier in hand. You know, I've seen many people use Xavier to start banishing their own units, so Nilfgaard cannot steal it away. I'm curious to see whether that Xavier lands on the melee or on the range row, or if he just simply decides to mulligan the card entirely.
Yeah, it is an option for him. Again, though, his mulligans are risky because he's only got a single Witcher. He has Quen in hand. Can he afford to take mulligans? He can take one, but does he take a second? That's the problem. It's a bit of a risk for him here.
Yeah, Geralt's Quen in itself is just a massive risk. I mean, having a discard package. Okay, Xavier goes on to the melee row. We're not seeing any spicy moves here today. That's fine. Going for Xavier instead. Now, the problem here is, again, with the discard package, he could potentially draw into his Bear Witcher if he didn't shuffle it along with Maxi to the bottom of the deck. So he's going to have to be very careful here. And the problem is the Bear Witcher, of course, doesn't yet have adrenaline. Oh,
that's the worst possible target there. It's definitely not what he wanted to grab. And obviously it still finds some value as it's pulled, played, and does the damage, but really not ideal there. Had the option of another Mage Torturer in deck as well that he could have found in that situation. I think another Blightmaker as well, actually, was available to him. So he's not going to feel overly happy that he has lost that one there.
Yeah, you can see in his facial expression and probably saying some choice swear words there, as I would too. Definitely not the card you want to get with Joachim. We do see Carl coming out there from Lotris's end, immediately starts damaging there. Morkvarg popping onto the board for 5 points. Not bad at all. Now, he doesn't have a lot of cards here left to use that discard package. He has a Skirmisher in hand that isn't ideal. He could perhaps use Fukusha later on to get rid of that in a more cost-effective way. We shall see when he wants to commit it, as that Arte Terranova is going to be very happy the moment it drops onto the board.
Yeah, quite so. I could see the Fukusha ending up being on something like a burner, another discard target in hand, of course, for Lord. If you pair it at exactly the right time, it will give him even more value onto the Sunset Wanderers, although he does probably expect the Morkvarg he knows is in Cyber's hand to answer it. It is still potentially worth doing.
Oh yes, for sure. Cyber's here having the option of perhaps throwing away a card he doesn't need. He can't yet commit something like Brothans. He definitely cannot commit that Mage Torturer, as that is his ticket to a spicy, strong Arte Terranova later down the line. He can go for Coup de Grace, depending on what card he has access to at this point. He instead does go for the Tawny Jars, playing for 4 points into Xavier.
Yeah, and he's set that up now. He's threatening effectively being able to coup that himself. A weird coup target, but given that we know Fukusha exists, and he knows that Fukusha probably exists, being able to start threatening those targets yourself isn't too bad, realistically. It's not too bad for him in that situation, so it's going to be interesting to see. Is he just going to boost it back up here? He does, very nice. Trying to prevent that happening.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Also, Lotris still having access to 3 of his leader charges. Now, he can use those to try and snipe some of the engines. Cybers here is sitting with a bit of a pickle. He doesn't know what he wants to commit here. He's definitely weighing up what needs to come down onto the board. Right now, Morkvarg is definitely not ideal, as you want to keep that for the Sunset Wanderer. Brothan still doesn't have a bronze target. Lotris making sure of this. Yes, you're going to want to set up some of your engines at some point, but
yeah,
Cybers is holding on to those.
Yeah, he can't set them up yet because if there's too few units on the board, he wants to pair them with his leader ability or pair one with his leader ability if he can. So he's either going to throw one of them away here with the risk of it being destroyed by the leader ability, or may just decide to take a heat wave on something like a Coral, which sounds crazy, but is an option. Instead, he decides to set himself up his own Bride of the Sea.
Yeah, a Bride of the Sea is very nice, especially if you end up stealing a Crow Clan Preacher or two, depending on the deck you're playing against. But here we see Lotris, and what are we going to be playing at this point? Is he going to go for probably not Fukushia yet, is it? He doesn't have a lot of options here, to be fair. That Skirmisher is a bit of a brick.
I could see Fukusha into Burner right now, because again, he will be getting rid of 2 cards from the other side. No, doesn't, just takes the heat. Just gets rid there.
Is he gonna board wipe? He's board wiping. Okay, getting rid of that engine right off the bat. Sunset Wanderer is giving him a gutting slash. Cyber's now having the option of finally committing Morkvarg. A sigh of relief there, getting that off of his chest. Now, alright, time for the fun to begin. I think we're going to start seeing some Assimilate cards being dropped on that side of the board. Lotris now having to decide if he finally wants to commit something like Fukusha. We already did see that Mage Torture coming down there. It's not a threat anymore, at least from what we can see. He does go with Gutting Slash, and we see his deciding.
Yeah, I think he's clicking the Xavier, continually getting rid of options in the graveyard. It was interesting there, he chose to give spying status to the Bride of the Sea. Now, as long as Xavier is alive, well, he's not going to find any targets. Like, obviously, Bride of the Sea would create something else from the graveyard, which would give you even more value. But Cyber's in a bit of a spot here. He needs to start getting these cards down, but he has no target right now, I believe, from his option. So, if he plays that into Bride of the Sea, the Bride of the Sea won't create anything for him until Lydia creates something for him. But as long as Xavier's alive, Xavier's going to stop that too. Also, the longer he leaves this, his leader is looking awful unless he finds Fukusha and does it in this turn. So right now, really risky.
His leader is looking horrible, yes. Unless he has access to Fukusha, is going to get a 4-point Skirmisher, or a Geralt Quinn that gets nothing, or a Whale Harpoon. So, not great.
Does he leader?
Yeah, Brothen's into Emissary. He doesn't leader. Oh no, he's holding on to it.
And you got if you're Lord Triss here, I say you are Fukusha-ing all day long right now. Takes the Quen. Leaves him the option of the Fukusha, takes the Quen for value. Instead, unless I'm missing a card in that list on the other side, I don't think I'm missing a Witcher. I'm not here, and that leader ability still sitting there into round 3 for Cybers, where he can now try and set everything up that he wants here.
Rather interesting. He definitely is happy with the fact that he can first play something like another Assimilate card on that side of the board.
Obviously, we can't get into the graveyard. The Xavier has done so much work here. There are no Skellige cards in the graveyard. He may have played a ton of them, but they've all been deleted. He has got rid of every little half room. There are none left on Cyber's side. So, in fact, you know what? The Fukusha, it's effectively a 4. It's going to have no targets here.
Oh yes, I see our analysts have just informed us that there is in fact no Skellige cards left in the graveyard. That is horrible. Fukusha is going to be exceptionally sad, and we do see
well,
that...
Harpooner though, actual work. This is huge. 2-point body, 7 points of damage. Now I know it's not massive. Interesting that he chose to go at it that way instead. Knows exactly what's left in hand. So as much as it may be potentially scary, getting rid of that Coral at exactly when he did is a really nice choice, because he knows Burner is probably the best option, or was the best option based on the hand condition. So now he has known that that was going to be the target. He's going to deny the extra value that Coral would have given there. Really, really nice information that his leader has given him, even though his leader didn't necessarily play for all of it.
I must say, I'm quite impressed with how building the deck is half of the win here with Lord Triss, and being able to include something like Xavier making all the difference in the world. Though, again, Cyber's being quite happy with that little bronze card coming out there, playing for quite a lot of points actually, and Lord Triss stacking into that melee row anyway. Very interesting. We see Burnout Brand there coming out with Fukusha. Ooh, that's a lot of points.
It is indeed. And you can see, not good. And ideally, he was not looking for Maxi there. I don't think Maxi was the card that Lord Triss was hoping for, albeit I think it may have been all he had anyway. To be honest, I think he knew exactly what he was getting. Leaves him basically with 12 points plus the 3 from the leader here.
Yes, Maxi having no purpose at all than just to look amazing there in her beautiful self. Yeah, Cyber is in a bit of trouble here. He is definitely in a bit of trouble. Xavier really did do some work. I don't know if he easily catches up here. He doesn't have assimilate engines on the board that will help him. Only Broffin's currently at 10 points. He needs to get Arthur Terranova onto the board at some point, but if he plays Lydia before that, he's considering his options here. None of them look too amazing, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, it isn't ideal for him here. It isn't ideal at all. I mean, if he has the option at some point of taking a coup, of course. Could have taken the coup first and hoped to roll himself another option there in terms of one of the bronze engines. Could have done so. Has just played. Now, I'm assuming he's not going to keep access to that. I'm guessing Xavier is going to delete for him here so that he doesn't find the target from Bride of the Sea.
I would assume this as well. Cyprus does have access to that Joachim, that is for sure, and he does have access to a potential Mage Torturer that could give him a better Arthur Terranova card. He is holding on to it though for some reason. He has access to some other cards too if he wishes. He could go for that Bear Witcher if he really wants to and get his own, though I would expect that something like Joachim has the potential to give him even more points at this point in the game.
Yeah, could well do. It'll be interesting to see which one he goes for here. He had multiple targets from the Arto because of the spying. The little half-root ends up being the most value here, and that little half-root effectively playing for extra points than any other option. It's going to be pretty close, but I think he's behind by probably just a little bit too much here to catch up, but it is not over yet.
You know what, I think it might be over, unfortunately, here for Cybers, because that Giga Scorpion is coming down for 6, and the leader ability is coming down for 3. He uses Xavier one last time just to rub it in. Well, let's see. I mean, there's quite a bit of catching up to do. We do have that coup target, though I can't see anything on the board despite Joachim that might give him some points to make up for that lack of it. Cyber's actually weighing his options here. He's not giving up. He's going through it, but he doesn't seem very content at what he has in front of him.
No, and again, one of the things he could be doing right now, obviously he's working out, is there any possibility, but also trying to make plans for the next matchup if he feels this one is done. Every extra second you can gain matters. He finds the Blightmaker now, but no target for the Blightmaker because, of course, he managed to get it from the first Joachim, not what he wanted at all. Could have been so different because it's only 6 points. If they come out in the other order, he ends up taking it, but he does not, and Lord Triss is 2-1 up and will be feeling very confident going into this fourth game because it is the matchup that Cybers really would not have wanted to find.
Yes, because currently Alotris can take that Nilfgaardless through on red coin here. Cyber's really having to decide what he wants to play. Does he want to play his Ulzer list on blue coin? Though Skellige has been quite a large threat here for Ulzer throughout the game, and I think Cybers might be more happy with the potential Nilfgaard match here. It really does depend, as he has the option of playing Skellige, and he has, well, no, sorry, not Skellige. He has the option of playing Nilfgaard or Ulzer. He already took through his Skellige list, as we saw.
He did, so we could actually end up seeing a Nilfgaard mirror here, potentially. That is a possibility, or we could, as you say, see Alza now come through on the blue coin in an attempt to push that into where it would want to be. Decent amount of control options in, of course, that precision strike list, and not necessarily the easiest matchup for him. So is he going to want to find the extra potential push value of that red coin with it and take his chances here in the Nilfgaard mirror instead? It is really tight. And each of those matchups have been really, really tight, coming down to tiny little things, because by no means were Lord Triss's draws perfect there either. Missed a lot of extra sort of tempo value from the discards early on as well. Cam's the leader on the other side there for Cybers, of course. I really found decent value from it, I suppose, in the end, but it was the threat of the leader charges denying the ability to find that engine value early that ends up being the difference there, and it's just 6 points.
Yes, and the difference also being Xavier. That card did some work, and I wouldn't say it's a much of a leap to say that Xavier actually won Lord Triss that game. I'm very surprised more people haven't included it. I mean, it does take away devotion from your deck. It's in certain decks that could make a difference, but Yeah, just that simple tech made all the difference in the world, and I'm certain Lotris is very happy now having included it. So now Lotris has the option of taking only Nilfgaard on red coin, and Cybers has to think ahead here. If he wins this game, he's still going to have to take Ulster through on something like red coin, which could be less than ideal. If anything, Cybers perhaps wants to go with Ulster on blue coin, which is normally the preferred coin to take, and then he can take Nilfgaard on red coin against Nilfgaard in a mirror match, perhaps abusing the red coin there and trying to sneak a win on even. Really, there's a lot of choices here, and it will be interesting to see what he decides to go with.
Yeah, it will. A really difficult match in that mirror for him, even if he's on red coin. To win on even, that's the difficulty. Because of the Sunset Wanderer, it has that ability to give you just that little bit of tempo. But as you say, Double Cross doesn't have much in the way of proactivity. Normally you would take the ST on blue coin, and that is exactly what he does here. Ladies and gentlemen, strap in. Alza's back. Which version of Alza will we get today? You're about to find out here as Cybers mulligans a couple of the bricks in his hand. Almost enough to build a wall there, and hopefully for him he won't pull any others.
May the RNG of Gwent provide us with some entertaining gameplays today. We see Cybers on blue coin here, and currently his hand isn't ideal, I want to say. He does have access to a Neuromancy. He does have that round 1 Dunka, which you always want. Lotris, on the other hand here, his hand isn't horrible either. It's okay. It's okay.
It is. Now, it's interesting here, because it's an open decklist situation. So, for Cybers, he knows if he plays his Dunka here and boosts it, then there's nothing that can remove it. But equally, there's nothing that can deal with it directly, even if he doesn't, in one swoop. So he's in a position here where he doesn't need to boost it. Heatwave doesn't exist anyway, so maybe there's an argument he should, but you don't really want to yen a Dunker. There are much better targets than that. But we know Lotris isn't running the Heatwave. We know the only direct damage he has are a couple of Tawny Jousts. So actually, really nice there from Cybers. You saw him taking that extra bit of time, just making sure the list is well studied here. So responds with a Blightmaker to ping some damage and add just that little bit of threat.
Of course, and now Cybers can go with the boost from the stratagem. Very nicely done. Just in case Lotris wants to yen it, he's now going to Yennefer it after it got damaged, just taking away a little bit of points there. We see Cybers getting Maroc out there with making a bomb. Very nice to have Maroc on the board, though I have seen people in the past just steal Maroc. I do believe Lotris has Heatwave in this Nilfgaard. Oh no, he actually doesn't. Can't get rid of the Maroc unless he decides to steal it, which isn't exactly something you want to do. Though these bombs are going to rack up quite a bit of points over the round, and Cybers is going to have some nice uninteractive gameplay because of it.
Yeah, I lost a little bit of tempo there though, as the Mage Assassin jumps to a random row and jumped to the back row, meaning that the making a bomb gave bleeding rather than anything else, and just plays a dead Illusionist here on red coin, effectively signaling to Cybers, I have zero interest in this round. I am playing 3 cards and I am going away here. So it's pretty clear signal from Lotris that he has no interest in this round whatsoever there, because a lot of what he's got in his hand, it's really nice here from Cybers, not giving a target early that is useful for spying. You can't target Dunker, you don't want to target Maddock. So right now for Lotris, he's got a hand that is not much use to him, or the Experimental Remedy, drawing nothing. If you don't want to yen that, you're never playing pretty much any of those other cards. Ideally, maybe he's going to have to drop his Mushy Truffle early here, which again, creates him another brick. So he's just playing that effectively for 4, plus the carryover. Really not ideal for him here.
No, none of these players are ideal, are they? But the problem here is Lotris can easily breach the gap and get ahead if he needs to. So even though he's putting little to nothing on the board, he has the option of getting ahead if Cybers decide to pass early. We do see Yennefer coming out and takes the Dunka. Alright, rather late than never to the party.
Yeah, and obviously the random spying has come down there onto a Maddock, so there is an option, obviously not the greatest, but nonetheless it is still points. All of Dunker's pings though, going not where you'd want them. 50-50 every single time, and every time has missed the Sorceress in favour of the Elven Seer, which isn't amazing because you would ideally, for Cybers, he's thinking 4P removal exists, you must have some. We know that that isn't the case, but yeah, it is something he'll be worrying about, wouldn't necessarily have wanted to commit it. And Lord Triss now he's committed that yen, is going further than the 7-card mark and is saying, actually, you know what? My hand may be awkward, but let's see what you can do here.
Yes, I feel that Yennefer is very telling because it was rather a bit of a commitment there, and it seems like Lord Triss is actually willing to go deeper into the round, even though he threw away some points there with an Illusionist without a target from the graveyard. He plays the Whisperer there on the board, which could rack up some points. Cybers has the option of removing it quite easily. That is not the that is not how you remove it, but he has a swift ping there that he commits and gets rid of the Whisperer engine.
Yeah, keeps himself ahead here, and again is constantly trying not to commit that Whisperer. Has found some carryover on it, but against Nilfgaard, the earlier you put those on the board or in the graveyard, the better chance you are giving your opponent of playing them against you. It's really, really risky. So this is one of those situations where maybe playing the card you would normally play in this situation in the matchup isn't correct. It's one of the reasons why he's holding on to it. Obviously, giving it some hand buff is also very, very useful here, but nonetheless.
And we see Lydia being committed here in round 1. Now, again, more commitment here coming from Triss. I don't think he's actually going to opt out of this round. Ooh, he gets a lot of cards here that he could use. Goes for Dobla Thana instead. Interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose he goes for instant value here over, but only just a little instant value, and perfectly keeping Cybers ahead here as well. That's really, really nice for him now. He's played it onto the board, so there is the option for Lord Triss to stay in this round, commit, and give himself the option of creating one of those later, because it's such an amazing target for him into that matchup. But no, Lord Triss says, you know what? No more, I'm not going to give you the chance to create orb carryover here yourself, maybe. I will give you the round and I will say farewell.
I think that was rather well played there from Lord Triss. He definitely pushed Cybers a little bit, trying to get some cards out of him. Of course, we only have 2 Elven Seers in this list, and already one has been committed without creating extra orbs. So now that decreases the chances of Ulzer getting its optimal value, especially if the other one is simply removed very quickly. Cybers now on 7 cards, Lord Triss on 8. Cybers having the option of perhaps pushing into the round, hoping RNG is on his side this time around. One can only hope.
Yeah, indeed. Interesting. He's holding on to that Dunker here at the moment, potentially thinking it's going to give him that extra bit of damage reach should he want it. It is an option there, although has no other direct damage in hand for himself. And did actually mulligan away, if I'm not mistaken. The Experimental Remedy could have used that to steal from the graveyard himself there and take that Sorceress out if he wanted to, but risky mulligan from Cybers, brave mulligan there, because of course he could have ended up drawing into either of his Broccolon Sentinels or of Insight, which could potentially have made his Simlas a little bit awkward later. Doesn't, however, does find the bonded unit to pair up with that Mushy Truffle.
It is a rather awkward here. Cybers has been denied the ability now to go for a potential 2-0, as he can only go for a Simlas or Neuromancy or Ulzer. Of course, he can't get both, meaning he's going to have to create orbs in round 2 or round 3 and then play Ulzer later on. So yeah, Cybers not happy with this opportunity, as he cannot try and bluff his way out of the round, or he can just go for a long round instead. He does decide to play the Sorceress firstly.
He does. Now, the Sorceress there, the risk of his list, he hasn't really got many ways, orbs aside, to buff this card up. So he's relying on perhaps it not being killed straight away. We can see Lord Triss hovering the Brathans here thinking, do I hurt it? Do I take a copy? Which way round do I want to do this here? And that is the line. That's what he's looking at right now, because it's such a valuable card here that he is trying to weigh up one of many options. Does he just drop the Dunker because he's never going to find hand buff value, damage it knowing realistically it's going to take multiple turns for Cybers to be able to buff it back up in range? Or does he commit one of his bigger pieces? He takes the Brathans here. Big play.
Oh yeah, very big. Puts an Assimilate Engine on the board, also gets a nice Sorceress. That Sorceress is going to give you a special card later down the line, which will also trigger your Assimilate Engines. Nilfgaard just being a very strong list. The longer the round goes on and the more engines you have on your side of the board. We see Cybers here, oh very nice, eliminating the threat off the bat, getting Madoc out for an extra 3 points.
Yeah, finds the making a bomb there and removes that quite quickly. Madoc, as coded, as always, jumps to the row where your opponent has nothing whatsoever.
Of course.
And it's going to be interesting now. So on Cyber's side here, he's looking, thinking, okay, you chose not to kill that so you could copy one. Does that mean you don't have any removal? If so, could play his final Elven Seer here, set himself up a stack of orbs in one go. Looks like he decides to set the Mushy Truffle up instead.
If he does decide, it's rather awkward.
No. No, there was an option there. He had the opportunity perhaps to commit his leader, but of course Lord Triss was still at 7 as well. Has decided to hold on to that and not remove the Brathans. Wants that reach to be able to remove other things later.
Yeah, we see the Illusionist coming down there, not yet bonded, but therefore playing a Sorceress at 1 point. He must be confident there's a way to boost it, and yes there is. He has Dead Man's Tongue in hand there, a pretty powerful way to give your Sorceress better cards when you click on her.
Yeah, very much so. And now for Cybers, he's trying to weigh up. He's in a position where he still has a pass in this bleed, but has only developed Mushy Truffle as carryover, something that Lord Triss has already done as well. He's got the Brathans out and does have a pass, but he's also got the option of really going in here to try and set up that little bit of extra carryover. He's going to probably, if he wants to, he can kill that Sorceress very easily with a single leader ping, of course. Could pair that with a bomb and remove the Brathans as well here if he really decides to go in on this, but it's going to be interesting to see what he does as that rope timer goes down. Couple of options. Does he go full aggro here, or does he hold off?
He does decide to commit another bomb. Doesn't click on the Madoc though. Doesn't click on it, which is rather strange, as you would prefer it in the range row. I guess it doesn't matter all too much, as he's not necessarily he's not playing another bomb, so it doesn't matter all that much, I'd say.
No, I suppose, yeah. I mean, the reach that it could have given for extra damage might have been nice to turn those engines off, but equally, running out of time there, and as you say, there's still also a chance, of course, that other cards could end up in the melee row. He knows that other things exist, but yeah, no other bombs here.
We see Joachim being dropped there, and what do we get? Oh, Talented drawing into the Blightmaker instead. Oh, look at Cybers. I can read his lips saying not fair, RNG, that's not fair. So we get the Blightmaker instead, and Sunset Wanderers coming out. That's a lot of points there on Lord Triss's end. That is how a beautiful Joachim looks, drawing the correct card at random, and that is...
Yeah, that is a turn of tempo for him there. Plays the Joachim, finds the Blightmaker for thinning and damage and spawn value, and then a 10-point Sunset Wanderer to finish it off. I think Cybers wishes his first Joachim found one of those in the last game, and now he's trying to work out, is it worth carrying on here? Can he set up enough carryover for himself to make this worthwhile? And I think he has to at this point, even though he's pretty sure he's not getting his card back. I think he's in a situation where he's thinking to himself, you know what, if I can get enough power, if I can draw well, you know, find Alza, it actually produce into that third round with a decent sized gourd, then it should be okay.
I mean, he must be happy getting that Sunset Wanderers out at least. That's a lot of tempo getting around 2. So now we see Alvin Seer. That's his second and final one. It means Cybers is likely thinking of committing Simlas here and setting up his orbs for Ulzer in round 3. Remember, Ulzer has the potential to get you a lot of points, up to 30 points, if it does what you want it to do. So if Lord Triss can't remove the Seer, Cybers will be guaranteed 3 orbs for Ulzer in one go, most likely.
Yeah, will indeed. And you can see one of the jousts taken out. I'm not sure what the second card that he got rid of was there. Not overly worried about those now that the sorceresses are a thing of the past. Has got rid of those. Not much in the way of units, I believe, left in his deck, as you can see there. So his second Joachim option, if he ever finds the the coup will be pretty nice for him. Would not be surprised to see some orbs and maybe even a leader here, because he does have a 3-point option to try and get himself the tempo he needs to stay in this round. So you can see Gord right now is only at 5, but of course, hopefully, the orbs will do enough work. This could be the turn here. A Neuromancy into the Simless. Simless creates 3 orbs, full leader for a massive tempo swing, and just hope that you keep your card on the back of it.
Yes, certainly. He can commit that leader in order to thin the deck just a little bit more. We already have 2 orbs out, and there's the third one. Beautiful setup for Ulzer. If he commits... I don't think so. Honestly, we're not taking this round if we are Cybers. Lortress is ahead by quite a hefty amount of points, and he does target Simlas.
Yeah,
We're going to see Utter Terra Nova. We're possibly yoinking that Simlas for herself and just replicating it in a short round.
Scary. Yeah, I believe
scary.
there was double experimental remedy still in the deck for Lord Triss as well. So if he does find what he's looking for, experimental remedy in this list is terrifying against the graveyard setup available for Cybers right now. Cybers doing some maths here. Can he afford to drop this bonded unit? It plays for 7. Plus the 3 points as well of value from the Vitality. Takes him to 38. I think he can commit it here. Because
sure.
He's guaranteed, like, the risk... There's nowhere you're going to take that pass and try and do that if you're Lord Triss. And he obviously has an easy bronze card to trade as well, unfortunately, for Cybers. But he doesn't know that. I'd be surprised if he chooses not to commit this here. May decide that a 5-card round benefits him, but no, does take that option there. And now is within... Yeah, just within the 10 points.
I like that option. I mean, there's no way Lotras can pass here. If he did, Cybers could easily just get ahead and win 2-0 here with the Heat Wave, as well as all of the orbs coming out onto the board. He also decides to keep that last leader ping for round 3. Now, that in itself is going to play for quite a bit. Hopefully, Cybers doesn't brick with his Brocklon Sentinels, as that is always a scary option. Also, potentially not drawing into your cards because you haven't thinned. That is also a scary option there for Cybers, but he does have access to Oniromancy, so he shouldn't be too afraid of not drawing Ulzer at least.
No. Now, this is going to be interesting because he's got that threat there on the board now. He decided to take the Seer instead, threatening perhaps the amount of points that he can grab from clicking his own Mushy Truffle if he chooses to. Cybers has got some maths to do. He knows one of the 2 cards in hand for Lord Triss. He also knows that effectively, if he commits this card here, the leader ability of Lord Triss currently will be useless. So, would it have been worth committing, taking out one of those 12-point cards and full leadering? He's decided no, because he thinks that the threat there would have kept him in the game and that he would not have ever got the 2nd card. Not worth it.
I did
see him consider it. As well. Yeah,
the orbs. That's the problem. If he decided to go all in here, it would be all in. There's the one Brocklon Sentinel. There's Gord. This is looking good for Cybers.
That's the hand he needs, because he can now instantaneously Alza into triple orbs here. Has the Gord in hand as well. So that's pretty much perfect for him. It's exactly what he would have wanted. So he's going to feel reasonably happy that he has found his cards, but the sheer point value that Terra Nova can produce, not just on himself, but also, of course, to be able to create multiple cards that are really valuable from Simless into double would have been really scary.
I love how you said that. It's what he would have wanted, as if this is already over, Lionheart.
No, I believe in Alza. I believe in Alza.
We all believe in Ulzer, but let's see. This is going to be interesting. We have one play, and that's going directly into Oniromancy and getting that Ulzer out onto the board. What row are we going to go for today, melee or range?
It's usually melee row with Ulzer if you're going into 6s, because you're not overly worried. That's a big start. That is a big start there.
Skjal coming out at 10 points. What's next? Oh, a 6-point Margarita with a lock intact. Oh my
Lord,
goodness.
And an engine. A little nod there, although the leader ability on the other side for Lord Triss has guaranteed 3 amazing choices. A Heat Wave that effectively removes a 14, or a Gord yourself that I think even on Lord Triss's side at some point could play for really good value. So that's a massive amount of points and tempo. That is an Alza you'd like to see, going to trade for at least 38, and the engine making it worth about 40 points on that Alza there. Arguably the most points we've seen from Cybers so far, even with the bouncing Caldwell. And Lord Triss now weighing up what he does, because on his side, it is all going to come down to, can Terra Nova carry?
Yeah, this Ulcer is incredible. I'm still processing it. He has a skill that will only be killed if it reaches 5 points. He has Margarita with a lock that can immediately render and assimilate engine void. He also has an order ability on this Northern Realm unit that will give him, I believe, 2 points when he clicks it. Not shabby, not shabby. We see after Terra Nova coming out, then what will we go for? Simlas, of course. This is going to be very strong, Lionheart. This is going to make quite a bit of points here for Lord Triss.
Yeah, it's going to be massive because, of course, there are some amazing options there. Sorceresses as well as Elven Seers. Wouldn't be surprised to see double. It takes double Elven Seer here because look at the amount of points that Mushy Truffle is going to produce here, as well as assimilate value. Look how many of these you can play. That is astronomical point value. And didn't leader, which is interesting. With 3 cards left, has chosen not to leader. I suppose he's aware, you know what, Gord's probably there. I can wait pretty much towards the end here because I'm comfortable I'm going to get that. But this is a little bit awkward now. The swing of points in both of those turns was crazy. And it's also put Cybers in a position where right now, his leader is not going to thin.
No, that is a massive problem. He can just kill his own little 2-point card there. That's always an option. He does have one in the melee row if he wants the Brocklon Sentinels to pop out, as you can, of course, damage your own units instead. Definitely not the option you want to go with. That was just an astronomical twist there from Lord Triss. He went from 0 to 38 within seconds. We see Emissary coming down there on the side of Cyber's end of the board. Lord Triss finally using his leader ability. What he's going to go for, he does go for a Gourd. My goodness, 12-point Gourd right there. Cybers has some catching up to do here, and I'm afraid it's starting to look rather bleak.
There is, yeah, those tall units are really quite scary. On the other side because of the leader thinning. I'd be stunned if we don't see the Bountiful Harvest here, and he is relying on finding a Sorceress of Dol Blathanna. It's surviving with no damage, and then finding something like a Making a Bomb to move and do some damage, I think. Obviously, Dunker existing and that click makes that but impossible. But we will see what happens here for Cybers. He is weighing this up right now, obviously. He's going to want the maximum number of points, which does mean Bountiful Harvest first to buff that up. But the denial here, the consistent denial from Lord Triss of a leader target is feeling really, really painful. Takes the Gourd instead right now, which is very interesting because it reduces his options, gives himself -2 points effectively from this, and also means if he does find the Sorceress, he can't click it.
That's a rather odd choice there. Very curious to hear what our analysts think afterwards, because there was some thinking going on there before he committed Gourd. And like you said, the Dol Blathanna now will render something like a Sorceress useless. It also won't give a hand buff out.
No, and okay, so he finds a unit that is lower value, but has no armor, plays that into the melee row here. If he can find enough damage, and he can't, he would have been okay.
Okay. Ooh, this is going to be very close. We still have that order ability on the Mushy Truffle that's going to be playing for 6 points. We also have the leader ability still sitting here on Cyber's end. He's doing some calculations here before he decides to commit it. There we see the 6 points coming out onto the board. That's going to put him on 67 points. Now for the leader ability, he's going to have to do self-ping here in order to get that out.
No, he can ping the damage, but of course he's never going to find a kill blow.
That's very true.
But he's up by a huge amount of points, and so it doesn't actually matter. He may not have managed to thin that leader, but he has got himself through here just. Cybers has taken it. That was remarkably well played from both players there. That was phenomenally well played. And it ends up, it's 2-2. We have the final game. Oh my lord, Tia.
That final game is going to be a mirror match with Nilfgaard Assimilate. Everybody's favorite mirror match, of course.
Yeah.
This is going to prove very interesting indeed, and I think it is safe to say this is a great final here for the two of these players, determining which one will go into the finals to face off against Big Kukuruzina. Nilfgaard versus Nilfgaard. Now, Cybers will be taking his list through on Red Coin. I believe this is the ideal option, and as it gives you a chance to take the list through on even perhaps, or at least force some good cards out from your opponent. Lord Triss will be taking his list through now on Blue Coin. Question is, will he be able to pull it off this time around, as he couldn't pull it through against Ulzer?
No, he could. I mean, he played that final round immaculately, Lord Triss. He did everything he could to deny that leader value, managed to pair up. There were so many points from the Terra Nova that it outpointed the Alza, so many spawns, so quickly, and so much value from that Mushy Truffle into the double Elven Seer. It was an incredible series of plays, and he did everything he could have. Really, really nice there. But in the end, it just wasn't quite enough. So we get the mirror match of all mirror matches. Oh my lord. I mean, that was one of my favourite games so far, because everything came together for both players, really. They found the cards they wanted when they wanted. They were both able to really execute their game plans pretty effectively. And when it came down to it, it was just more points for the Alza. I mean, if he rolls poorly with the Alza there, he is out, because it wasn't that far. I think it was a 5 or 6 point game, the swing there, but you can't fault Lord Triss in that. He did everything immaculately, even denying some value from the leader. Such a good game. As we go into, well, this is it. It's game 5 for a place in the World Masters Final. What else would it be but Nilfgaard v Nilfgaard?
Nilfgaard v Nilfgaard, yeah, and none of these players decided to ban Nilfgaard. Whether it will bite one of them at the end of the day is yet to be seen. And like I said, this is going to be interesting, especially if we may see a long round where there's a mirror match and the board is just going to overswarm with engines. Also, I do believe Lord Triss in his Nilfgaard list, he also has one illusionist. Both of these players decided to simply put in one illusionist each, along with one Mushy Truffle. So that also makes a little bit of a difference, because of course the illusionist can take in a simulate engine from the graveyard, and there have been very many mirror matches in my past where that costed me the game, because they just made more engines than I could, quicker than I could, and that was simply the end of me.
Yeah, it can be very interesting, because as you say, going into those longer rounds, especially in some sort of an engine mirror, getting your engines down quicker, especially when there isn't that much in the way of direct removal available to either player, really. Cybers does run a heat wave, of course, but that is one single tool removal. So sometimes it can actually be better going into that final round, or the final round you intend to play, playing the first card. So it's going to be, I'm really intrigued to see this. Like, Nilfgaard mirrors historically have always been full 7 head, so it's one of those things where there are so many different crazy lines that we're going to see, hopefully, some incredibly crazy things to cap off what has been an absolutely amazing series.
Honestly, this has built up to quite the climax here, because this game is going to be amazing, and like I said, it makes all the difference in the world here that the are actually pro players. They've played these matchups at the very top of the end of the ladder many a time before. Now the practice needs to pay off. It's going to come down to who draws their cards and who is the better player.
Well, let's hope that's what it comes down to, because this is going to be tight. Both of these players have been absolutely remarkable, not just in this series, but honestly, all weekend they have been fantastic. Cybers yesterday taking out the world champion Firebolt, and Lord Triss in commandingly a 3-0, of course, against Shaggy. We see now both of them with Yen access, so the removals are available on Cybers' side, and yeah, but they've both been reasonably happy. There's some proactivity here, a Blightmaker for Lord Triss, for instance, so not the worst. That is Nilfgaard's biggest folly, a lack of proactivity.
That is the problem. It's always a lack of proactivity, though Lord Triss here, yeah, just going for that diplomacy off the bat. He doesn't have much more he can commit at this point in time. Gets an assimilate engine. It could have been far worse, and now he has some proactivity, exactly what he wanted. He also played a card to the left of the Sunset Wanderer, I believe, so that card in itself is going to provide some nice tempo. I won't be surprised to see Cybers pushing for this round until that Sunset Wanderer pops out onto the board.
Yeah, certainly an option for him here. He is in a commanding position taking this mirror on red coin right now. Sometimes mirrors are actually more favoured from blue. I think he'll be reasonably happy taking this one on red, but it is all going to come down to what you find and how this plays here. And okay, here we go. More create happening. Not as good here. Realistically speaking, a Panther little scene card there, more likely just to take the pure value from the lock, you would imagine, albeit the lock itself not going to find any value. It is more points. Could choose to put a worse card back into the deck and make the hand awkward. Never thought we would be seeing Clog, and grateful to say that we don't here, just takes the pure points. On blue coin, it's kind of a necessity for him.
Yes, again, a little bit awkward, but he does get an extra point there with the Assimilate engine, which isn't horrible for him. Cyber's already probably going to breach this gap pretty easily. He needs about 6 points here to catch up. Goes with Furcard now. Furcard will start getting spying statuses out, making that Arto Terra Nova viable. We get Imperial Diplomacy. Ooh, some spicy options here.
Oh, okay. There are cards there that I was definitely not expecting to see. Again, can take a lot. Could take the engine, as he has just thinned and actually does have less units. And I guess that would be what he would take. But there is also the full-scale crazy option. It is possible.
Master of Puppets, yes.
That is it. I was trying to remember the name of the card. All I could think of was Bomlin, because he obviously revealed it, and it secretly is him in the card. No, takes the engine. He does just take the engine value here, which of course is ticking because he has played his fur card and thinned one additional card.
I see a little smile on his face. I can't help but imagine him considering the Master of Puppets anyway. And that card, of course, being to steal a bronze card and exchange itself. The problem is it has an order ability that can be used by your opponent, and it can just steal a bronze card right back. So it's a little bit of a gamble, especially since we do have access to cards like Spying and Arto Terra Nova later down the line. Ooh, look at that.
Now we see the Mage Infiltrator, and we see the buff that Mage Infiltrator got in a sort of example there. Because it got a death blow, it jumped back to Cyber's side of the board for him, meaning he doesn't lose the value of the spy. In fact, it plays as a value point for him. So a really nice little change to that card to make it a little bit more valuable. But Lord Triss gives himself the option of a fur cart later from Terra Nova there, dropping a second Assimilate engine, keeping himself ahead here, as is necessary as the blue coin player.
Yes, Fur card is certainly not a bad card to have. It does seem a tiny bit desperate, giving an idea to Cybers of what lies in Lord Triss's hand, because as we can see, a lot of golds and an illusionist that isn't bonded. So we see Emissary coming out though. He doesn't have to commit much to catch up here already. He is ahead again, and that engine keeps on ticking very nicely for him, making the gap ever so bigger every turn.
It does, and Lord Triss's hand not the best here in reality, because they're big pieces of the puzzle to commit. He's on blue coin this time. On blue coin, he does not want to be committing a dead illusionist. Instead, looks like we're going to see the Lydia early. Now, there is, has the ability to steal damage. I don't think we're going to see the ointment, albeit that premium. I've never seen the butterfly fly before, so that's nice to see. Would the amnesty probably the most points here if he has a direct target, which I think he does for max value. He is not devotion though, so unless he can grab a spying card, and I think he can grab fur card, which means it will also boost, and he can take it himself, which is probably what he's going to do here. That's a oh no, doesn't take that. Instead, takes another option. Interesting that he didn't take the fur card there.
I don't think it's necessary to take the fur card. I do believe if you take something, you give it spying, and fur card already has spying. So either way, he got a 3-point card, right? And oh, you mean fur card, so it doesn't give out any more spying statuses. Of course, now that is a good point you're making there, actually, Lionheart. That's odd that he didn't end up taking it.
I mean, points, I suppose it doesn't matter, and he's not likely to play the yen himself in this situation, ideally, so he's not overly fussed. And Cybers offers a pass here, takes himself a Lydia, knowing the odds are there was going to be a pass, because Sunset Wanderer is exactly where it was about to come out here. Cybers needs to find just 6 points, actually only needs to find 4 because his engine will tick 2 more times, but some pretty strong cards in his own hand that he's going to have to commit here in order to to get out. Is he going to have to commit something like a truffle for the carryover, even though the illusionist isn't in the best spot?
It's problematic. He might be considering stealing that Lydia himself, though potentially going into a long round here as Nilfgaard. Having lost Say, Yennefer is quite a nice card to have at the end of the day. He does decide to go with the Mushy Truffle, so that's going to give him some carryover into round 2, perhaps persuading him to go a little bit into the round himself. We see that Illusionist coming out, but obviously nothing yet in the graveyard to put on his side of the board. Cybers takes round 1 here.
Yeah, round 1 now in Cyber's favour. You would expect to see him having had to commit that, push a little bit further, not going to want to go into the longer round while the Sunset Wanderer still exists. There's no way of calling this match with the expectation of how it's going to go realistically. Each of these cards can play for so much more value in the right turn order if everything goes your way. And both players' hands looking remarkably similar, to be honest.
I mean, it is a mirror match. It's certainly a very similar list, that is. Now, each of them have drawn their cards. I see Cybers has his hand on the Blightmaker now. He can thin the deck this time around, hopefully not again breaking with Joachim. Lotris, on the other hand, yeah, there goes the Mage Assassin as quickly as it appeared in his hand. Cybers now having the option of going into the round, though he is going to risk perhaps going a card down. I would like to see the Blightmaker being played here, as well as the order from the Mushy Truffle. That in itself should give him a hefty amount of points here if he wants to get out.
Yeah, and he plays them. Obviously, you do lose the damage from the Blightmaker playing it onto an empty board. And in fact, doesn't even choose to thin, has decided to give himself a guarantee on the top, but was a mage that he has clicked. So you would imagine he has guaranteed himself Arto Terra Nova there. Now, in some Nilfgaard mirrors back in the day, that was really risky because Cantarella. However, there is no Cantarella right now. That is a sign of him saying the overall point value is less important than me guaranteeing something better later on.
There, Lotris did exactly what I feared. He did go. Oh wait, I'm seeing Cyber's hands in the air. I'm trying to.
He's like, I'm out.
Yes.
Oh,
well,
that's
what
perfect.
we just saw. Yeah, exactly. Well, it is beautiful. Lotris now has to commit his Sunset Wanderer, isn't that so?
Yeah, well, he doesn't get a choice. That is a big, big pass opportunity for Cybers there, because not only does he get the Sunset Wanderers out, he guarantees himself a better draw into the next round, which I wouldn't be surprised if we see. Okay, Lotris takes the option to thin instead of doing the same thing, which is interesting. But that feels like a big moment in this series. Could end up being defining here. Cybers will be very happy that he managed to take that option and retain his card and get rid of Sunset Wanderers here. I think this could be one of the moments that we look back, and as you see Terra Nova first card drawn, it really did end up paying off for him there. Will Lotris find his?
That is a very good question. Now, Lotris also still has the Mushy Truffle on the board. That Golden Froth won't just play for 6 points, however. In a matchup like this, it will be triggering many Assimilate engines. So that in itself is a little bit scary already, a bit of an advantage that Lotris has into this round. But Cybers has a Yennefer as well as Heatwave ready to go. And like you said, he placed Arte Terra Nova on top of his deck. Very well done. Ensure that he drew into it as well. This is going to be a very fun long round 3, and we see that Assimilate card on the board already. That in itself is rather scary, and if not dealt with, will grow rather big at the end of this round.
Yeah, it will, and this is one of the scary things, as I've said before, going first into that long round 3, develop your engines as soon as possible. And that's going to be something that you would perhaps see Cybers mirror here and try and do exactly the same thing. He chooses to do that. Lotris does have his Mushy Truffle as carryover though, which is a created card, so it's not just the boost value, but also the Assimilate that it will create as well. This is going to come down to who can make more engines here. I think this is going to be quite scary.
Yes, who can fill the other side of the board quickest and who can place more engines on their end of the board. So we already see another Illusionist coming down there, and now we see the 5-point Mage Torturer as well as an extra point there, because for some reason it registers as if you play the Mage Torturer first and then the Illusionist. An interesting little thing to notice there, hence the reason it's already at 6 points as if triggered once.
Yeah, very interesting to see that work. that way round. Now I'm looking at this from Cybers. He's got the opportunity here from his Brathans to remove one of those engines, but it's probably less points taking that option, and will probably have to use it to create himself another illusionist, to create himself another Mage Torturer. There are going to be engines everywhere. He takes the experimental remedy. I would be surprised if we don't see exactly the same thing here. These players may only run one of them in each other's decks, but we are going to see a lot of them in this.
Yes, we're not yet committing that Brathans because it's guaranteed to get stolen with Yennefer, instead going directly for the experimental remedy and yoinking that bronze card directly from the graveyard. So far this board is looking very similar from both ends, both going for the exact same strategy. I hope you're making notes, Lionheart. This is the way to play a mirror match apparently.
I mean, honestly, I'm just here for the ride and loving every second of it right now, as we see Lordris here taking a decision of what he's going to get rid of here to thin his deck options even further. He has the option, of course, which is interesting. He has Coup in hand, so he has double Joachim, not the case for Cybers on the other side. So has missed it by the look of it, in fact, which is obviously not ideal for him, really, but he will obviously, ideally, I think, find the target from his Yen. He will want to combo those two together to grab himself another engine, potentially.
Yes, for sure. I mean, he's sitting with a hand of golds there, and the thing is, you want to set up your cards early on, you want to get those engines ticking, but the moment you commit something substantial, it might just get stolen with Yennefer, so it's rather difficult. You have to pick your poison, as they say, and yeah, you have to be prepared for your opponent to steal it and throw it right back at you.
Yeah, for sure. That's the thing. It's going to come down. It's going to be very interesting. So yeah, Lord Triss actually has a guaranteed fur cart from his Joachim right now, and obviously Invo as well, as it's the only option that he has. So he's got a particularly nice pair of options there, and then he can in fact instantly coup into it as well, or joust, or yen. So not great.
That's
okay, huge. Huge.
That is massive. That is a huge point swing. He gets another engine and steals one from Lord Triss. Oh my. That was
Lord Triss can actually
well.
use coup here himself if he wants. He could actually either kill one of those engines or coup it and take it back himself if he values or doesn't value the coup onto the Joachim, because at the moment there are no other targets. Which way is he going to take this? Really interesting. I wouldn't be surprised to see the joust just because it's more direct removal, but engines are so much in this matchup.
I mean, yeah, he can just remove it. It depends what he values here. If he wants to go for the coup on something else, potentially, that's also an option he has. He's definitely weighing his options here. He ends up going
Takes
for
it.
Coup. Wow.
He does take it, so now he's going to have no access to the yen. Whatever he yens, he can't replay here. That's really, really interesting. Has decided to value.
We see him actually just killing the engine and not going for the Duchess Informer to swarm. Decided he'd rather get rid of it. Yes, instead of simply filling the board. Oh
Bribery
dear.
finds Terra Nova. Terra Nova finds Lydia. Now, I mean, these players are going to fill their board, surely, but this is a massive grab from Bribery.
Okay, Lydia being played into the range row, and we see the Imperial Diplomacy coming out there, triggering all of the Assimilate engines. That's going to be very nice. Look at that.
Takes the ointment there over the Fire Scorpion, probably because he is worried about the damage is effectively irrelevant at this stage. He has double Tor removal and doesn't want to be creating any more units. So that was lots of create there. Bribery is already one. Terra Nova then creates another. Lydia then creates another. That's a huge amount of points here for Cybers.
Yeah, it's a substantial amount of points here. Lord Triss sitting with less golds here than Cyber, something to notice. It's going to make a difference. He has an Emissary in hand as well as a Tawny Joust. Not something you want to see in your round 3 hand, especially when your opponent is packing golds only. We finally see Brathans being committed there. And are we going to see another Mage Torturer perhaps? Maybe an Illusionist? Lord Triss going through his options here, weighing whether he wants to fill his side of the board.
I think he needs to develop engines quickly because right now he's staring in the face of more engines. So yeah, goes for that, just drops another engine down for himself, gives himself a... That's interesting because obviously he can't create that anyway. Can't Terra Nova into Terra Nova here, so doesn't give himself the Lydia because one already has spying, doesn't matter. Either way, perhaps would have been better to give himself an illusionist there, because you can't Terra Nova into Terra Nova, otherwise you'd be there forever. So
I think the point essentially is just that you already have a lot of Arte Terra Nova options there, and he doesn't have Coup, so he wouldn't want another illusionist when he can another Lydia, right? So I think it was just random at this point. Now, Cyber is having the option of actually just stealing Brothans if he wants to. That would be a nice option. He decides to go for Brothans himself, first setting up that Assimilate engine, and we will likely see a Mage Torturer here. Many Mage Torturers here. People are getting tortured out here today.
And the leader as well here finds himself a Yen, so he missed the I believe, Terra Nova. So he effectively has triple removal here.
Now, he went ahead there and stole a Mage Torturer. Wait, no, sorry, I missed that. No, he stole a Mage Torturer instead of Brothans, as it would likely fill up his board too quickly at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he can ultimately, right now, he has double Tall removal, and he has 5 engines on the board now compared to just 2 for Lord Triss. So he's going to be feeling pretty good here, and he's gutted because he knows he missed it. He saw the option, so he was thinking maybe it wasn't in hand, but yeah, he misses that option, and all of a sudden the engines redevelop, and the swing is massive here. Leader for leader. Oh boy, and he doesn't miss it, of course.
Now, Lord Triss also takes the chance and he gets the Arte Terra Nova. This is a huge difference, and this is going to give Lord Triss many points. Cyber is very unlucky as he missed it when he tried to snipe that Arte Terra Nova from Lord Triss's hand.
How many points was that swing? He was behind there reasonably. He is now ahead by 40 points and managed to establish himself between a card and leader. I think 4 or 5 additional engines there. That is wild. That is so many points.
Yeah, that's going to make a huge difference here. While Cyber's first committing his Arte Terra Nova, we'll have an idea of where we're standing here.
How long for the boards to be filled? That is the question. How long until you cannot play a unit yourself? Because the Joachims are sitting. For Cybers, he could end up not having a place to play this Joachim here.
I think he's safe merely because of the fact that he still has Yennefer as well as Heatwave. He has Joachim now, so Lord Triss has to play Emissary and also has 2 special cards himself. So Cybers is fine here actually. Cybers is safe. He timed it perfectly actually, because he won't end up overswarming if all goes well for him.
That's very true. I'm just looking at the board right now, and I am seeing that Mushy Truffle is going to be worth so many points. Oh my lord, there are so many engines, not just the 6 points, but potentially more. It's going to be more than double that actually for Lord Triss here.
I mean, it's going to be triggering 8 different engines from what I can see here, as well as the 6 points from the Mushy Truffle and the Golden Froth. Yeah, that's exceptionally scary in these Assimilate matches, because also it's not a unit you have to place on the board. It doesn't take up any space. You can comfortably keep it, but is Cybers perhaps considering maybe killing it with Heatwave at this point? Probably not, right? As something like the 14-point Mage Torturer will be playing more, won't it?
It's worth the same, actually. And if you remove the Mushy Truffle itself, it would have played for 14 exactly. We'll probably just take the unit removal instead, and that is exactly what it does. So that Mushy Truffle will now play for just 13 here. We are in a dead board state heat, and the difference is going to be this Mushy Truffle. Wow. So it does play for the 13 points there. Only a Joust in hand. Now, the Joust is obviously worse than the Joachim here, but the Joachim should, or rather will be pulling a Mage Torturer. Now, early on, that is fantastic, but later on, it's not creating anything. So it's literally just going to come out as a 13-point card here. Never mind, there is the Barathans.
Okay, yeah, this is entirely different. This is different. This is very close.
You know what? There are
Oh my gosh.
24. He needs 25 points here, but let's let the cards do the talking because in theory, this swing is very possible here.
Brothen's coming down. Triggers the Duchess informant. It's going to be enough. Cybers takes it and goes through to the finals. Cybers going through with that last Brothen's point swing. GG, well played.
Look how happy he looks there. That was an incredible series from both sides. He deserves all of the accolades there because that matchup, in reality, it can go one of two ways always, but that was one of the most intense series I have seen in a very long time, Tia. That was incredible.
It was so well timed as well. The board was full and Cybers waited for that Yennefer to come out. He played Brothens, got a Duchess, the informant got enough space to actually play something. That was such a close game, incredibly done. Even the Golden Froth wasn't enough there as carryover for Lord Triss. Even the Archer Terra Nova he sniped that Cybers didn't get. We still got the winner. It's so close, guys. GG to Lord Triss for putting up an excellent game.
Yeah.
And GG for Cybers for going through to the finals. That's going to be amazingly exciting.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Lord Triss, yeah, as you say, played immaculately there, as did Cybers. That was one of the best series. I said this yesterday when we watched Cybers v Pasha. That probably topped it for me because the level of plays were just so perfect backwards and forwards, and the queuing orders there were just next level from the players. And if I am not mistaken, right now with Borgia standing by, we're going to send you over to him for the interview with Cybers.
Hey Cybers, how are you doing, man? That was intense. This was probably the most intense games of the whole weekend, if not the whole season 3. How you doing, man?
Thank you, man. What a series, man! I was pretty tilted after that flurry against NG game because if I just heat wave this Xavier, I just win the game on the spot.
Yeah.
But it looks like this might have worked out in my favor because
that was incredible.
And I was supposed. Oh man, I can't believe it! Can't believe it! Like I thought after I missed the Arthur that I was done for, but turns out last save pretty good.
Yeah, last save is always super important in Gwent. Did you queue specifically those decks to kind of, snipe things? Was it like planned strategy on your side?
Oh yeah, sure. I thought the SK on first red coin was solid. But I mean, if gift draws like this in round 2, then I mean everybody like every of my deck loses.
Yeah.
The mirror was good when as expected, and then the Nilfgaard versus SK was just a throw by me.
Yeah.
But then in the end, reverse sweeping, if you can call it like that, if you only have to win 2 times, like that's that's so good. Sorry,
Yeah. It must have felt good, right?
yeah.
Awesome stuff.
Oh god.
Really, really good stuff. How you feel going against Big Cuckoo in the final?
I mean, Ilucha is an incredible player, and I'm looking forward to hopefully another of these good series. Man, that was that was pretty fun. Man, I missed out on so many great tournaments, but hey, here I am finally.
It's super awesome to watch you play. And you were saying, sorry, my voice broke a little bit. You were saying in an interview that you're here to kind of prove to the community that you're a worthy opponent, and I think you just proved that with those games, like totally.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. I'll let you get some rest. Thank you for the interview then.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, before we go, we'll throw it back to a leak that you saw yesterday. So yeah, we're working on something cool with all our partners. That's all I can tell you. All I can tell you. You guys figure it out. All right, that's it from me. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk because they will have a lot of analysis to do and a lot of things to go through it. And I probably know that Shinmiri is so hyped for this that, yeah, guys, take it away.
Berja, you know me so well. I am very, very hyped, and so especially, I imagine, this set of matches was absolutely insane, super intense, big plays by both players.
Yeah, we've got so many things to get through. So I think, Shin, let's just crack on straight away. And we're starting here with a really key play that was so interesting, that something you noticed where it was Nilfgaard for Cybers versus Lord Triss's Reckless Flurry, and Cybers here uses Bribery, which finds Maxi.
Yes, and Maxi shows you the order of your cards in the order that they are in your deck. And normally, if you just, most people play 2 premium copies of bronzes, and here you see the 2 Mage Assassins, both premium, so you can't distinguish between which one is which. Cybers is going to shuffle here and put, presumably, one of these Mage Assassins at the bottom of his deck. Then later, he's going to play his first Blightmaker to thin one of these Mage Assassins out. But he doesn't know which one he's thinning out because he can't distinguish between Mage Assassin number 1 and Mage Assassin number 2. Which one did he put at the bottom of his deck? He ends up, unluckily, thinning out the one that he put at the bottom of his deck, which results in him Joachiming into the other one later in round 3 and getting that brick. And that was devastating, and potentially if he was able to distinguish between the 2 Mage Assassins, then this wouldn't have happened, and he potentially wins the game with the extra points. So this is something that you can avoid by playing 1 premium copy and 1 normal copy of all your bronzes, so that you can actually distinguish between the 2 copies. And this is very common in decks that run Maxi, that run cards like Cintrian Envoy, and then have a way to tutor some of these cards out. So information is power here, and normally you don't have that information as a Nilfgaard deck, but Nilfgaard can copy every card in the game, right? So it's a really niche strategy that would have made a big difference here.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, it just came down to 6 points. If this first Joachim hits the Blightmaker, then the second Joachim hits something different. So could have made the difference there, being such a tight game. But moving on, because there's yet more to unpack from this crazy series, and we had to show the ending here of the big game Scoia'tael versus Nilfgaard, which then led us, after Cybers won this, just about to that final Nilfgaard mirror matchup. And there was a really key moment where the Alza just completely popped off. He found a Skjal, a Margarita, which the lock got value, and a Frigate, which was able to be clicked. The boat was finally clicked again, Shinmiri. It had been a little while.
It's been so long since we've seen the boat. You gotta click the boat. But yes, this was a great Alza roll for Cybers here, getting a 10-point Skjal, a Margarita with a lock, ready to lock either like a Sorceress or an Assimilate engine, and then the boat just getting you extra points. But this ending of this round was just so intense. It could have gone either way. Amazing power play here by Lord Triss. Terra Nova into Simlas, had both remedies in the deck, goes for double Elven Seer so that they can combo. The rope is so low, so he goes for double Elven Seer, pulls off the combo, but doesn't have enough time to actually use his leader. Normally you would leader double cross when there's 3 cards in your opponent's hand to get the full information and to get the most options and have them be guaranteed options. But the rope is gone now. If he leaders, he risks just randomly choosing one and randomly choosing a target. That would be disastrous. So he has to delay his leader a turn, which allows Cybers to get the most valuable card, which is Heatwave, out of his hand. And Triss misses the Heatwave and has to end up settling for a Gourd, which is several points less, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. This Heatwave playing for 14 points on the Skjal, so it would have made a huge difference. And Shin, in fact, the rope can get so sticky with the Mushy Truffle as well, because if you run out while you're using the Golden Froth, you can in fact boost your opponent's cards as well. So fortunately for Lord Triss, he managed to avoid that happening. But yeah, if he finds this Heatwave on the Skjal, his leader would have played for significantly more points. And as it turned out to be just such a close round 3. Cybers just about edged it.
Heatwave actually 15 points, I think, because 14 on the Skjal, but if he manages to get his leader off last turn, he would have gotten an extra Assimilate on Terra Nova, because Terra Nova is about to get locked here by that Margarita.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And if I just fast forward then just to the end of this game so we can see how close it was. Cybers. Again, this Pyrotech as well was pulled by Lord Triss from the Diplomacy, and the fact that it was a 6 strength, well 4 strength with 2 armor, meant that this 2 damage from the Bountiful Harvest wasn't enough to clean it up alongside the leader. So Cybers missing out on 4 points. I think Lord Triss did really well here to play around Cybers being able to thin his leader ability, but definitely getting lucky to find that essentially 6 strength Pyrotech to play around the leader. But you can see just how close it was, and those extra points from the leader I think would have made all the difference.
Yeah, what a great game, but so close, and well played by both players there. Cybers, staying alive with his Alzer was crucial. I think Alzer ST has wants to be blue coin against Nilfgaard, so that was actually a really good situation for Cybers, queuing that on the right coin in game number 4, because he knows that Lord Triss only has 1 deck left, which is Nilfgaard. He doesn't have any other options. And so almost like in losing game 3 and going down the 1-2 deficit, Cybers got to choose his coins, and that I think might have been a blessing in disguise for him to lose game 3 and have that coin advantage for the rest of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, it's something I was even considering, because that matchup for Flurry into Alza is so bad for the Alza player. Even if you're going second, it's still going to be a struggle, but particularly if you're going first as Alza, it's pretty much unwinnable. So the fact that that Flurry deck actually beat Cybers meant that he maybe had some favorable matchups moving forward. But moving on to the Nilfgaard mirror, because there's so much to unpack here, and we're going to start in round 1 with a key play you've identified, Shimiri, as a misplay from Lord Triss potentially.
Yeah, I don't like Lord Triss playing Lydia here, although I guess maybe he is feeling like the pressure because of blue coin and being behind, that he needed to play a big card to get ahead. But in both the previous game, the Alzer NG, and this game, the NG Mirror, Lord Triss plays Lydia in round 1, and then gives up the round and then passes right away. Lydia's a really strong card because it's often assimilate proc, sometimes even double assimilate activation. So you typically want to try to save Lydia for a big power play in round 3, at the end of round 3, after you've got all your assimilate engines on the board. So Lydia is used up as a big resource in round 1 for Lord Triss.
Yeah, and the other thing that this does as well, which I don't think turned out to be significant, but it does give Cybers a really easy spying target. So he gives spying now to the Lydia, which could have potentially, if Cybers ended up trying to push for a 2-0 or something like that, could have just been a really nice option for him to have as and when he needed it. What does end up happening though at the end of this round 1 is Lord Triss does pass, and then Cybers is left in a little bit of an awkward situation. He only needs 5 points to tie, so 6 points to take the round, and he has this Adept on the board. So it might at first seem like he can invo the Lydia potentially, but because the Adept is only working when his deck is thinner than his opponent's, if he invos, they have the same amount of cards in their decks, and this would have meant that it wouldn't have been enough. So Cybers forced instead, he could have heat waved as well, I believe. The Heatwave would have done it, but instead used the Mushy Truffle. But this is a pretty big deal, Shimiri, because we saw in that round 3 how big the Mushy Truffle carryover is going into round 3 in the mirror matchup.
Yeah, Mushy Truffle is 6 points, but it procs Assimilate, and at the end of the game, there's like 8 units that have Assimilate on your side of the board. So it's really like 14 points of carryover that Lord Triss has from the Truffle into round 3 that Cybers doesn't have. So that's a huge advantage for Triss. Cybers manages to push a little bit in round 2 and get the really well-timed pass here, seeing that the Sunset Wanderer is on the second to right most spot. He passes, knows the Sunset Wanderer moves to the far right at the start of Triss's turn, and no matter what Lord Triss plays here, the Sunset Wanderer is getting wasted, and it's getting played out, comes out in round 2, and doesn't get that carryover potential to round 3. So this huge pass by Cybers, very well timed.
Absolutely. I think there's nothing better than a well-timed pass in Gwent, and I think that was a really good example of that soft push. But Lord Triss was also able to develop his Mushy Truffle carryover, and then going into round 3, Cybers actually missing Coup de Grace, which I think was, when we first saw, maybe identified as a really key card in the mirror, because what you can do, you can apply spying to something like a Terra Nova or Brathens, and then you can use the Coup to get another one of those copies. And Lord Triss as well, his use of Coup de Grace, a little bit controversial in this round 3.
Yeah, in round 3, Lord Triss uses Coup de Grace, and then the casters were talking about it as well. There's an option here to Coup de Grace the 3 strength Torturer right? Which removes an engine from your opponent's side and adds an engine to your side, which is very strong. These Torturers are going to be ending up in the double digits most likely, but you're also giving up on the possibility of using Ku on a Terra Nova later, because he does eventually give spying to the Terra Nova, but never plays another Ku.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tourney Joust was an option here. Of course, he Joachim'd, I believe it was, into the fur cart, and then the Ku used instead of the Tourney Joust. And as a result, just didn't have that Ku option. Cybers didn't have the Ku himself. And then, of course, Cybers also, a really key moment as well, turned out not to be too important, but there was 4 cards in the hand for Lord Triss, one of them being Terra Nova, and Cybers used his leader ability and just didn't find Terra Nova as an option, forced instead to use Invocation.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit unlucky. I mean, very unlucky, actually, for Cybers here. But I think the fact that Lord Triss didn't have Sunset Wanderers, didn't have Lydia, and ended up playing arguably a suboptimal Ku, I think those really swung it in Cybers' favor, and Cybers having last say, being to play more reactive and not having to worry too much about his board space.
I also just want to touch on something really interesting. I believe the casters mentioned it as well. There was an option for Cybers here to, in fact, heatwave the Mushy Truffle, because you're going to be denying the 6 points of the Golden Froth, but more importantly, all those assimilate triggers. I think it worked out to be almost exactly the same. I'm not sure on the exact maths on that, between the Mage Torturer, which this heatwave played for 15 because it would have grown once more, and then the Froth was playing for 6 plus
8 assimilate. So I think one more point on heat waving the Torturer. So the correct play by Cybers, but very, very close call.
Yeah, and that would have been really interesting to see a heat wave on a Mushy Truffle. And of course, the final play for Cybers, just to take it, the Barathans on top of the deck, or plays the Barathans right at the end from the Joachim, and then comes in with the Informant, the Mage Torturer as well, triggering all the assimilate and taking it in the end by 15 points. Nilfgaard mirror matchups boggle the mind, but I think the key thing here was those earlier...
Oh, no, Specimen, come back. Okay, there was a little bit of a hiccup there. You're back. I'm just going to end this with a what-if alternative timeline reality. If Cybers had taken Master of Puppets from the Imperial Diplomacy in round 1, we would be, I think you and I would have a heart attack trying to analyze a Nilfgaard mirror long round 3 with potential of both players playing Master of Puppets. So I'm kind of glad that didn't happen.
Yeah, he took the Adept and he did have the thinner deck at that point in time, but maybe if he had more cards in deck, he would have been more inclined to take that Master of Puppets. Okay, well, that's our analysis for that second semi-final. You're going to be casting a little bit later on, Shinmiri. We've got Aluha or Big Kukuruzina versus Cybers as the final. Really looking forward to that one. We do have a little developer stream coming soon, which I'm sure everyone's looking forward to. But for the moment, we're going to send it back to your casters, Tia Beastie and Lionheart, to show you the updated bracket.
And we are back. Thank you for that analysis, guys. Tia, the final is set. Big Kukuruzina, Cybers. Wow.
Lionheart, this has been quite the journey. I can't wait to see these two in action. It's going to be quite a game, I can assure you of that. And my goodness, again, I can't emphasize enough how I think nobody got the divination results. And if they did, I think CDPR needs to double it, but that's not on me to decide.
They should be buying a lottery ticket if they predicted this correctly. The series we have seen have been absolutely incredible, and we can take a look now at the prize pool to see the updates, I believe. We can see how much these players have earned already, and it is not small change here. You can see, even though he is going home, Lord Triss currently ahead of Cybers because of the 3-0 on day one. Wow, all of those players are going to be going home very happy, Tia.
Very happy indeed. We can see currently Big Kukuruzina having the most of the prize pool ready to go, and I believe we were explained how the finals are going to be working. Don't you want to run us through that, Lionheart?
Oh, but well, you can see the players have earned a lot of money so far, but between the match stake and the winner's fee, there is more than double what even Big Cuckoo has on offer right now. So there is so much more still to play for the two remaining players. It is going to be absolutely huge. Tia, that may have been one of the greatest series we have ever had the privilege to cast, I think.
I mean, I 100% agree. This day has been amazing. There has been cake. There has been one Ulzer game that we thought was the best ever, and then right after that, dreams were broken. A Nilfgaard seems to be a lot more fun to cast, at least. And even better, I hear there's going to be a pretty long dev stream coming now with some pretty interesting things to be said.
Yeah, so we hear. This is the end from us for this tournament, and we are going to be sending you over there in just a second. So thank you very much for an incredible tournament. Happy birthday to you again. I hope when I check back over this, there is a wall of happy birthdays to you in the chat. And that'll be me signing off, and I will leave you to do the same before we send you over. The players, of course, do need a break. Cyber's just finished that game, has a little bit of time for a pretty big video, from what you say.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lionheart. It was fun casting with you as always. Thank you to chat, who I already saw wished many happy birthdays. I appreciate it. Thanks to CDPR, and thanks to the people who are to come in the dev stream. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Oh, it's going to be a big one, trust me. You don't want to go anywhere. This is going to be worth watching. Thank you for having us, guys, and we will hopefully see you next time. And we're going to be in the chat with you for the finals. I cannot wait.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to the pre-final segment for GWENT World Masters Season 3 Final. Yes, you will see the final players take it away soon. But before that, we will be talking about the future. And when we'll be talking about the future, we will have Jason and Vlad. So roadmap for next year, plus a little bit about Project Golden Necker. And after that, you will have me and Jean talk about the changes coming on December 7th with update 9.6. It's going to be crazy. We also will be leaking the last cards, so don't miss that. And yeah, I think that's it. And I also will probably close this video so we have a nice ending to take it away and throw it back to the games. And yeah, without further ado, Jason and Vlad, take it away.
Vlad.
Hello there. Hey.
Hey.
Long time no see, Jason.
This is Bush's chair. Did
Yeah.
you kidnap him for me as I asked? So I can have his role for a change? That's my return. It's nice to see you.
Yes, it's been a while.
It's nice to be here, actually.
Where you've been?
I've been in a dark cave contemplating the meaning of life.
That's important.
I've been preparing to work on some exciting new opportunity within CDP, actually. So yeah, there's exciting stuff for me coming down the line eventually, and well, what does that mean for Gwent, right?
And what I'm doing here.
What are you doing here? Why am I talking to you? So, just as a quick introduction, for better part of this year, Vlad has actually been in the driver's seat at the helm of the tugboat, bringing Gwent forward and making sure that things keep running smoothly and that you guys get all the content while I take care of myself and the things that I had to do and where I'm going. And so I have every confidence that you will be the guy, the chosen one to guide Gwent moving forward for now. So
thank you.
Without focusing too much on that, because why?
No, just let me say that I'm definitely super excited about this. In my whole career, I never dreamed that there might be the day that I will be in charge of my favorite game as well. And you know, I'm playing all kinds of modern digital CCGs.
You got a card this year, is that why?
Yes, definitely. No. But you know, I still haven't found anything even remotely close to Gwent in terms of the art style, in terms of the core gameplay uniqueness. So this is a huge privilege.
I mean, your passion makes me feel comfortable being able to move on to my new challenges. And well, okay, so it's roadmap time. Usually it's Buja interviewing me, asking me a bunch of questions, and this year is kind of as a way of handling this. Well, I'm going to be Buja.
So this is I feel it's almost like an exam, but yeah.
Yeah. Are you ready for the test? I'm going to interview you.
Let's do this.
Check if you actually have a good plan and a strategy. Yeah, let's see.
Yes, let's do this. So as always, end of the year, December. This is the time for roadmaps. It's time to look into the future, see what's in the cards.
You do know. All right. Well, All right, speaking of what's in the cards,
Yeah.
like how do we plan to handle new cards, expansions, all that stuff moving forward?
So as you guys know, we experimented a lot over the years with different cadence of card releases. We
Right.
had years in which we had only 2 releases per year. We had, like last year,
We have experimented quite a bit. Yeah?
quite a bit, and we always were looking for this perfect
So,
spot.
so what's the new experiment this time?
Yes, let's experiment some more. Actually, after Price of Power experiment this year, we've noticed that, well, every 2 months cadence is quite ambitious. It's
Pretty
very
intense,
cool
yeah.
for the engagement, right? Like
Yeah.
we only released the previous expansion, new one is already knocking on the door. That was a cool part. However, it also introduced some issues with us not being able to catch up with the meta all the time, you know, with balancing stuff and with this cadence.
So you're saying it hampered your ability to really
yeah, the truth is
polish
we
the meta
always,
as much as you would have liked. Yeah?
we always have to, you know, develop things ahead, right? So in this sense, every 2 months, putting quite a big pressure on our team in terms of making sure that we are flexible enough and we're reacting to the actual problems, changes.
I just laugh and smile a bit because I know at least one designer who like, it's not about meta, it's about the tools and the cards availability. The meta is what naturally happens. We don't have control over that, right?
This as well.
Yeah.
Right? So we analyzed your feedback as well, because I know this question was discussed by the community. What's the perfect cadence of card releases? And we arrived at the conclusion that once every quarter, so once every 3 months.
So 1 month
nice
longer
spot.
between, right?
Yes. That will give us a bit more time to like properly plan everything, and I think in general that will keep the whole year interesting.
And when does that start?
Okay, so we have the card release right now this month, but next year you can expect the first cards being available in April. So
okay,
yeah, and then every 3 months.
Beginning of April, end of April.
Beginning.
Okay. Probably didn't plan to say that. I'm gonna interview for you guys. I'm gonna get the truth out of this guy. Oof.
Right. So 4 card releases per year.
Yeah.
It's worth to mention, and you guys probably can see it on the screen, like the second card release of the year is going to be more in line with our traditional approach to expansions. Common theme, lore, new mechanics.
Some new mechanics can still be expected with this. Yeah?
Yes, absolutely.
And
While the other card releases would be a bit more similar to what we're doing this month, with 12 cards being released in December, mostly targeted in supporting the old archetypes, gluing everything together.
We did it with the leader update
in March.
In March, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So something similar to that is the goal, right? And that was actually pretty fun, right? Like it definitely felt like as soon as we balanced it a little bit, that was a really good time for Gwent this
Agreed.
year. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. When it comes to these card drops, okay, cool. New content is great. Like, does that mean that between these card drops, anything is changing? What could players expect?
So nothing is changing in terms of our monthly cadence of balance updates and changes to the game. Like for sure, we do realize that it's important to react to any issues that might arise, and making spice up the meta and the balance of the game on a regular basis. So monthly updates you can still expect, nothing changing in this regard. And of course, with every card release, you can expect a bigger impact on the gameplay of the game.
Okay, I think we'll talk a bit more about that later. I think was the plan, but for now, let's maybe switch to journeys. What's the plan for journeys moving forward?
Yeah, it's another important topic. So,
by the way, has everyone bought Regis Journey? It's pretty awesome.
I surely hope so.
That one was a lot of work, right?
Our first vampire journey as well.
Three states, right?
Oh yeah,
that was
pretty amazing one. So the most important thing that will happen with journeys next year is based actually on your feedback, guys. It's about bringing old journeys back.
Okay.
So we received multiple requests to do that.
Right, that's something we've been talking about for a long time, right? Like it's not a new topic for us.
It's not an easy one to handle as well, right? Like we want also to make always wanted to make sure that it's fair for people who bought these old journeys or maybe completed them before. So we're not immediately making them available right immediately after you just completed it, grinded the hell out of it.
Right.
We want to ensure that people will have enough time to enjoy it.
We've done a lot of steps to remove a bit of this FOMO grind problem, right? We never really wanted people to have to live in their basement to get all the fun content out of journeys. Yeah?
It's funny that you mentioned this because we were taking it one step further with bringing all journeys back.
Right.
So not only all previously released journeys will be back next year, but also we're making them
for
infinite.
free, right?
For those who already had them.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
Like, for example,
so if you've already bought Series Journey, you don't have to buy it again. To
exactly.
Finish it.
I think
Right.
Series Journey is a good example that I think many players were not able to finish it. It
Right.
was a really challenging one. So if you already have it in your collection, so to say, but it's not available to you, once it's back, you will be able to complete it at no extra charge. But important thing, new journeys are infinite. Like there is no more time limit.
There's no more clock.
There's no more timer. No more
talk. Doesn't that like kind of take away from people who like, let's say, did work really, really hard to get that level 175 Siri kimono?
I surely
way
hope
back in the
not.
day?
I hope that we actually waited long enough for people to enjoy this trinkets and this.
Right. So our
goodies.
stance is essentially it was a time exclusivity, right? Like
Yes.
your hard work still gave you Siri kimono for at least a year more than
Yes.
anyone else could have gotten it now, and
Yeah,
that's not nothing, right?
Absolutely, and I think we need to take new players' perspective into account here as well. Like we deeply care about veteran players and those who are supporting us. It's we're really grateful for your support and contribution. Also, new players, it's easier to understand their frustration when they're seeing this cool content in the game which they didn't even have a chance to purchase or to obtain in the first place. So we want to make it as fair as possible for both sides of the equation.
Does this mean that we might add content to old Journey characters? Like, I could think of some things that we never did with Geralt that maybe might be cool to do
We're
one
actually
day.
already doing this, kinda, right? Like producing more trinkets that will go together with the old skins from Journeys. But yeah, definitely we will continue to do that. Actually, on this topic,
right?
For those who don't like to wait, for those who don't want to wait for
This
next
guy.
year. Yeah, we do have a nice surprise coming this month later. It's Geralt's skin.
surprises.
Geralt Journey skin. We're bringing him back to the shop. You will be able to get it if you didn't have this skin from the original Journey.
Wait, does that mean the old Journeys are all coming back in December?
No, only Geralt's skin will come back. But our promise that if you will purchase it to play with Geralt, because you don't want to wait, once Geralt Journey is available, it will be this purchase will count as a full journey purchase.
Available, what are we talking about? End of next year?
So you could take a look at the roadmap, right? And
No, I can't.
No, but I'm sure they can, right? So
Yes, I'm sure they can.
you can see that in May we will have Geralt and Ciri journeys available, and then
Progressively
we will add more old journeys to the mix, and you will be able to progress them one at a time.
Right. Does that mean that like maybe the Geralt journey might rotate out at some point in the future again, or?
No, once it's back, it's back.
It's more about like we have to spend the time to re-add all that
Yes.
progression back in. Okay.
And also, as you can see, hopefully on the roadmap screen, there is one new journey which we're still planning
returning, yeah.
to add. No, the
an
brand
actual new one? Oh,
Yes,
good. I was
absolutely.
afraid from all
so
this
after,
talk of-
after Regis, there will be
Right.
another one which is based on the character previously not featured in any journeys. That will be like the last original journey to be released next year. It doesn't mean that we will never ever release any original content there.
Okay, good, because I like my journey.
We would like to keep this
I think there's
door
lots
open.
of characters I'd still like to see in Gwent.
but Gwent's universe is huge for this. Like we
Yeah.
have
The
very
Gwent
cool
universe?
ideas. Yeah, wow.
No, I'm kidding. You know what I mean.
Yes.
The Witcher universe.
You know, taking it over.
Okay, so that sounds exciting. So maybe it's not as much new content, but definitely it'll have a lot for players to do. And for anyone that join later than when we started these journeys, that's a lot of new interesting content they can interact with. So that's cool.
Yep.
Now, since we're at the Masters, is there, we're on a train now, yeah? Season 2, 1 year, Season 3, done this year, no more delays, we've got our cadence down, we've got Season 3 wrapping up right now. Tell me there's going to be a Season 4, Mr. New Game Director.
Yes, I can officially confirm Season 4 is coming. It's really, it feels good to be back on track, so no more delayed events. This year we managed to close this chapter, feeling good about it.
Yeah.
So next season of Masters,
what's changing, right?
So let me start with what not changing.
All right, sure.
We would like to keep the format in which players who will be qualifying for the events, it will be mostly based on their tournament performance. So online qualifiers, and in terms of World Masters, it's the same, opens as well. So this part is cool. We don't want to change it. Still, ladder position matters, but not as much as it used to be in earlier seasons. So this part we like.
A little less grindy, hopefully.
Yes, yeah, definitely. What is changing, however, is that we would like to connect opens next year with card releases, meaning that opens actually will precede the card release, so we can have something similar to what we're having right now, talking about
card
reveals.
Releases for opens?
Actually, the fourth event will be World Masters,
right?
So it means 3 opens.
It means 3 opens.
During the year, or with World Masters, as always, in December, just before the December card release. And yeah, with this change, still the whole year will be full of esports competitive activity.
Okay.
And one more thing about this, if you guys remember, for last couple of years we had these esports products which are contributing to the prize pool.
Yeah, some beautiful ones this year, right?
Yeah, really exciting.
The seasonal theme, I really liked it. Yeah.
So for 2 years straight, we contributed 30% of earnings on these products to the respective prize pools of events. And starting from next year, we're increasing this percentage to 50. So now it's more equally distributed. It's 50% going to prize pool.
One for me. One for you. One for me.
Yeah, exactly. And another 50% would be directed.
The accountants are happy. It's easier to count at the end of the day.
Yes, you can just split it in half, and the rest.
That's how it works, right? Someone's just taking your esport purchases and
yes.
making little piles of green money.
Absolutely, that's exactly how it's working.
Exactly.
I'm sure.
Or coins at this point, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. But okay, so we have esports. We talked about the you wanting to do balance patches between the card drops and we're tying them to the esports and all that. But what about the meta diversity, right?
Oh, yeah.
I know we don't control the meta, and we kind of made a little joke about that earlier, but we do have a huge influence on it, probably more than anyone else, right? Because what we do will affect it. So what are some of the challenges with meta diversity you want to kind of focus on moving forward?
Yeah, absolutely. So one challenge which I see with the meta diversity is that, we know a lot of people not really flexible or willing to experiment with deck building, right?
Is it okay?
It's
hard. It's scary.
It's scary, and we totally
There's a lot of
get
cards
it.
in Gwent, right?
That's why we have even the official services like GWENT Library
to give people some tools.
To give people some tools, and also content creators can contribute to the content creation and come up with the deck guide for the most powerful deck in history of Gwent. Meta breaker. Top 1.
100% win rate.
Yes.
I played it 12 times. Clearly, it can never lose.
So of course we would like for all of this to continue. This is this hype is great. I think that when it comes problematic is when people losing motivation, players losing motivation to try something else, right? And we get it. When there is something which is being perceived as just better.
I think the card drops every 2 months didn't help with that, right?
The time is so short that you want to play the most optimal, the most powerful, or the one that is being perceived the most powerful.
Right.
Deck, just not to lose out on anything. So how we would like to approach it is we would like to give more options to players, right? What it means actually. It means that we can go back to the archetypes, which currently not receiving the
what's up with vampires? I mean,
it's been in a rough spot for a long time.
Right, like come on. We put Detlef, we put Unseen Elder, you know all these bosses got kind of interesting and then so quickly faded away.
So
I like to suck blood in my card games.
You're absolutely right, and you're not alone in this. We recognize that it's one of the archetypes which deserves more love. That's what we're doing with this update this month
Spoiler
already.
alert,
Yeah, so that's actually a great example of how we're planning to approach this archetypes in next year as well. I'm sure there are plenty of those in Gwent which are
They come,
they
have their
right?
days of glory and then they kind of fade away. Do you think that you guys will be able to like hit all archetypes, all decks have their equal glory all the time?
No, it's not possible, with one update to rule them all, to fix everything simultaneously at the same time. We will be, doing it step by step. But of course, it doesn't mean that we will be, slow on purpose with this. It just we would need to
take our time with the balance.
Yeah.
Old game developer. Okay, but like when we talk about that diversity, like isn't the thing that killed the diversity a bit like the power creep that people see with things like price of power, right?
I feel power creep is a buzzword that is being used quite often.
All right, so here's what we do with buzzwords. Define
Yes.
power creep for me.
Yes, so let's define it. So power creep happens when there is an old card, which is being basically replaced by newer card being released by us, which does the same job but strictly better, right? It's just like a better version of the card arrives and you don't have a motivation to play it anymore because why should you? You will get more value out of the new one.
I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot because we never discussed this, but isn't it also like a card coming in and reactivating other cards and interacting with other cards can also, in a way, create a power creep as well?
Absolutely, like this can happen from time to time. When we saw examples like this, when whole decks, the whole archetypes are being considered by the community as being power crept simply because, let's say, there are better alternatives in the same factions, or more damage to deal, or more points.
It's not always about a card. Sometimes it's about an archetype as well.
It is. Yes. Okay. So
what are we going to do about it? What's the solution?
There's one solution which people keep bringing up, and we know that some other CCGs went this route, which is the set rotations.
Oof.
Yeah,
I've never liked that word.
Always a hot topic, and always something that players are considering as an ultimate solution. We don't like this that much, even though it's extremely liberating for our designers. I'm sure designers probably would even celebrate if we would decide to go this route.
My problem with set rotations is it takes something away, right?
Exactly. That's the problem about it.
It's an easy way out, right? It's like let's take it away and just try again and build from somewhere else. I've never been a fan of that.
Personally, I think that set rotations could be an interesting experiment in some kind of a seasonal format in which there is artificial meta existing for some period of time.
Where maybe like a set or an archetype would rotate out and rotate in just to kind of create a new environment, right?
Exactly.
But not like these cards are old and they don't matter anymore. And maybe we'll just reprint them, slightly changed. You have to buy them again.
The biggest negative impact of set rotations is actually on players who care about their collections, who care about the cards that they have this emotional attachment to.
It's a lot of work to get all the cards.
Do you want Vanilla Geralt to be ever rotated out of the game? I mean, or what was your favorite card? I don't know. Is it Walter Veritas?
Of course it's Walter.
Okay, so do you want it to rotate out of the game?
I've asked him to be buffed so many times. I want him to be the top of the meta, right?
Maybe that's another example of the card which is not exactly viable, and we need to do something about it one day.
Please.
So set rotations not really.
So not set rotations. Then does that mean we're giving up, or do you have another idea in mind?
No, we're not giving up. There is another way, which is actually bringing back old cards or old archetypes in some cases to the modern power level. Of course, like modern power level also can shift, and it can be
well, it's a hard thing to keep at a
nerfed,
specific
buffed.
level, right?
Yeah.
It's not like it's simple math.
Yes, yes, it's not constant, right?
Right.
It's shifting. But we do realize that there is a lot of cards in the game which are not being actively used. Like
Are we ever gonna change the wolf pack?
Maybe. I mean, you know, the wolf pack is actually one example of the card which doesn't look strong on itself by being this very, you know, generic neutral, I would say. But then let's imagine that the beast archetype will be focused one day. It might find its place even without changing its stats. But
buff wolf pack is all I'm saying. See, now I can.
I didn't know you're also a fan of wolf packs, but
no.
Apparently.
It's not gotten its fair due for too long, and I have like fond memories of when Leshen used to come out and spawn.
Oh,
these.
Yeah,
I want to see them on the board again.
Yeah, that's true. But I think on the other hand, you know, some of the archetypes of old, like hand buff, for example, they saw the second coming, so to say, with Price of Power. We actually managed to
without actually going too far.
Without over buffing it, we just added additional tools.
Hand buff?
Yeah. We managed to make it viable. Maybe not competitively viable, not in the tournament meta anyway, but still, it's a fun deck to play these days.
So what does that mean though? Like, what's the strategy going to be? How are you going to choose focus? You're just going to increase the provisions on every card?
No, it's for some cards it will work like this. Right. It's exactly what they needed, like the small provision.
Just going down to the. Was it the only gold card with 5 provisions still, or?
No, I don't think so.
We got another one?
I don't remember, actually.
I remember it was kind of like, holy crap, we put Maxia at such a low provision for gold. It was kind of controversial, but hey, she wasn't playable. Provision goes down. She's completely viable, right? We've seen a lot of her since we've done that.
Yeah, I think, you know, in many cases, the provision buff or nerf is something that would drastically change the behavior of the card and its popularity.
I remember back in the day when we used to just do like a provision buff from, let's say, like 5 to 4 provisions, and people like, that doesn't change anything. And now I think we've all learned that sometimes one provision makes a huge difference. It matters a lot.
Like, look at the...
Especially at the low bronze provisions.
Yeah, like there are multiple examples actually for changes like that. But that's not the only tool in our toolbox. Like sometimes everything that the underdeveloped archetype or not used card needs is just more support. It can arrive in the form of the new card releases. And actually with this December update, that's exactly what we're doing. We're changing some of the existing cards, but we're also adding new cards to the game to work with these archetypes.
I like new cards, and there's going to be some really cool, some new arts, right? We're not just bringing back all arts. We're actually making some. They're not leader cards, right?
Not exactly, right? But
there's some of the old, some of the new cards are old leader cards. Some of them are similar but brand new and quite fantastic looking.
So yeah, there are multiple ways to approach this, and we are committed to gradually improve the variety of the method, just to make it more enjoyable, to give you guys more options in the deck builder, more options when you're deciding what kind of deck you would like to play within your favorite faction, or when you want to switch between factions.
So maybe kind of improvising and throwing an unplanned question at you. You're welcome. In the past, you know, we talked about things like, hey, we want to redo draft mode or some big features coming next year. What's the big features that you're planning next year?
So the biggest feature that we're planning for next year would be actually making the old archetypes viable, right? That's our biggest commitment there.
So you're saying like your plan next year is to, instead of trying to do big, huge,
we're not going extensive
changes,
here.
You wanna just take what we have and just mold it into the best that it can be.
I believe that's the single one thing which maybe keeps some players not happy about the state of Gwent. Like if we will be able to tackle it effectively, I'm sure like it will be a completely different impression on on their side. It doesn't mean, of course, that we will not do some things which we used to do. Like, for example, the primification of tokens, the infamous topic. It's something that we definitely will be delivering. Already mentioned draft will be released, right? Like it needs to go out of the
we're not going to stay
early
in beta
access.
forever and pretend like it never gets released.
I just don't want, to label it as the biggest feature that we are working on, because it's not. Like for me, the meta diversity is a much bigger priority and much bigger focus area for next year.
So from our conversations, it feels to me, and maybe you can clarify that you feel like Gwent is at a state where a lot of things are either in a good place or
Already
close
there.
to a good place, and now it's more about polishing and adding some diversity and playing with the tools that we have rather than going to 5 rows. Yeah, or some big change up that completely rewrites the whole formula. Right?
In the year after Homecoming, I remember how our priority was to expand the card pool drastically. Like we actually released 4 expansions during this year. It was like, ooh, what a year it was, huh?
Most people didn't think we could do it in the team. They're
Yeah.
like, no, that's too many cards.
We also had this challenge of releasing on mobile platforms as well. So like we had the challenges ahead of us, which were directed into going as wide as possible, so more cards, more platforms, more of everything, and sometimes it comes at the cost of not going deeper with what we already have, right?
Not giving that second look or that polish on some features or some menus. And we've been able to do a few of those over the last 2 years.
Some small wins definitely happened along this.
But hopefully we can do more of that kind of thing next year, right?
With a focus, we will. Yes.
So that's exciting. I'm looking forward to see what you guys can do with that kind of focus, because
I'm excited too.
I feel like there's so many features in Gwent where there's these little things that we know we want to do, but some big challenge or big thing has stopped us from focusing on them. And hopefully
prioritization
next year
problem
should be about really refining and polishing the rough edges still in Gwent. So
Exactly. Yes.
I wish you guys a lot of luck with that. And one more thing before we go, we've been teasing for a long time now.
Yeah.
This project Golden Necker, tell me it's time to reveal it.
No. Sorry about that.
But it's coming so soon.
Yes, it is. It is. Actually,
so much work and love.
Announcement is truly coming soon. I wanted to stress that the project is on. It's in development, not killed.
Never forget.
Never forget. Keep spamming it in the chat. Definitely, that will speed things up.
Definitely makes reveals happen. Yeah?
Yes. We want to announce stuff that we're working on when the time is right. Meaning that we have all the materials lined up. We have all the nice presentation for you guys and for the rest of the audience. So. Sure, we can still tease a thing or two, which we will do at the end of our transmission here. And what I wanted to say also is that I'm really excited about this project coming together. I hope you will like it as much as I do.
There's been a lot of love and good nuts. So without further ado, we're going to say goodbye while you stare at beautiful leaks from the Project Golden Necker. We will say nothing else about them. And while you look at them, I just want to say that I'm really excited about moving forward. I think you're the right man for the job. There's definitely really interesting things that we talked about before, and I'm excited to see what happens. And who knows, I might drop into the tavern every now and then and still
you always
hide
welcome
behind
here,
a chair, try to tickle Buja. You know how it's fun to tickle Buja. We'll see, right? I'm still lurking in the shadows as a friend and a huge supporter and fan of Gwent. That's never going to change.
Thank you, and definitely hope that we will, don't let you down in this.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Anyways, thanks guys. Have a good one. Now to
Buja and Jean with the overview of 9.6 update.
What a video! Yeah,
some spicy leaks are waiting for you there as well. I hope you guys will enjoy it.
Have a great.
Signing off.
Was it Masters finale
yes.
coming up after this? Yeah. So have a great Masters finale.
See you guys.
Bye.
All right, welcome back. Well, that was an interesting one. I'm here with Jean, our game designer. Jean, how are you doing?
Great. Exciting stuff to talk about, right?
Yep. We'll be talking about update 9.6, which is coming on December 7th, like I said in the beginning. And we'll be going through also the 6 remaining cards, because you saw the first 6 this weekend, and we'll be recapping with the last 6, so don't miss that. We also will be talking about how that influences the balance changes and more. So yeah, Jean, it's gonna be an interesting one too.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, we'll be going as always faction by faction, and we'll be starting with monsters. So let's jump straight into it. The card that we want to show here is my boy Regis Reborn. So he's a legendary, of course, a unit, a vampire, 1 power, 13 provision. Deploy, drain an enemy unit by 3 at the end of your turn while on hand or deck. If there is an enemy unit with bleeding, increase own base power by 1. Oh my god, he starts with a 1. I was like, why is he 1 for 13 provision? But if you have bleeding going on, he grows.
Yeah.
What's up with him?
So, the return to vampire, right? This is the first super exciting thing. So our intention with Bridges is to offer vampires with a finisher, because they were struggling, right, historically in short rounds, and is carryover based. But so that kind of give this side game plan for vampires to like keep that bleeding going, so that their Regis is growing.
Oh, nice. So when it comes to balance changes, are we seeing some changes to vampires?
Yeah,
also
absolutely.
With this update? Okay.
Absolutely. We're giving more helps to vampires. So the first thing is that we've slightly reworked Flatter to make it into a more powerful engine, 6 provision. And we've completely reworked Catachan.
Ooh.
Yeah. Catachan used to be a bit of an oddball in vampires, because Death Wish wasn't really something that vampires were doing, right? And Thrive was a bit hard for vampires to trigger. So completely rework, and Catachan is now a very proactive play, right? Which is going to give vampires more way to profit from putting bleeding on.
Nice. Nice. That's really cool. Anything else to mention here?
Yeah, a bit of buffs to Alp, Necrat, and Gal. So like power being increased by 1, provision being lowered in the case of Gal. Yeah.
Nice. And I think this is something that will be taken in a very positive way by the community, because a lot of people were asking for vampires to actually, become stronger, get more tools, and
especially
also,
with the journey, right?
Yeah. It's all thematic here. So with the Regis journey, it makes total sense. So that's one thing for monsters, but I think there's also something else. I think there's one more thing connected to Death Wish and some balance changes there.
So with Araka's Queen, we are also bringing more support to Death Wish. So we've introduced changes to Abaya, to Brewus, Myrolorn, and Withus Incantation. All of them basically with the intention of making them more flexible. So for instance, Abaya is now able to trigger the Death Wish of any unit, not only bronzes, right?
Well, that's really cool.
And we've added a consume on order for Withus, which also, Withus Incantation, right? Which also should make her more flexible and should allow her to build up a body so that she's harder to remove.
Nice. Well, that's really cool. So those are the things you wanted to highlight for monsters?
Yes.
Perfect.
These are the main things.
Nice. Of course, there will be more changes, which you will see in the patch notes closer to the release. But yeah, you're getting this information quite early, because there's still a little bit time till the update. But yeah, I'm really happy that we're doing this segment. Moving on, we have the mighty Empire of Nilfgaard. And we have Jan Calveit, right?
Yeah.
Or
I'm trying to get people to call him Jean Calveit. I've been having much success.
So Jean Calveit in this case, also a legendary unit, human aristocrat, of course, 8 power, 10 provision. Deploy, sort cards in your deck from the highest to the lowest provision cost. Okay. At the start of the game, move self up by 1 position in the deck for each tactic in your starting deck. Oh my god, this is such a cool ability.
I'm gonna give a bit of an example for the passive, because I think it can be a bit hard sometimes to understand. So at the start of the game, your deck has been shuffled, right? So imagine that Jean Calveit is in the 17th position of your deck. Well, if you have 10 tactics in your deck, he's going to be moved to the 7th one, right? And after that, you draw your 10 cards, which are going to be your hand, and so he's going to be in the 7th position of your hand. So you got him. That's pretty cool, right?
Nice. Interesting. He's also moving on up in the deck, so he's like becoming, you know, better and better and better. Nice.
Something we really like about Jan Calveit and Aldol is that they give different kind of support to tactics, where you also have payoff for running more tactics than multiples of 4, right?
Yeah, it makes total sense.
And something I enjoy about Jan Calveit is that if you play him with Enslave 6, well, in the very worst scenario where your Jan Calveit was at the bottom of the deck, well, if you're on blue coin, you're gonna be able to find him on your 3rd mulligan.
Nice.
That's assured.
That's crazy. Yeah, so he's guaranteed in this case.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's really cool. Moving on to other balance changes now, we have tactics as our first topic.
Yeah. So with the arrival of these 2 cards, a bit more help to tactics in the form of Fire Scorpion becoming cheaper by 1 provision and also losing its armor due to this. And Venedal Elite going to 5 power, which should give them a nice point slam proactive play,
Agreed.
right?
Agreed.
As a side note, we are also buffing Alfling Scythecracker, which is like kind of the similar design card but that you can find in Syndicate.
All right, cool. Really, really cool stuff. When it comes to a little bit of adjustment on the nerf side, there are, I think, 2 cards that we want to mention here.
Yes.
What are they?
Arzo Terra Nova, the famous one.
Of course, or infamous.
Yeah, infamous. And Braffen. So in both cases, we are increasing their provision by 1.
Okay.
So I think Braffen is going to 11, Arzo Terra Nova to 13. The intention with this one, so like Nilfgaard has not necessarily been the heart of discussions lately, but what we've seen is that it had very great success on the very top of the leaderboard. And we think that one of the reasons is that it's too easy for Nilfgaard to fit all of their very big payoff cards, right? And so with these changes, we intend to make it a bit harder for them to do so.
Okay, makes total sense. Nice. So that concludes Nilfgaard in this case. We're moving on to one of my favorite characters now, who is part of Northern Realms, and we have King Radovid. King Radovid is back, Ratty Daddy. Legendary unit, human soldier, 6 power, 10 provision. Deploy. If the base version of your leader ability has more than 1 charge, give it an additional charge. Order, repeat the deploy ability. All right. This is really good.
Yeah, this is pretty big, right? Being able to gain up to 2 more charges of your leader ability.
Crazy. So what was the idea? What's up with Ratty Daddy here?
So something that's very important to mention is that there's probably all the players that remember Radovid as kind of this offensive card, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that might feel like, where is it, right? The thing is, this is not what we want to achieve with Northern Realm anymore, right? So we've decided that instead of highlighting Radovid's like Sadek side, right? We would instead focus on his master strategist figure. And that comes under that form of giving you more leader charge, more leeway for your big plan.
Okay, that's really cool. Yeah, he is a bit strategic, but also he's very crazy. So I really like the idea and the different approach this time. It's really cool. When it comes to balance changes, leader abilities, there will be some changes here to 2 leader abilities, if I'm not mistaken.
So with Radovid, we're increasing the provision count of Shield Wall in Uprising to 15.
Nice.
And with that, we hope that you'll have more variety and incentive to try out different leader abilities in the faction, especially with the card that synergizes with them.
Nice. Well, that's really cool. When it comes to a little bit on the nerf side, so the changes here, alumni once again.
People
what's
expect.
happening here?
Yeah, it's been spinning a lot of ink, right? Like people expect something on alumni.
I'm not surprised.
Well, we don't necessarily believe that the deck is as busted as people sometimes make it out to be. But still, it's important, and so we've decided to address it on 2 different fronts. The first one is that Rafa's Vengeance has proven to be a powerhouse of a card, and like one of the main driver of the game plan. So we're nerfing him by 1 provision, and it doesn't seem that big, but it actually make him out of the reach of Amphibious Assault at 10 provision, right?
Exactly.
And that means that the card consistency takes a big toll due to this. So we think this should bring the alumni-based deck in mages in general, right, a bit more down.
Yeah.
And the second change is that we're changing Lady Shabano so that she won't be increasing her on power, her on patience, anymore.
And I think this is the big one, at least the big highlight for me here.
This is a pretty big one because this interaction it created an exponential growth of your mages and eventually the alumni, and I think it was kind of the art of what was crystallizing players' frustration when we were seeing like these screenshots with like these gigantic values that alumnis could reach. At the same time, we realized that it was fun for some players, right? Like this kind of.
Of course it is.
But
Who doesn't like having 1,000,000 points?
Yeah.
But I also understand that there are players who totally despise and hate this. So it made sense that it's kind of like you get two polar opposites.
Exactly. So we had to take a step.
Cool. Awesome. So that's it for Northern Realms. Now moving on to the best faction in the game, Squaretel. Of course I had to say that.
Yeah.
And we have Saskia Commander, legendary unit Dragon, spoiler alert, 4 power, 13 provision immunity. Deploy. If you have at least 10 different primary categories in your starting deck, summon a random bronze Squaretel unit with a primary category that is not on your side of the battlefield from your deck to this row. That's a mouthful. At the end of your turn, lower the counter by 1. When the counter reaches 0, reset it and repeat the deploy ability. Counter 3. That is a long one.
Yeah.
But that is such a crazy cool card. That's a crazy cool ability.
We think so too.
What's going on here?
So with this card, we intend to reward players for their deck building in one hand, right? So like with the number of categories in your deck and everything, but also their ordering, right? Because Saskia is not going to be summoning card if you've filled your board with categories, all of the categories that you have in your deck. And this effect is going to be repeating every 3 turns.
Nice.
We think that immunity on this card is fine because she takes a while to develop, right? And in fact, we think that it's going to take time for players to properly develop her, and that is going to create really interesting deck building challenges for you Terry Crafter out there.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some really crazy cool decks with this one. And yeah, I think it's going to be a fun card to play for sure, When it comes to balance changes, there are some changes to movement.
Yes. So we've decided to buff a few bronzes of the movement archetype. The first one is Dread Matron, going from 5 provision to 4 provision.
Nice.
And this should be actually pretty big because historically movement has been having trouble finding good 4P targets.
Exactly.
And Dread Matron is a pretty good engine for the deck.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We're also changing Cutwitcher Saboteur so that his damage floor has been raised by 1.
Okay.
So before he was damaging for the number of cards that the card would travel through, right?
Exactly.
Now this is +1.
Okay.
And so what it also means is that you can target the card that is already on the leftmost position to deal 1 damage to it.
Nice.
One caveat, however, is that if you do so, the card doesn't actually move, and so your Milva is not going to be coming out of the deck.
Okay.
And this is pretty important because, as some of you probably have seen already, Saboteurs might be pretty good with Milva.
They are. That's an interesting change, though. Okay.
And one last one is that we're adding something to Abandoned Girl, And it's so that upon transforming when using her order, she will gain vitality based on the number of dryads on the row.
Oh, okay.
And she will count self, right? So at the very minimum, this is a +1.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So should be pretty good with Saskia
really
Commander.
That
Pretty
would be
good
really
target.
good. Nice. When it comes to the stat part, of course, because we're talking about Scoia'tael, there are a couple nerfs.
Yes.
One is Bountiful Harvest.
Yes, so Bountiful Harvest has proven to be a very good mid-range card, and we think that it's due to the ability to easily, there was a more than 40% chance to find Sorceress, right? Which would then get you another special if your opponent was not answering it.
A lot of value, easily.
Yes.
Yeah.
The approach we've decided to take for this one is to widely open the pool by changing it from Dol Blatana elves to elves in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. Really cool stuff.
Yeah, and we think that might put back a bit of dilemmas as to which card you pick depending on where you want the boost to land, right?
Nice, exactly. Really cool stuff. Moving on, we have Skellige, and the card here is Ceres Fearless. Of course, she is fearless. Legendary unit, human warrior, 4 power, 10 provision. After you've dealt damage to allied units 9 times, summon self from your deck to your ranged row. Zeal order, fully heal all allied units and damage another allied unit by the amount healed. Cooldown 1. Wow. That is amazing for Skellige as an ability, and crazy. All of these are crazy.
Does it remind you of something?
Yes, it reminds me of something. It reminds me to old Ceres.
Well, we've been pretty inspired by a quest from Witcher 3, which is the Possession quest, which relates our encounter with the Aim, right? So, yeah, the idea is that Ceres is gonna see that you've been hurting your units. That's weird, right? So she will come out of the deck to investigate, and then she will attempt to fix the situation by transferring, right, the cursed damage from one unit to the other.
Yeah.
Nice. This opens 2 different opportunities. One is to put damage from a unit that would like to be healed to a unit that will actually benefit from getting damage, right? It can be a Berserker unit, it can be Olaf, for instance. The other way to use it is to cheat the heal by healing a unit by a lot of points, right? And then proceeding to damage a low power unit.
Yeah, which makes total sense just to get it out of the board, but then like fixing all your other units pretty much.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We think it's gonna be a very interesting card for the Self-Wound archetype. I think it has the potential to kind of tie that archetype together, but at the same time it's probably quite hard to use, and we think it's gonna take time to be developed, and we'll be keeping an eye on it.
Nice, really cool. Speaking of that, also some balance changes to Self-Wound here.
Yes.
Like 1 change, but also something
Yes.
that will be good here.
It's very simple. We're decreasing Arch's provision by 1. We think we had slightly overestimated the value from him when we released the change to him. So yeah.
Another balance change to an archetype in some way is pirates.
Yeah. So just like vampires, it's the comeback of pirates from when we developed them a lot in March. It comes under the form of a full rework of the Onslaught leader ability.
Oh wow, really?
Yes, and
That's
Onslaught
big.
is now gonna work with pirates and ship, right? It's gonna be the main way that
really
we
cool.
hope you're gonna play the deck.
Nice.
We're also reworking Demon Courser with the intention of like differentiating him from Necrat and allowing him to kind of work better with that affinity that pirates have with armor, right?
So cool. Yeah, I hope that a lot of players will actually check this deck out and play it a little bit more.
And in fact, I think they are getting even more help because a lot of veteran units are actually pirates, right?
True.
And so I think Bran is going to synergize very well not only with the warrior deck, but also very much with the pirate deck. And especially because pirates actually have an easy time triggering excess damage.
True.
Especially through the ability of Crack and Crate.
Nice. This is all good. This is all good. But it cannot only be about the good stuff. What about the nerfs here? we have Fukushia once again.
Yeah, Fukushia once again. It's still a very versatile.
It is.
Omnipresent card in Skellige.
True.
And so for this, we're nerfing her provision to go to 14.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and in a similar way, we've also decided to increase Coral's provision by 1.
Makes sense.
Basically, we do like the discard package. We like the usage that players have of it, but we think it became too prevalent.
Yeah.
And we want players to once again think more about which consistency routes they want to be running in their Skellige deck.
Which makes total sense. Awesome, awesome. Well, a lot going on here in Skellige for sure. I think, yeah, the other faction that we mentioned at the beginning is Monsters, where you're getting treatment for like a whole archetype. It was vampires there. Here we have the pirates. Really excited for pirates, so I really want to check that out.
Me too.
Yeah. Moving on, we have Syndicate. We have Cirrus Engelkind Hamelfar. You know Hamelfar. You know the big dude. Firesworn, of course. 3 power, 12 provision. Profit 4, deploy, spawn and play Congregation. Fee 2, destroy an allied Firesworn token, then summon a bronze Firesworn unit from your graveyard to the same position. Cooldown 1.
Oh. This is a pretty big deal for Firesworn, right? Because it's gonna allow them to be replaying their key bronze cards. Which will help the deck not having to burn all of its resources away in a single round, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is going to make Firesworn players really, really happy.
Yeah.
Really happy.
And in general, this is a very good card for Firesworn. It basically does everything that the deck wishes for. It generates Firesworn bodies. It gives you, it allows you to like recycle the space taken by your Firesworn token, because space is a huge problem for that archetype. It even fixes for coin, because sometimes Firesworn has trouble finding them.
That's true.
And at the same time, Firesworn also has sometimes problems spending them, so it's not the greatest spender of all time, but it's a pretty decent one.
It's pretty cool.
And one more thing I really like about this card is that since it generates a crime, it can even fit pretty well in the Firesworn crime hybrid deck, right?
Yeah, you could actually mix those two up and it will totally work with this card. Really cool, really cool. When it comes to other balance changes, Tribute, what's happening here?
So on the Tribute side, so we've released King of Beggars, which I think is going to be a really great support for that archetype. Especially since he kind of eliminates this need to be replenishing your coin, right? Every time you want to be using a new tribute. And another thing that it provides is this ability to like spend away your coins, which sometimes tribute decks struggle with. I mean, I guess kind of Syndicate's deck in general.
Yeah, agreed here.
And to go along with this, we've been raising the power of Renegade Mage to 4.
Nice, really cool change. And that's it.
Yeah, I think that's everything, but that's a lot.
That's it.
I mean, that's it. That's
all
of the changes that we want.
There's only good stuff in Syndicate.
Yeah.
There's nothing on the nerf side. So
yeah,
we're happy with this.
And there's gonna be a few more other changes that you'll find in the patch notes, but I think we went over all of the major ones.
Exactly. Awesome, Jean. Thank you very much. That was a lot of information once again. And yeah, I shall see you soon to sign off. But Jean, if you want to wave and say goodbye to the lovely people.
See ya, everyone. Thanks for having me.
All right, guys, that's it. Thank you for watching. What an incredible video. So much information shared with you. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to comment and like and let us know what you think about it. And yeah, I will be signing off, and let's see the finals now. Bye.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to World Masters Season 3. Big shout out and thanks to Slama, Vlad, Berja, as well as Jean for the video. A lot of information there to unpack, Flake. What do you think?
Well, there's some good news, some bad news. There's a whole mix of things. Number one, I just want to extend my thanks again to Jason Slama, who a lot of people saying, where was Slama? Slama is busy doing stuff. He's obviously got a lot on his plate going on, and there's been a little bit of a shift in terms of who's at the helm, who's got the wheel. It's Vlad now, and a big thanks again to Jason Slama. You know, just if you're looking back, you and I have a podcast, and part of the podcast we go in the Wayback Machine where we kind of say like, where was Gwent 4 years ago this week? And every time I'm doing that research, I'm always seeing videos of Jason Slama. He's been here for a long time.
If you look at Challenger number 1, the very first official Gwent tournament, Slama is there holding 2 flags. That's where his nickname, 2 flags. And he's just like cheering in the stands. It's like a really, really amazing cameo. But he's just so wholesome. It's so great to see him.
He is, and we want to extend our thanks again for leading us through what could have been, there have been turbulent times for Gwent, homecoming and such, but we are in such a great state right now, and the game has been left in a great state with a great person. So that is the first thing I wanted to note. The second thing I want to note is with all these new card leaks, we've seen everything that's coming up. I feel really bad for that Renfrey guy, because he has like at least another 3 or 4 months of needing to come up with material. It ain't happening, buddy, and still no Dagon. I told you, I've been telling you, it was on the bingo card, top left corner, Dagon returns. Not happening. That was a square. That is like you can't put that in the corner square. What a waste of a square.
Yeah, we've been saying this the whole time. Dagon not happening, guys. All right. So yeah, to summarize the videos, we've got new journeys as well as returning journeys next year. We've got more cards next year, as well as more like a slightly restructuring of the esports scene with fewer number of opens, but more crowdfunding contribution. 50% of your support towards buying esports bundles is now going to be added to the prize pool of future tournaments. So thank you as always. And speaking of prize money, I mean, obviously, there was also a ton of balance changes and new cards to talk over, but I think you and I will probably do that,
we'll talk
later.
about that kind of stuff. That's for another day. We've got business to settle right now, and part of that business is, like you mentioned, there's going to be a revamping, a little bit extra jam coming in terms of pumping up the numbers of the prize pool, but we got a prize pool right now that we want to show you that these two players are going to be playing for. Again, the total prize purse was $75,000. But look at this. Each player now already has a pocket full of coin, but they're fighting for a match stake of $14,200, plus the winner is taking home an additional $14,200. And I did the math on this, Shinmiri. That is 0.288 Bitcoins, if you're keeping track. So in case that's a universal, USD, Bitcoin, it's all the same to me.
Yeah, that's a huge amount of money, more than either player's won so far, at stake in the finals. Definitely, Big Cuckoo Rosina versus Cybers is going to be a match to witness for sure. We've got the coin flip result for you. Big Cuckoo Rosina on blue coin versus Cybers on red coin for the final match.
All right, now that I know there wasn't a lot of time between the semifinals and the finals, but we did toss out the divination results and ask you guys, what do you think? Let's see how many people survived to this point to get a little bit of a feel here. That is pretty much split even, Steven. 48% to 52% favoring TLG Cybers. But take a look at that head-to-head as well. It seems like that is leaning in the opposite direction, with the head-to-head matchups on ranked ladder this year have gone towards Big KK side.
Yeah, but anything can happen in a best of 5. Both of these players brought great decks and very unique lineups from these two, because Big Cuckoo, the only player to bring monsters in that Carapace Keltalis list, and Cybers, the only player to bring Precision Strike Owzer for their Scoia'tael.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of personality in the list that has that we've been treated to here. The fact that these are not just gimmicks. They're not just memes. There's actual substance to them, and the testament to that is the fact that they are now going facing off against each other in the finals. So that fourth important faction has not necessarily been something along the lines of, okay, well, Symbiosis is familiar, so let's just go with that. They're going with something a little bit off the beaten path here. Let's have a look really quickly at the decks and talk about them before we get into the bans. So let's see what both players, and remind everyone what they're playing with. We told you that there's a little bit of spice on each side, but there's also a lot of familiarity here.
Yes, Big Cuckoo Rezina with the Double Cross Assimilate list, the Mushy Truffle version. No Heatwave or Sunset Wanderer in this one, instead playing Arturus Vigo, Bribery, and Menno. And then his Northern Realms, this is Devotion Northern Realms alumni with Defender and Letitia. Next up, we've got Reckless Flurry, Control. And to wrap out the lineup is the Carapace Caltullus list.
All right, so I had trouble saying Crocran.
Still can't do it.
You say Carapace Caltullus list. We got it. You and I are professionals. These are the lists that they're bringing. You've seen them. I really hope that the monster list goes through here, if only for the awesome, swinginess, and just to see how that Count Caldwell can really get nasty. All right, let's move on to, if I'm not mistaken, actually, I want to talk really quickly again about Witch's Sabbath, because it's a crucial element to this card that I think a lot of players and people out there are really discovering the true potential of, because when you're playing Caltullus, Shinmiri, Caltullus is a very big pressure tactic. It's not necessarily a finishing card by any means. It's more of a pressure tactic that forces opponents to play in unorthodox ways, and Witch's Sabbath just doubled us down on that. And like you mentioned, in conjunction with the Caldwell play, this can be nasty. This deck that can play on blue, it can play on red, it can do all kinds of nasty things, but Witch's Sabbath at 10 provisions, when this list really came out and came into its own, and seeing how tight-knit it was in terms of gold, fitting in 10 provisions is not easy to do. So when a new card fits into a Caltullus list at 10 provisions, it has to be really damn good, and Witch's Sabbath is exactly that.
Yeah, the combination of Witch's Sabbath being able to replay your threats twice, as well as Caldwell making that Witch's Sabbath, a little bit more unfair, has really brought Carapace Caltullus back to the forefront of the meta. So, great choice by Big Cuckoo Rezina. Let's hop on over to TLG Cyber's deck list and see what he'll be bringing. It's Double Cross Assimilate, Northern Realms Devotion alumni with a Bloody Baron, the Reckless Flurry Alchemy list. This is Alchemy Gettynith Druids, but just with a more controlling leader. And then the Precision Strike Alzer that we really got a great look at in the last series.
Yeah, again, when we're looking at that Precision Strike Alzer list, what you're going to be taking a note of is the fact that Elven Seer into Simlas will generate the 3 Orbs of Insight that you need locked and loaded, so that your Owneromancy can go ahead and fetch Alzer for that massive play. We saw how that can operate. We can see how those kinds of setups can kind of handcuff you in terms of your order of play, because there was a situation in a previous game where playing the Heatwave perhaps would have bought another card and continued to bleed, but it would have triggered all of those orbs. So timing is especially important in this Precision Strike list. So keep note of that. Keeping, those ticking time bombs, those orbs that are just, the rope burning on them in the graveyard is going to be of importance in this matchup for sure.
Exactly. This Orbs Insight, just such great combo potential with Alzer, Whisperer, as well as Seer. All right, so we are getting close to starting game number 1 of the finals. Ooh. All we need to do now is to take a look at the bans and see what list do these players not want to see from their opponent's side. And we've got Big Cuckoo Rezina has his alumni list ban, no real surprise there. And Cybers has his Double Cross Assimilate ban. Okay, fairly conventional bans, right, Flake?
I would say so. I mean, you can't go wrong banning mages. The mages list is just, we've seen the potential of how deep it can go, and especially when you're not running immense amount of control. Yeah, you have Precision Strike, but your Reckless Flurry isn't really a control Reckless Flurry list otherwise, like, it's a safe bet. I mean, you're banning the best deck that's available right now. And on the other side, Big Cuckoo Rezina doesn't want to face off against that assimilate list, because again, like we've seen in the past, that assimilate list is so strong against so many other naughty things that you could potentially do. Not to mention, if you're running Keltulis and you want to be burning units off your opponent's board, your opponent is going to be running a lot of spies that is going to be played on your side, so your Keltulis will not necessarily be always online, or it could be detrimental. They could be playing spies that just get, incinerated by Keltulis, and then you're not playing those spies at a relative penalty.
Yeah, not only that, Cybers is running the Heatwave version of Nilfgaard Assimilate, which has more answers and more ways to shut down that Keltulis strategy, right? Able to get through the defender with one of the Heatwave or the Invocation, and then able to just permanently delete the Keltulis with the other one. So there's not going to be any resurrection shenanigans going on either.
Yeah, who would have thought that Nilfgaard is out there to ruin your day? Who would have thought? It's only been 4 years of competitive Gwent, and that's still the stain on such a fascinating faction, if you ask me. Still, the players are getting ready. They're again, this is all for the biggest marbles available. $14,200 match stake plus an additional $14K to the winner. It's a lot of jam, friends. And these two players, again, haven't had exactly a lot of time to prepare. They've prepared for the quarterfinals for a few days. They've had about less than a day, maybe 12 hours or so to prepare for the semifinals. But this is just merely an hour or so of preparation against this fresh new opponent. So it's really going to rely on their own skill set, their experience, their veteran status, their guile in terms of being able to navigate this. This is the best of the best for this season, friends. And Shinmiri, I know you and I have watched a lot of these games over the past years, but I think that this is probably one of the best tournaments that we've had in a long time. I don't want to downplay Open number 4, but the variety of deck lists that we're seeing here in the finals, the level of play, those 1-point differentials is so clutch here that this has been truly a very dramatic World Masters final.
I totally agree with you. I've had a blast watching the games, and yeah, more variety this time around for sure, as well as just really close games that, a small decision here or there could have been the difference, and that's what sets apart, just a good player from a great player.
Yeah, again, it's just these marginal decisions that you think might not come back. Do I pop my rain now? Do I pop it on this row or that row? Those one little points here or there can really pay dividends down the road. Having the foresight to set things up properly, rain, assimilate value, positioning of units, etc. It is just gross. And we've seen in the past that Alzur list pop off for 40 points, and then a response from Lord Triss with that assimilate to just come back with an additional 40. It's like, all right, I see you. I can do this too. And this is the kind of Gwent that I love to see. Again, the variety and needing to win with all these different lists and the variety that we're getting here at the end. Yeah, there's going to be some cream that rises to the top. You've got your assimilate, you've got your mages, but it's the variety thereafter that really is the beauty of Gwent. And I'm loving seeing this. And it's about time, my friend, to dive into the World Masters Season 3 final. This is the first game, Big Kuku Razina on Blue Coin TLG Cybers. My name is Flake. I am joined by the biggest brain partner I could ever hope for. Shinmiri, I'm so glad to be here with you, buddy. This is it, bud. It's all coming down to this.
It is great to be here with you, Flake. And speaking of variety, speaking of third and fourth decks, this is what we're going to get for game number 1. It is Keltulis on blue versus Alzur's Precision Strike on red. Have not seen this matchup yet this tournament, so it is going to be a fresh matchup. We've got a lot of control tools and movement for Cybers being reactive from the red coin position, and Big Kuku Razina with the engines and threats on blue coin.
And Aradin coming through the portal, ready to rock and roll over here. Big KK does have the Onomancy ready to rock and roll as well. Siri online. Again, no access to, or no heat wave in Cyber's hand. Nothing to really worry about here, but the defender's the first order of business. And the problem here is that the follow-up to this is going to require a little bit of finesse, because the way to move this right now would be the making a bomb, but you can't move it yet, because then you're just going to drop the Siri behind the defender anyways. So you're kind of allotted a free pass here to do what you got to do. But in terms of actually addressing that Siri, when left to her own devices, essentially flips the coin on you, right? It gives you red coin plus a stratagem if it pops off with the card draw. So that has to be a worry here.
Yeah, and Big Cuckoo's going to protect the Siri with the stratagem. He's running tactical advantage, so it's an extra 5-point boost, not the usual 4 points plus the veil that we see Crystal Skull often in Carapace. But now Cybers has to think, he can get past his defender. He has the Making a Bomb. It'll do 4 damage, which will just get wasted into the 4 armor. So it'll be very low tempo play. It will get the Madoc out of his deck, but it'll open up the defender from protecting the Siri dash. And does he have a real follow-up, though? I guess he does have the Oneromancy in his hand. So if he wants to answer the Siri dash, he could go with the Making a Bomb here, and that is what he's going to do after some deliberation.
Yeah, the 4 armor of that Cave Troll really just tanking the damage from the Making a Bomb, but that is just not part of the whole picture here. The important part is the fact that they're no longer side by side. That Siri is no longer holding hands with the Cave Troll, and the Madoc is now on the board for thinning as well. So with the constant clicking of the Madoc and the the bomb assault of Cybers here, he's gonna have to be a little bit crafty here in terms of how he wants to deal with the Siri. There's no way to really do it with bronze cards here. It's going to be a pretty costly one, but I think that it's a necessary take that you have to do here, because you cannot let that Siri draw a card, have all the points, and then be at the mercy of Keltulis, where they'll just potentially bleed you out of all of these nastiness, bleed you out of your Alzur win condition, and then just laugh at you in round 3 when it Witches Sabbaths you into some really nasty stuff.
Right, and you only have 1 Heat Wave, though, so, Big Cuckoo's happy just to leave the Siri dash at 10 power, knowing that, okay, your full leader is representing 5 damage, and the most you can do outside of your leader right now is 4 from a bomb, from a Dimeridian Bomb. You don't even have Madoc on the right row to potentially get some value from him, so yeah, I'm safe at 10. I don't need to go higher. If you want a Heat Wave at 10, that's your only Heat Wave, and then most of my other stuff will stick.
Yeah, that's the scary part about it, is the fact that this deck plays very concise. The deck plays, very few units, but the units do pack a punch. They get fairly tall. So big removal pieces like Heat Wave, or if you're playing against, let's say, Nilfgaard, something like Yennefer's Invocation, are immensely important. These are exceptionally important cards to behold. Their value on those just skyrockets, because it's not just points that they're representing, it's the fact that these are cards that have severe implications for the late game, and in this case that Siri at 10 points still has a timer ticking, but I mean, this is a situation where Cybers would probably give up a gourd, give up other, a mushy truffle for like 3 Heat Waves. Like, that's basically what he needs here in order to navigate this type of list.
Yeah, but I mean, Heat Wave's a great answer, and Making a Bombs are also good answers. One of them have been used already. If Big Cuckoo Rosina was going to commit a row locked unit here, like a Keltulis or a Nithral, he would have to play them in the melee row, and they wouldn't have the protection of the defender anymore. So it's kind of it's kind of an interesting decision that Cuckoo Rosina decided to open the defender on the melee row, which ends up being in the range row after movement. Maybe I would have liked to see him play the defender on the range row to start, so that it gets moved to the melee row afterwards, and then still provides protection for Keltulis and Nithral.
Right, and that's a very good point. Again, you're kind of setting it up for, you're anticipating the response in that case, and you're basically sacrificing the Siri, but then your Cave Troll will be in position to protect against something like Keltulis, and then after that, the Heat Wave's gone, the double movements might be gone. Let's say they want to move the Cave Troll again, with another Making a Bomb, then sure, but then your Keltulis is in the front row without much to worry about. So at this rate, Big KK here is in the lead, Defender's still up, but there's a lot of pieces missing here, because you got to start, contemplating how deep into this round you want to go, and I think that you just go for it. And there's a nice lemons of the first wheel of Oneromancy, and he's opting in this case. I wonder if he killed the Oneromancy or the Madoc. I would suspect
I would guess the Madoc. because the Madoc can come back right away if he plays him another bomb, and then Oneiromancy, he can take his time to banish it next turn.
Right, if it survives, because you can always kill that Lemons with, I suppose, a follow-up here. I mean, he could always protect it, but I was suspecting that if that Mushy Truffle wasn't the option here, he could have hit the bomb and killed the Lemons. Because keep in mind, Shinmari, that Oneiromancy is also one of the triggering factors of getting your Alzur with all the orbs lined up. So you can get your Alzur out of the deck and then have all 3 orbs pop off in one foul swoop, and you're not susceptible to a removal piece.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. The Oneiromancy is a huge part of Cyber's combo in his Alzur deck. But now, like, it is very expensive for Cybers to use Leader and another bomb, for example, to answer a Lemons, when there are just so many threats like Piggy, Witch Apprentice being 2 points a turn, the Beast coming back from the Witch's Sabbath. So Cyber's maybe just thinking there's going to be bigger threats than this. I need to save my leader, and yeah, I lose my own Oneiromancy. It's not ideal, but oh, and here we go. Keltullus coming out from the Huarahua, and Cyber's is Simless getting milled by this pony. That is a tough one for Cybers because Simless is such a huge part of the strategy, and now there's not going to be like a double orb, double bound for Harvest later down the road.
Oh, he's going to lose one of those units, though. Keltullus is going to go Scorched Earth on his own board. Who's it going to be? Adios, Lemons! The Horsey still survives here. I guess the Keltullus is kind of favoring you back the horse that brought you to the race, in this case. so adios, Xavier. And, yeah.
It's a self-scorch for Big Cuckoo Rosina, but I think the amount of carryover that you get from milling the Simless is worth it.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And now with that Simless gone, you could kind of use that Orb of Insight that you've been kind of hanging on to on the Seer that's been sticking around. And this is also a good play because it does not establish more units on the board. So Big Cuckoo Rosina now has to think, okay, well, now I got to play a non-unit, and really your options are relatively limited. You have the Pact, which is great, and you also have the Heat Wave. So you're in the driver's seat here, you're on blue coin, you have to make the decisions here. So Big KK, has to kind of think about how deep into this round he wants to go.
Yeah, so 2 orbs set up now. There's the Truffle that will get the orbs from 2 and 3 counter to 1 and 2 counter, and then the Alzur is going to be ready to go. So, like, if Big Cuckoo stays in this round too long, he might end up getting in trouble because he's got that Witch's Sabbath that is basically unplayable in his hand right now. But at the same time, if he passes, Cybers is going to have the orb set up ready with the Truffle on the board. So it's kind of a difficult situation either way for Big Cuckoo Rosina, I think.
I like this pass. I think that this pass is fine because it's going to get dangerous after this. It's hard to just pass on Precision Strike. Like, look at the cards he has in hand. Some of them are pretty bad. I mean, you're not going to give up your Gourd, you're not going to give up the Sentinel, and I don't think that you're giving up the Alzur. So things just kind of worked out here. You get to keep the carryover, and the 2 Vitality puts you over the top.
Exactly, the 2 Vitality just enough to get out of this round with a really cheap Dimeridian Bomb, because otherwise you're playing Brick or Win Condition. So nicely calculated by Cybers. Now he's in control of the round, and I think we maybe expect to see a push here because some of the big threats like Defender, Kelly are gone for the first time. If you push here, you might force out that Witch's Sabbath, and then there's very few win conditions left for round 3.
Now, it's tough to look at here because keep in mind, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the next spell that gets played will trigger the two pack of those orbs.
Yes, the Dimeridian Bomb was one of them, and then the next spell, exactly, so now they're on 1 and 2 counter.
So you need bodies to make this happen, and the one way to get bodies, frankly, is just to go ahead and use your leader ability and get the clutch death blow to make it happen. But you got to go first here. So Cybers is probably going to go ahead and commit that Sorceress, but what happens if the Sorceress dies? There's a Time Bomb in Big KK's hand. There's a Parasite in his hand. There's a Heat Wave in his hand. So it's a tough situation here for Cybers to digest because he needs a body on the board to make this pay off. And it seems like everything that gets played is going to die unless he uses the the Mushy Truffle charge on just one unit and then pops off with the Alzer, but that seems a little...
I think that's what Cybers is going to have to do here. Big Cuckoo just plays reactively here, doesn't put any targets on his own board, so nothing for Cybers to hit with his leader to even get the one unit from the Brocklon Sentinel. So yeah, we're going to see a Mushy Truffle, Golden Froth, a single Alzer, and that's going to pop off the 2 orbs. We get a 4 strength Blightmaker and a 5 strength Self Eater. Okay, I mean, you can't get any relics as Scoia'tael, right? So just a 4 and a 5, probably average to below average, but and one more charge left on the Alzer for that orb in his hand.
So I believe that what Cuckoo Rosina has to be aware of here is that if he does play with Witch's Sabbath, wouldn't that bring back the Alzer?
Yeah, unless it gets heat waved.
So that's what I'm saying. So he has to be aware of the fact that he could potentially get burned with future spells. You know, if certain spells just kind of randomly appear, like there's that other Orb of Insight, he might get a second wheel of that Alzer. That Alzer needs to go if he wants to be sure that the Witch's Sabbath won't bite you in the ass, you know, coming back. So there's the Heat Wave popped off with an Alzer charge still left. So that Alzer is now completely null and void. It is a non-factor, but he's still down by a few points.
He's gonna split the relic.
That's interesting because you lose a point off that.
You lose a point off that. You're never playing another relic, but it does give him more bodies so that if Keltullus were to come back, then it would only burn a 2 per turn instead of like a 4 or a 5, right?
Yeah,
so I think that's maybe what he's thinking. Try to make smaller bodies for the Kelly.
Great
Witch's
point.
Sabbath right now, if Big Cuckoo were to play Witch's Sabbath, he would get Cave Troll, Keltullus, and Beast back for himself, and bring back, I think, Seer, Sorceress, and Officer for Cybers. So like two engines or 2 threats for Cybers, and there it is.
Yeah, and you know what? The Seer's not so bad. The Seer's not bad at all because you have the Orbs. So the Orbs can double tap on those as well. You could you can double tap the Orb on the Seer and then back onto...
You could, yeah, like you could use the Orb on the Seer, get the second one to buff up the Sorceress, and then click her for maybe a second Bountiful Harvest or another Orb. It's very, very useful here. You can also find movement from the Sorceress now to move the Defender away so that you have access to hit something behind it.
Oh, okay. So it was a 50-50 in terms of which Self-Eater was going to die, because if it killed the one that still that did not have the order, if the one with the order was preserved, he could have split that up in 2. And again, once again, just kind of just pump the brakes on what Keltullus is trying to do here. But in this case, I mean, you have another round of orbs if you want them. You could load the chamber with those bad boys and hit it up, you know, with the orbs onto the Seer. The Seer will duplicate it. You play that on the Sorceress. Sorceress goes up to 6, and that's Bountiful Harvest territory again.
Yeah, but unfortunately, like even if he gets a Making a Bomb from the Sorceress, there's just no way to really answer either the Beast or the Kelly as a follow-up. He only has 3 damage. Cybers only has 3 damage from his leader. Okay, so he gets both 6 provision options on the Sorceress. Would he like... He takes the Bountiful Harvest, more carryover on board, doesn't find another Sorcerer's Chain, but...
No, but you kind of want those. Those are not bad.
Whisper can spread across the board and tank Kelly turns as well.
And it's not going to be too efficient for how Cuckoo wants to deal with that, if he wants to deal with that. I mean, at this point, I think that Big KK has to think about establishing the Witch's Apprentice here. I mean, it's just kind of rotting in the board. You do have the Sabbath now. Now's the time to get that done.
Yeah, that's true. Plenty of units on Cyber's side, so you don't worry too much about playing an extra unit if you're Big Cuckoo right now. And yeah, you just want to get the engines on the board. This is going to be rough. You need to try to keep Last Say as Big Cuckoo Rosina if you can. So we might even see leader charges come down here. Let's see.
He's gaining...
Cybers is going to be at 36. He has enough right now.
Yeah, he's gaining 8.
And the Keltullus is burning. So if Big Cuckoo Rosina is going to be able to keep Last Say, keep his card advantage, he could draw into something like a Spores to counter this massively buffed Gord at 9 power in the hand already, and probably boosting by 12 with all these. And oh my god, this Whisper going unanswered, and just it was 3. It was 3 a second ago. I blinked, and it's now 21.
Yes, we don't need to talk to you about what this is akin to. Nonetheless, friend, there's a Gord buffed up to 9. I'm pretty sure that he's it's zenith of buff there, but yeah, it was off of that Bountiful Harvest, and the Bountiful Harvest then put that Whisper on the board, doubled them up, so now there were 2, and then that triggered the Orbs of Insight, which we saw from this turn had been duplicated by the Seer. So such a swing and chain of events, and TLG Cybers here thinking that, okay, there was a small situation where perhaps I wanted to get out of this round, but with this kind of lead and this kind of cushion and protection and safety net I have now against Keltulis burning away, I don't need to anymore.
Oh wow, look at this play by Big Cuckoo. Actually manages to get ahead with the Oniromancy into Caldwell play, because if he passes here, he's going to get another turn. At the end of his turn, gets double growth on his engines and the Kelly burns, so very well played by Big Cuckoo. Double leader charge was exactly what he needed to make sure he keeps his last say. So even after Cybers is able to kind of mitigate a little bit of Kelly's impact, that was still a really good round for Big Cuckoo, but now he needs to find the spores. I think he has to find the spores in order to win here because of so much boost. 21-point Gord with 18 points of boost is going to be played by Cybers.
Gotta find some units. I mean, that needs to be on the board too. All right, okay, there's a unit. Now we're talking.
That is a unit.
It's an eggs meat basket situation, but at this point you do have a making a bomb to just render that relatively punchless. It's just going to be one unit that's just going to get it's going to get boosted and throttled over and over and over by bombs and abuse.
Yeah, that is a unit, but that is not a spores. So, like, Big Cuckoo has very, very few points in his actual hand. This Nithrall is going to get moved. This Piggy is never going to get Sabbath to grow. And then his other 3 specials are just playing for 6 points each. I don't know if he's even going to be able to match the power of the Gord alone.
Oh, and this is great, because now this puts it in the perfect range for the Death Blow as well, because previous to this, it didn't quite work out. Having the Nithrall at 1 would have just straight away killed it. You wouldn't have had the Death Blow effect, and in this case, now Cybers has the perfect target to just go ahead and complete the deal here. That last ping of Precision Strike brings it to 2. Broccolon Sentinel, call in your friends. The back row is a 3-pack, and 1 more unit on the board, and oh boy, it's not looking good.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking good for Big Cuckoo Rosina. Yeah, missing the spores hurts quite a lot, but even if he had spores in this exact situation, maybe not enough. As you can see, the Piggy at a mere 4 versus, there would have been, what, 9 base strength on Cybers' side of the board? So, game 1 goes to Cybers, gets his Alzur Scoia'tael deck through right away.
Yeah, I loved it. I love to see these sort of, third or fourth options, as it were, the unwanted children of these 2 players kind of go through and fight each other right out of the bat. But it is Precision Strike with that Alzur flavor that makes it through. TLG Cybers is up 1-0 here at GWENT Masters Finals of season number 3, but there's still so much left to happen here. I mean, you can't count Big KK out. He has just been a stalwart of excellent play. I think that the tail of the tape in terms of that last round was the round 2, where those Bountiful Harvests, yielding the orbs and managing to duplicate them, a timely Bountiful Harvest that just was able to put double Whispers on the board, spread those out 6 or 7-fold, and suddenly, you have this massive lead, and your opponent has to start pumping out big options that will not help them out late game. That bleed turned into an actual, it was like almost the perfect style of bleed, where a lot of little units that makes Keltulis a little more toothless in terms of how bad she could bite into your point total.
Exactly, and so that forced the extra leader charges out of Big Cuckoo Rosina, which could have been key had he actually drawn that Spores. So I think that game really comes down to round one. Some of the decisions that Big Cuckoo Rosina made, like which row to play the defender on, and then what to Oniromancy for. The Oniromancy for the lemons looked very tempting at the time. You're getting two for one. You're getting the bang for your buck, right? Getting to banish both a Madoc as well as an Oniromancy, but it means using up your tutor for something that could have been maybe helping you to win round one, like a Keltullus, or I guess he got Keltullus anyways, right, with the Ihuarahua, but it could have been like a Nithral, for example. And in round one, Cybers didn't really have any additional movement capable of shutting down the Nithral like he did in round three.
You're correct. Decisions, again, as tempting as they may be, sometimes are either incorrect or just do not pan out the way that you want to. But it's hard to argue with being able to shut down recurring threats like the Echo effect of Oniromancy, the recurring effect and damage that Madoc represented. Imagine if Madoc was still around in round three, or from round two rather. That could have gone in a completely different way. So you can't fault them for that. Again, it's just the first game. These players have all kinds of more games to settle out here as we're about to move into round number 2, or the second game rather, of the GWENT Masters Finals. And this time it's going to be, I believe, who's going to be on red coin? I think it's going to be
Big Cuckoo on red, and then Cybers on blue now for game number 2. So Cybers on blue, he has Northern Realms and he has Alchemy left, but Alchemy is Reckless Flurry Alchemy. I think Northern Realms would be would be the logical choice here, although I don't hate Alchemy on blue either. I think it's normally fine as well. Whereas Big Cuckoo has more options. He's got 3 options. Could bring the Keltullus again, this time on red coin, or he could play Reckless Flurry, which is probably like the default option, right? Reckless Flurry control on red. You get that red coin abuse, you win round 1 on even, and then finally he has Nilfgaard, Assimilate, Double Cross.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, if you're going up against the mage, or I mean, on blue coin, it's almost certainly going to be mages. We've seen the power of what a mageless can do when it has proactivity, and it could just overwhelm you like that. There's a possibility that he just comes back with Keltullus on red, but who knows? It's such a tough choice to make here, because you have options like the Reckless Flurry on red, which is just devastating in itself and in its own right. So it's nice to have options, I'll tell you that much, but you know that if you did not ban mages, you're probably seeing them on blue, and it's probably going to be a matter of you have to match it with a control-oriented disruption style list. It's not so much about moving the units, it's about removing them entirely so that those patients do not tick away and eventually come back to haunt you.
You could always bring Nilfgaard. Nilfgaard, known for stomping Northern Realms and playing their strategy better than them. You just copy their students, get better patients than them, play more alumni than them. So that could be like an easy option for Big Cuckoo if he is expecting Northern Realms to just bring the Nilfgaard and say, okay, I'm pretty favored here. Let me get a win under my belt, build a little bit of momentum, even things back up, and then we'll go back to playing Keltullus.
Go back to playing Keltullus. Just go back to playing Keltullus. Why not? It's a nice thing to lean back on. We have not really seen the magic that is the Caldwell version of Keltullus. It hasn't really happened the way that we wanted it to, but nonetheless, we see that Keltullus has this. It's got like these new shoes that she's wearing, and she's
new
coming
toys.
through. Yeah, exactly. Like, look what I can do now.
Find them. Okay, we're starting game number 2. It is gonna be Cybers with the Skellige list, which is a Reckless Flurry Alchemy against Nilfgaard Double Cross. So Big Cuckoo might have been expecting the Northern Realms, like we said, but Cybers maybe switching it up a little bit, playing a little bit of mind games, bringing the less obvious cue in Alchemy.
True. So. Well, I think this might be a situation where Cybers is like, okay, if I can sneak this through here, I could lose here. I'll have another shot at blue coin anyways. We're going to a game 4 at the minimum. I'll have another blue coin. Maybe that's when I bring my mage list. At the same time, this could be just a situation, like you said, bind games. If KK is suspecting mages, maybe he tries to sneak this one in and just kind of throw things out of whack a little bit. This is a list here where the problem with it is that there's going to be a lot of targets of opportunity in terms of being able to slam, spying tags on some pretty important pieces, things like the little half-roos, and then perhaps late game on something like Fuchsia. So you're bringing weapons to the party for sure, but you're also giving Big KK more options to beat you.
Yeah, that's true. So this version of Alchemy doesn't have the battle trance, so few less points, more control. Do you think this extra control from Flurry is going to play a big role in the matchup against Nilfgaard?
Well, against Nilfgaard, it's a little bit different because there are engines that you have to worry about, assimilate engines, but oftentimes when they're often presented with assimilate triggers kind of already happening at the same time. Cards like Brothans, cards like Arto Terra Nova, etc., these are going to get triggers as soon as they're deployed. So controlling these elements is not as clean and clear. It might be a situation where perhaps you get lucky with some coral pings, let's say, or some other random damage, for example, and you use the remaining elements of your leader charges to go ahead and clean up, but it's not the same kind of feel as you would against something like mages, where those threats are going to stay at like 4 health, so it's going to be easier to kill them. This is a different ball game here because a lot of these threats grow very quickly, and it's just the value of those 3 random pings are not as great as they would be against something like Northern Realms.
All right, so we've got On-Pride Warrior coming out of the Imperial Diplomacy. That's a nice little resurrection target for later. 3 damage when it gets resurrected from the graveyard. Maybe you play that with Fuchsia. Cybers played Maxi as his opening play, and we got to see his deck order for a second there. He has a Skirmisher on top of his deck, so we'll see that when he takes this Mask of Ouroboros, or takes the Scald, he does indeed draw a Skirmisher. So I'm thinking that maybe he felt the order was fine and just kept his deck order. Then it would mean he would have Mushy Truffle coming up, and then Darren and Dwim Viandra after that.
Yeah, great little pocket of cards there. You still have, again, the Mask of Ouroboros as well, that you can pair up with your Morkvarg, so you're not feeling too bad about that. And if you want to, you can even toss away the Crow Mother. I mean, that's perfectly fine to discard as well, given the fact that it's likely going to come back anyways, so you're losing the deploy effect of bringing out the 2 birds, but hey, who cares at this point? The most important part here is evaluating what the best discard targets are. There's the obvious ones, like the Skirmisher, like Morkvarg, but then there's some other fodder in there, like Crow Mother, or like the little Hafru.
Okay, Big Cuckoo Rosina actually going to copy a Scald. I like this because he has a really weird hand, doesn't really want to play too much. Illusionist can't be played. No good copy targets on the board right now, or spying targets on the board right now for the Torturer. And very unlucky, uncharacteristic of Nilfgaard players, Big Cuckoo Rosina not able to find either Blightmaker or Dead Man's Tongue in round 1.
Yeah, dangerous game you play. Proactivity on Nilfgaard, not what it used to be, let's say. In this case, Blightmaker is such a great card to play. Even on an empty board, yeah, you're losing out on the 2 points of damage, but the thinning and the tempo play is immense. No Dead Man's Tongue as well. You don't even have something like an Emissary just to toss out there for a 7-point boost, right? So you're kind of sitting here wondering what else you could toss out there that makes sense. I feel like this is perfectly fine, perhaps to just clone with a Mage Torturer just to get that extra card out of the hand and maybe just pass the turn. But I mean, cards like Illusionist, those want to be, you need something in the graveyard to connect with, and you're not going to roll the dice on Bribery when it does matter and you have no assimilate targets on the board. So he might just throw away a Mage Torturer here. If he throws away the Mage Torturer, you can suspect that this is going to be a very short round. But if he commits something like Brothans, maybe then you're thinking that he wants to push the tempo in this round.
Yeah, I would guess that Big Cuckoo Rosina is not going to fight for this round too much, and just use Blightmakers, hopefully draw into Blightmakers by round 2, and use those to defend any sort of push if there is. Normally, Assimilate versus Alchemy, I would say Alchemy has some advantages. Some versions can beat Assimilate in a long round 3, but that's usually with Battle Trance, with more synergy on the leader. And with Reckless Flurry, I don't know if it actually is favored in the long round 3. Nilfgaard does have a lot of power as well. So Cybers does click the stratagem, draws into the truffle. He actually played Crow Mother first.
He played Crow Mother first, and there was a situation perhaps where he might have been thinking, okay, maybe I want to hang on to this Morkvarg for my Burnabrand. If I want to be bleeding round 2 a little bit, that's a big tempo play that I can hang on to. Perhaps tossing out the Crow Clan Preacher as a discard could have been a better option, perhaps to resurrect it later. But
yeah, I like how slowly you said Crow Clan Preacher, but at the same time, maybe putting a bronze unit into the graveyard would be bad for something like activating Illusionist or giving him a remedy target to steal away from you so that you can't resurrect the Crow Clan Preacher later.
Well, when you use Logic, Shinmiri, everything sounds bad.
No, I think it's a real consideration because, yeah, Morkvarg is kind of carryover value for your Burnabrand as well. And this is a big overkill in round 1 for Cybers, winning by 23 points. Some of those points maybe could have been saved, but I just wanted to point out like the potential downsides of the other option as well. So things that Cybers might have been considering at the time.
Yeah, well, friendship over. That's all I'm saying. All right, we're going to go ahead and toss a few cards back. Burnabrand is also able to cycle some more things here. Decent amount of cards here. In terms of the bleed, you do not want this. I mean, I feel like whenever you win round 1 against Assimilate, the objective here is kind of to bleed until you get their leader ability out them. Put the pressure on it. We've seen it in so many other matchups where the defending player, the player in round 2 who's defending the bleed, when they're playing double cross, has an eventual crossroads that they have to make a decision. Do I use my ability now, or do I potentially get 2-0'd and I just get shut out of that ability? So we'll see how deep into this round Cybers intends to go. But again, when left into round 3 with that leader ability, it can be devastating. So perhaps it's worthwhile to go down a card and just squeeze out that leader ability out of Big KK.
All right, I see the opening play by Cybers is a resurrection of Freya's Blessing into a Little Hofru. Gets the Little Hofru out of his graveyard so that there will not be a potential for Cuckoo Rosina to steal it. This is the first say advantage here, and I have a feeling that Cybers is going to go really deep in this round, like you said, to put the pressure on, test Big Cuckoo's resolve in holding his leader or potentially holding his leader for carryover value or potentially risking getting 2-0'd. And another tell that signals that to me is Cybers mulliganing away the Darren. If Cybers was just going to play 2 cards and pass, Darren would be a good card to play here in the range row. Thin out something useless like maybe a Gutting Slash. Give himself more thinning to get to cards that were close to the bottom of his deck, like Fukusha or Coral or even the Dwim at the very bottom. But getting rid and mulliganing the Darren means that he's probably going to look for like a 2-0.
One thing that we no longer have to worry about when casting these Nilfgaard games is location into Viper Witcher Alchemist. That is no longer a thing, friends. Oh boy, could that have changed the dynamic of how some of these games will run. All right, first bonded ability there. There is the Crow Clan Preacher with another one in hand with the bonded ability. So if that survives, how fast does he just go ahead and... Oh, actually, is this a situation where he follows up with Gedineth?
Gedineth into potential clicking the truffle, immediately boosting these Crow Clan Preachers to 8 power. I don't know if it's necessary against this Nilfgaard list.
I don't think you're really afraid of it. Are you really that worried about one of these Crow Clan Preachers dying?
No, there's no damage. There's no tourney joust, there's no assassination, there's just invocation. So I guess you don't actually want them to be that tall. But yeah, you can start greeting. You could go Gedineth and just start playing a bunch of Preachers.
Oh, definitely. You could really just run the table here in terms of removal. Okay, so this is, I believe this is Menno into the last tactic that's in the deck. That is Imperial Diplomacy, which is going to yield a wonderful card. I suspect it's the Priest here, but then again, if you do take the Fanatic may have been able to tank some of that random ping damage. But go for the safe bet. Why not? That's a ticking engine, 1 point a turn. Let's make it happen. And there it is, the Gettynith. Like you said, without any fear of any removal, no tourney joust, no assassinations, nothing to worry about. Did he even use a Yen's Invocation? Was that, I don't think that's been used yet.
He has not used it yet. No, it's in the deck. And Big Kuku Rizina is staring at a very scary situation here. He's got 2 remedies, and I think in the graveyard there's a Scald and a Skirmisher. So really only the Scald is useful for you. Right? So you've got like a kind of bricked remedy. You have a Terra Nova that's not great right now. Like, do you even consider maybe going for a really early leader to try to find a Heat Wave, a lucky Heat Wave? And there's an Informant in there. Okay, so he actually does have 2 targets.
But that's a great point. If you're suspecting that there's a Heat Wave in that deck, you have to perhaps take the flyer on it. If you suspect that there's no way that you're going to get out of this, perhaps that's the best option for you. But then again, if you're playing scared like that, how are you going to win a round 3 perhaps? I mean, if Cyber's whole game here is to just push Kuku Rizina to the point where he has to use the leader ability, well, he's getting that job done pretty nicely. And look at how this is going to get exponentially nasty. He's not, I wonder if he's even going to click it. He doesn't even need to.
He doesn't need to. It is played in this round, so it will carry over to round 3 if he wants to save the carryover. But look at these Preachers. Okay, triple Preachers on the board, right? There's an Alchemy coming from the Truffle. There's an Alchemy coming from the Gettynith. Another Alchemy coming from Dwim. And one more from Bride of the Sea. So at least 4 more Alchemy cards. That's another... Hold on. 6 times 4? That's another 24 points of engine value that these Preachers are still representing for the rest of the round. And who knows what Birna Brand is going to draw. Maybe she ends up getting you another Alchemy card, although I don't think you have anything to discard in your hand right now.
Big Kuku Rizina is going to like what he sees when he does eventually use his leader charge here, because it's probably going to be something like a Heat Wave or that Morkvarg. Either way, you should have a clean answer to one of these tall units. The problem is, Shamiri, is that it's not a 1-pack, it's not a 2-pack, it's a 3-pack of Crow Clan Preachers, and that can be really problematic when you're trying to deal with these scaling threats like that, because they're all bonded and there's 3 of them, so removing one does not necessarily do a whole lot for you. So you're gonna have to put some work into here. As it starts off with a Brothins into the Duchess Informant, we're gonna go ahead and clone one of the Duchess, one of the little Half-Roos, and start chipping away here.
All right, puts the rain on the back row, killing both Informants. But now the extra turn of rain is getting a little bit wasted, unfortunately. And we're going to see the Truffle order get used, and either a Bride of the Sea or a Dwimviandra here, most likely. Maybe Cybers is going to start thinking about getting better cards out of his hand now, like the Bride of the Sea, so that the Double Cross has fewer options later.
I think you hit it spot on. There's the Bride of the Sea, bringing out the Golden Froth. Alchemy all over the place, double it up. Look at that massive lead that he's hanging on to. And again, Big Kuku Rizina, even though he's going to be dipping into that hand that Cybers is hiding, he's going to like what he sees. He's either getting a Heat Wave or the Morkvarg or both. That is going to be a pretty big play, but he needs to catch up. There's almost a 40-point deficit here that he needs to shave down. And the worst part about it is that Priest on the back row that is dealing damage to the right and growing by 1 is eventually going to be probably answered by a Morkvarg or a Heat Wave, and that is nasty in itself, because that Priest is essentially just robbing points from its neighbor and eventually gets nullified. So
yeah, this is what
he probably likes to see that card.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Priest, as the way I say it, It's hitting flesh, Flake. It's not hitting armor. It's not hitting anything that's like you want to actually get hit. It's actually taking points off your board, and all of those points are going to get reset here. Cybers has 2 tall punishes, one with the Morkvarg, Heart of Terror, and one with the Heat Wave. So both the Joachim target and the Priest are kind of going bye-bye, and just this is looking very, very scary for Big Cuckoo.
Well, the Heat Wave's still intact. You got the Morkvarg as well. I feel like he's going to wait as long as possible before he takes out that Priest. That Priest over there, again, like you mentioned, hitting flesh, so it's stealing some points from its neighbors, and it's eventually going to get deleted and erased in its own right. I think this might be. Is this where a Dwimvandra here is a decent play? But perhaps there's a situation where you play the Burna, because if you Burna into 2 good cards, you don't want to have to toss away 2 good cards, so maybe the Dwimvandra. But then again, Dwimvandra is
a great card.
It's 4 plus 6 plus an additional 6. So that is probably better than anything else that you're going to pick up out of the deck.
You're exactly right. That's a 16 for 5 right there, and that's why Mushy Truffle and Dwimvandra are so good in this alchemy archetype. That's 16 for 5 because it plays you an extra alchemy card, and you know, with the Maxi showing Cybers' deck order earlier, you can be kind of confident what he's drawing into. I believe it is going to be a little Hofru and a Gutting Slash, but it could also be that Peller or that Darren that he mulliganed at the start of this round. So whatever it's going to be, it's probably going to be bad cards. Big Cuckoo now getting nervous. Going to use the double cross leader ability. Sees a couple of good options. Heatwave and Morkvarg both great for resetting or just deleting one of these creatures.
Well, if you suspect no more alchemy, Morkvarg's the better play here. It's worth more points than the Heatwave. However, if you suspect that there's going to be a couple more alchemy plays, then the Heatwave would have been probably a little bit better.
Well, the double cross tells you all the information you need. You see that there are no more alchemies in Cyber's hand, so gets the double cross and then. And the bribery. Whoa, I was like, wait, why am I seeing double? That's a bribery, wasn't it?
That was indeed a bribery, and the bribery rolled into a beautiful option here, double tapping on those Morkvargs. There's so many it's so many Morkvargs at this point, and 2 turns, 3 Morkvargs. Best option you could possibly have over there, as Cybers just turned the tables here, going right back to work. Another healthy lead here. And but as you can see, I mean, that just big swing of leader ability and the bribery yielding very, very tall punishing threats here in the double Morkvarg. Very important how this went.
Yeah, and the gap is closing quite a bit. Big Cuckoo now, Big Cuckoo now going to put spying on the Morkvarg, getting potentially a 3rd Morkvarg. And we were talking about how big of a threat these creatures were. They're all getting reset. All of them. 2 Morkvargs already. Terra Nova now potentially a 3rd Morkvarg. Like, these creatures basically have done nothing. If that's going to be what Big Cuckoo decides to do.
And what you can do here is you don't even need to use your Artaud. You can use your Coup de Grace onto the Morkvarg to spawn a fresh Morkvarg. But I think that he just wants to close the gap in as short order as possible. Maybe keep the Coup de Grace for the Joaquin in the back row. But take a look at that again. Now we're cooking with gas here, because it's an 8-point deficit, which was something like 30 or 40 points just a blink ago.
Yeah. So is the remedy gonna be enough? Remedy gets you. I think it's gonna be enough.
Just Coup de Grace.
Oh yeah, you could also Coup de Grace, because it's only the first wheel of Coup de Grace. So Coup de Grace has a downside, is that it clogs you a little bit. It gives you another copy of itself on top of your deck, so you're essentially drawing 1 fewer card. And there are quite a lot of good cards left in Big Cuckoo's deck, right? There's, I think, second Blightmaker. There's Lydia. There's a Arturius Vigo. So I think maybe the remedy was fine, but maybe he wants to preserve the remedy for an actual play for round 3.
Possible. I mean, you can go ahead and steal something out of the pocket there. But yeah, there was an option there where a Coup de Grace onto the Morkvarg would have had, I think, 5 Morkvargs on the board, which would have been pretty sweet. Okay, well, there's the first wheel. Burnabrand just tossing some garbage away. And that's a big pickup. That's not bad. That's at least one thing that you can throw away. Fuchsia is a key element to how this goes. And looking at Big KK's hand, there's the Dead Man's Tongue. It's a little too late for that to be, helpful, but at least it's a fairly big tempo play. And knowing that the Heat Wave is gone and the Morkvark is gone, you could go real tall and pretty with that card and not necessarily have to worry about it too much.
Yeah, exactly. But Dead Man's... Oh, no. Disaster for Big Cuckoo. Mulligan's a DMT trying to find something like a Lydia, I think, but gets that brick, that 4-point brick in his hand, the Mage Assassin instead. And he really... I mean, I think it was the right mulligan to make because you are in a... I think you're in a pretty desperate position. You are... in round 3 with even cards, but you have no leader ability, and Cyber still has 9 points from his Reckless Flurry leader ability, potentially being able to remove Bondage from your board and stuff like that.
Yeah, or you can just drop Fuchsia and just ruin that back row right straight away. That's also a possibility. You could drop Rain and use your leader ability. All right, we'll just say goodbye. Not even worried. Not even a little bit. As it stands now, both players are just kind of holding on to all hope here. There's the last little bit of presence that Big KK had on his side of the board. A Fuchsia, a Burn a Brand, some removal, and a discard target left for Cybers here.
You know something? I'm gonna speak to my analyst partner on the stream right here. I have a question for Speci. I wonder if Big Cuckoo could have gotten out of round 2 by playing Coup and Remedy instead of the Terra Nova. Because that might have been a lot better outcome for him to have a Terra... The Coup is kind of bad in round 3 because you might brick it, you might not have a target for it, but the Terra Nova on the other hand is great because not only is the Assimilate engine, it's also much more flexible, can get you a Morkvark if you want to, but also can just get you like a Hofru for proactive points.
I mean, if you're taking notes here and you're Big KK, you're evaluating, you're saying, I haven't seen Coral, Fuchsia, or Burn a Brand yet. So there's still a lot of jam left that I have to navigate. And if I want to win this, I should, if I intend on using my leader ability, my last bastion of hope is frankly that Artaud into some pretty significant pieces. And as you see right now, not having Artaud to develop multiple threats on the board at once is looking pretty yucky, and this Vigo is not all that pretty either. I think it's just going to probably just be an emissary here in order... Oh no, we're going for the Blightmaker.
Yeah, I mean, he needs bodies on the board right now for his Mushy Truffle order, so the Blightmaker play kind of makes sense. And then you've got a Remedy. It's not going to be it. Cybers is going to be taking the lead 2-0 over Big Cuckoo Rosina in this series. And Big Cuckoo Rosina is going to have to reverse sweep Nilfgaard? No, Northern Realms.
Oh, yeah. Tall task to say the least here. Cybers, we're talking about Cybers trying to sneak in, right, with on blue coin with this list, whereas perhaps Big KK was anticipating Northern Realms in this case. That was not how it went. Cybers threw him the old change up and comes through with a Skellige list instead, and that bleed in round 2 was great. And Big Cuckoo Rosina probably thinking back, like you mentioned, something that you and Speci can dive into in the analytics portion of the post-game show, but frankly, when it comes down to it, it might have been a situation where Artaud was way too valuable to give up. Even if you go down a card or something, perhaps that using your Remedy and the Coup de Grace, like you mentioned, was just going to be enough, as Cybers has, leader charges to spare, even as he has quite the lead here at GWENT Masters, the finale, 2-0 on his opponent, that being Big Cuckoo Rosina, and he has... such a cushion, a two-game cushion, but also he's now leaning on his most sturdy pillar of his 4-deck, this fortress that he's brought. That is his strongest position of foundation. That mage list.
3 chances to find a win with Northern Realms Devotion Alumni against Nilfgaard Double Cross, Reckless Flurry Control, and Carapace Keltullus. If Big Cuckoo can pull this off, this would be huge. This would be very unexpected, and people, I mean, that would be a shock to a lot of people thinking that alumni are kind of invincible right now.
And what a story here for Cybers as well, who has said, after this, I gotta go be a doctor. Like, come on. Like, after I play Gwent, I'm like, I gotta go make some, like, SpaghettiOs or something. This guy's like, I gotta go be a doctor. Whatever. It's all good. Easy. So, if he ends it on this note of being a world champion, like, that is basically how every athlete wants to go out. They want to go out on top, and this would be quite the story of winning the biggest Gwent tournament of the year and then just piecing out to go be a freaking doctor. Like, it just
doesn't get better than that, but it's too early to say, too early to celebrate, Flake. Can't count our chickens before they hatch. Is that the saying?
That is in fact the saying. However, I don't know what the bylaws are in terms of owning, some type of farm animal like a chicken. Actually, that's not true. My mom, who lives in Montreal with my dad, they texted me randomly one day over the summer and said, we just found out that we can have up to 3 chickens. I said, amazing. That I'm glad to know that my old room is being, used properly there. So I might go home for Christmas and there might be chickens in my room.
All right, so Cybers has Northern Realms left. He is going to be on red coin, I believe, for this game number 3. Northern Realms not the most comfortable. Not the most comfortable playing from red coin because you don't have that extra protection from the tactical advantage to protect your students, and it's all hinging on your students. We've said this many times throughout the broadcast this weekend. Northern Realms alumni, you want, if you're playing Northern Realms alumni, you want to build your student patience. If you're playing against them, you want to make sure, you want to try to kill as many of those patient students as possible so that the patience doesn't grow and those alumni don't get zeal and don't get good payoff later down the road.
Precisely. You need to identify what your strengths are and support them, insulate them. You want to identify what your opponent's weaknesses are and exploit them. In this case, if your last, if the last ticket you got to punch in order to win the tournament is to win with mages, you're feeling quite confident. But again, red coin. You got to feel confident about that, but also this is a list that wants to be set up early. It wants to be first out of the gate to set up their threats, and depending on what is going to be meeting it in this next matchup in game number 3 here, then you have to assess what your, how deep are you going into round 1. Obviously, if you're mages, you want to go as far as possible. You want those mages to pick up patience, but you also need to be able to pick and choose how to pivot out of a round when it doesn't seem like you're going to get past those goalposts. You don't want to drop a mage on turn 5 and then be passed on, and suddenly that mage picks up 2 patience and then it's all over. So it's going to be tough here, even on red coin with a mage list to be able to convert here. But the good news is that he'll have 3 kicks at the can for it. So we'll see how this goes. I anticipated a 5-game final. I know that I believe Repek said there would be 1 tie in the final. Might still happen. Yeah, that is the famous Repek. I don't know. He might need a patch update because I think he was wrong last time. But we'll see.
For the first time, he was wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Big Cuckoo, there is a silver lining for Big Cuckoo Rosina. He's down 0-2, but the silver lining is that he gets to choose the coins now for each matchup. Because Cybers can only play 1 deck, his Northern Realms alumni deck. And so Big Cuckoo can say, okay, I know you have to play Northern Realms on red coin now. I'll take whatever I think is most favored matchup coming from blue coin against it. Last series, we saw in the semifinals, Big Cuckoo, I think he won the Skellige versus Northern Realms matchup from blue coin, if I remember correctly. So maybe he can do that again. I think that's
possible.
I remember with the stunning blow, right? With the stunning blow, he had extra removal. I think he actually took that matchup from blue coin. Maybe he decides that, hey, maybe that's something I did before. I can pull it off again. Let's take that potentially and disregard the traditional line of thinking that Reckless Flurry is only a red coin deck, because on blue coin, I've kind of denied you the tactical advantage. That's 1 less hard removal that I need to find to shut down your students.
Yeah, precisely. And what people need to understand is that even though you're losing these games, the more games that you're losing early, the more you're favored to win the next games as you're eliminating, like you mentioned, you're eliminating the variance of what you're putting your opponent on. There's no more mind games in this case. He knows what he's up against. So this is where you dig into the past. This is where you dig into your experience and say, I've been in this situation before. I've been on blue against a mage on red. How did I succeed? You go through the mental notes, you play it back in your head movies, and you figure it out and how that works out, and you figure out exactly the ways that you won, and you want to replicate it. You put yourself in the same environment with the same variables, and you try to replicate that success. So that's kind of what he's thinking at over here. So like you mentioned, if this is a situation where he's been in that position before on blue against mages with Skellige, go for it again. That's how you won. And I don't think it was that close. Perhaps in point value it was within 10 points, but it never felt close. It was just a matter of abusing those mages over and over and over again until you get to round 3, and they were pathetic. I think that that game went to round 3, if I'm not mistaken, and the mages' patiences were at 2. So if you could replicate that, and as it stands right now, that's not the case. He's opting in this case to go with that monsterless Keltulis. And how do you feel about this one?
All right, Keltulis versus Alumni. It's really all going to come down to how big those melee row damage Alumni can grow to. If they get past a certain point, then your Alumni are just slamming down and answering a Nithral, answering a Defender. Sometimes you even see like 11 damage Banard students just straight up killing a Defender at 7+4 armor and then killing the Keltulis. So that's really the big key here. Can you deny enough Banard students to stop the damage from killing all your threats?
You gotta win this first round here. Figure out how this goes. Again, you want to make sure that your opponent cannot damage your side. But then again, if you do have a lot of those mages that just boost up things, maybe Count Caldwell will eventually stay to the same side. You know, it's just completely possible.
Yeah, that last mulligan was a key one for Big Cuckoo Rosina. It drew into the Keltulis, which means now his Ihuarahua is going to pull out Siri Dash, and then he can also Oniromancy for Cave Troll.
So what is it pulling from Cyber's deck is the question.
Let's see. From Cyber's deck, he will pull a Gerhardt, which he has in hand, and then Baron, Shawnee, Adalia. So Baron, it looks like it's going to be Baron.
And that's a tough one, actually, because Baron is an order ability, not a deploy, right? So
you would have been you would have been much happier to pull something like an Adalia out.
Adalia would have been majorly ideal. That's the best thing that you could pick up here. I mean, maybe a Shawnee in round 1 when there's nothing in the graveyard, so you don't have to worry about it. But Adalia would have been a fantastic pull, and in this case, I guess it's going to be picking up. It's going to be picking up that Baron, and that's not a pretty one to pull here. Big Cuckoo Rosina setting up the Defender again. We've seen this before. Keltulis needs a little bit of insulation. That Cave Troll's going to be playing bodyguard. Adalia is going to pair up with the Banard student. Now you got some protected threat. But the Dimeridium Bomb is not going to be able to punch through that because of that shield.
Yeah, and not only that, this is a crucial turn for Big Cuckoo. He has to play the Siri Dash now via the Ihuarahua if he wants to threaten the Siri Dash to activate early enough to get that coin flip advantage and not allow Cybers a pass. Maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he thinks Cybers will never pass, but it's a turn where he's not really able to really answer a student anyways if he wants to play the Siri Dash in time.
So there it comes. Okay. Again, like you mentioned, you want to get that card out right now. The Baron was the guarantee pull out of that, but that gives information to Cuckoo Rosina now. So you know that the Gerhardt's in hand. You know that the Shawnee's likely in hand as well. The Rafard, I believe, is in hand. Is Baron's a provision?
A 10 provision.
10 provision. Okay. Yeah. All right, 10 provision. So you at this rate, so there's the Rafard's Vengeance. That's going to come through. You're going to go ahead and drop a little bit of that zeal, that little hocus pocus on it to get it activated right away. And like you mentioned, the importance of the damage mages, and there they are in full force. So those are the key mages in this matchup, being able to damage some of those threats, like perhaps the recurring Defender, damaging the perhaps the Nithral, etc. You need to be able to mitigate your opponent's threats as much as you want to support your own with boost. The damage, I feel, like you've mentioned, Shinmiri, is probably the route you want to really dig into.
Yeah, I'm thinking for Big Cuckoo, what if he just slams a Kelly here? Slams a Kelly, burns the Adalia, and then next turn potentially can burn a student. How else are you going to answer this melee row student that's shielded? You can, I guess you can Phantom to get rid of the shield, but you've only got one D-bomb.
Yeah, it's an option. It's an option. The good news here is that the fact that the Rafard's random damage hit the Cave Troll armor means that you could go ahead and drop that Witch's Apprentice right now with Sabbath. That 2 damage connected with any body, you wouldn't have had that Sabbath online.
Yeah, that's true. So a little bit of a break for Big Cuckoo, gets the Piggy going early. And Cyber's now, like, we're looking at what? Patience 3 and Patience 2 right now for his students, I believe.
1, 2.
So still, yeah, he's played 3 cards. So Patience 3 and Patience 2, still early right now. But if Big Cuckoo Rosina does decide to take a pass, Cybers could consider even just playing down to 4 cards and just developing patience in this round unobstructed, unopposed, and maybe even call out that Letitia with the Amphibious Assault to build up even more damage patience.
I like that. I still also like playing Kiltilus. Just commit to this round. You know, there is a downside, yeah.
The downside of going for Letitia on Amphibious Assault is that there's no range row. There's no Aretusa student developing here, so you're not getting Zeal on your student or on your alumni, even though you are building up a lot of damage.
Rafard's Vengeance again hit the armor. I just noticed. So 4 potential damage that just went unchecked. Selkirk's gonna clean up that defender now. So now you have access to a lot of these threats. But there's no way.
Oh, look at this play! Wow. Okay, Selkirk clearing up the defender. Baron to reset the boost. A big smile on Cybers' face. Baron to reset the boost of the Siri dash, and then using 2 weak students at 3 and 2 patience to kill the remaining 5 base strength. And this is massive because now it's a 20-point lead for Cybers on even.
That is massive. And keep in mind here, if that Cave Troll still had armor, I don't know if the Selkirk could have been able to bust through. So the Rafard being able to peel away that armor made this play possible.
Selkirk still would have been able to bust through, but it would have taken a little bit more damage, yeah. But this is the huge thing.
That worked out. I mean, look how cleanly that worked out. The Baron... Baron, first of all, the Selkirk killing the defender, Baron resetting the Siri that was just about to pop off, and then 2 mages combining their efforts in a group project to toss that Witcher out into the toilet.
It was huge because the Baron, Cybers didn't even have the Baron in hand. That was pulled by the Huarahua, so it's like really helpful play there. And now Cybers gets to casting contest, the big student, and he's got damage 4 on a shielded 9 strength student that's going nowhere.
Still no Aretusa students, like you mentioned. So Zeal off of those alumni is a concern here for Cybers, especially since he's already used 2 leader charges. So you're only going to be able to drop Zeal on one more thing, and you have to pick and choose what that's going to be. But the fact that this Aretusa student now, this Banner student right now is just collecting damage is going to be clutch here. Very, very important. But Big KK has the Witch's Apprentice and the Phantom taken away, 3 points a turn, plus Keltulis looming there on the front row, going unopposed, just scorching every single little unit that decides to make an appearance.
Yeah, and the Keltulis is likely going to carry the round for Big Cuckoo. It's just a matter of how much patience is Cybers going to be able to accrue before this, Cuckoo forces him out of the round.
All right, at this rate, what do we got going on here? I mean, there's still 3 points of engine value ticking away. The charge on the Phantom still online should you need it. But now we got a 50-50 coming in terms of what Keltulis is going to burn next. Is it Rafard's Vengeance, or is it that Aretusa student? You can always go ahead and use your practice makes perfect, I believe, to go pull something out. Maybe it's an Aretusa student. Maybe it's the same mage. Yeah, or it could be an alumni as well.
Yeah, so a lot of randomness there. I don't know if Cybers is willing to take that option. Might just use the first roll of Oniromancy instead for a guaranteed Aretuza student. Or even like a Synchron Envoy to make his top decks better.
Yeah, we're going to get the Amphibious Assault here, and I like this play because it's basically going to protect the Refards. You're going to be sacrificing that the Banart student at 4, but that one did its duty already. It was part of that master plan to take out the Siri Dash and deny the card draw from Big KK, and now you have a Refard's Vengeance that's beefed up. It also got the crew ability of the extra damage. You still have that Banart student in the front row collecting patience, and now you have a healthy lead on your opponent on even. But again, Keltulis is a nasty biatch. I will say that that is as truthful as I can get, because it's not just a matter of point totals. You got to think about what she's going to be pulling off the board every single time.
Yeah, and Big Cuckoo has a lot of points passively here. He's going to use the D-Bomb to try to 50-50 into the Refards, but doesn't hit it. Gets the student instead. And the Refards is going to actually be able to activate once again, playing the Marine from hand, drawing Chapter of Wizards. Wow. Massive. Everything's looking great for Cybers here. And now another smaller unit on the board with that 3-point Marine for Keltulis fodder.
I like the buff here of the Bloody Baron. You're not going to get a second charge out of that Refards, so let's keep these 2 units low to the ground. There's no point in buffing it up, having a 3, and then the next thing that Keltulis burns down is going to be like an 8 or something. So in this case, I think it's perfectly fine. And there's another low to the ground unit, the Mage, the one all the way on the left-hand side whose name escapes me.
Banart Tutor.
Yeah, the Tutor. I believe that just buffs another Mage. Plus, it's a 2-point unit on the ground that is good Keltulis fodder. But hey, why don't we just go ahead and get a Centurion Spellweaver and start, again, pushing the tempo here?
Yeah, Centurion Spellweaver maybe gives him some options on, like, Shawnee, or, I don't know. I actually personally like the Mage, the Banart Tutor as well, because it's such a small body. But let's see, how much reach does Big Cuckoo have here? He's getting 3 points a turn passively, and the Kelly is burning a 3 and then a 4. So that's 7 plus 6, 13 points. He is ahead if he wants to. Okay, gonna use the Phantom now to clear up the 3 so that he burns an engine that's actually online, that's actually doing something, gets the Spellweaver, catches a little bit of a break there, I'd say.
I would also say, he's going to be ahead here at the end of this particular turn, if necessary. Cybers is evaluating. There's no real practice. Makes perfect is not connecting with anything other than that 9-point Mage in the front row, and you do not want to get rid of that. That thing's been putting in work. So okay. Shawnee, it is 2 bodies. Again, if you can multiply the bodies that are on the board, that does help out with the Keltulis factor. What a play! I like that.
What? These combos are off the hook. The big student was Patience 6, the small student was Patience 2, committing a Shawnee to win this round on even by combining those 2 damages to kill the Keltulis. The Keltulis actually got pinged repeatedly by the Refard's Vengeance too, so that's what helped soften it up, and now Cyrus is in a dominating position with not only winning on even, but also a very well-developed Banart Patience.
Yeah, the Banart Patience is great. The Aretuzas have been slacking. But it's okay. It's okay. That's actually good for Kukuruzina, because if there's a lot of boost available on Cyber's side of the board, you could say goodbye. Like you mentioned, follow the money. Count Caldwell is essentially your prototypical New York Yankees player. Just get the biggest contract possible and play for that team. So in this case, Caldwell needs something to connect to. And the most recent revision of Caldwell is that he does not count himself. So you need to beef up some other portion of the board in order to make that happen. And Big KK here losing on even, and now needs to protect against this bleed. It's not looking good, because what are you resurrecting out of your opponent's graveyard? Are you giving them a Baron and a Refards?
Yeah, sounds like Baron, Shawnee, Refards. It all sounds terrible. The high strength targets for Northern Realms are really, really good, because they're all orders, and a lot of them also have Zeal. Let's take a look at the graveyard, shall we? Yeah, 6 strength Baron. It could be a Selkirk. Oh, imagine resurrecting your, Defender and Kelly in in the melee row also gets them a Selkirk potentially. So it's going to be 2 out of the 3, Selkirk, Rafards, Shawnee. But whatever Cybers gets from his graveyard on the Witch of Sabbath, they're all going to be very good.
A little remnant of shield, just to remind you that at one point there was a very powerful mage that existed in that spot, and it is still haunting KK here, but he's doing the right thing here by beefing up that one Nithrol. That one Nithrol will eventually put some power down. Okay, so here's the Alumni. Now we look at the Alumni stats, 6 damage, but only 1 boost. So when you're not feeling that strong, well, you're not going to get Zeal, so Nithrol is going to pair up with that Parasite and get rid of 1 of the Alumni so far.
Yeah, that's not too bad for Big Cuckoo. And being able to answer these Alumni with no Zeal, Cybers have already utilized all of his leader charges in round 1 to secure that win on even. So these Alumni are really going to want to have Zeal in order to be effective later. Big Cuckoo, I think what Big Cuckoo could do, you know, we talked about how much downside there is to use the Witch's Sabbath right now. Because there's so many order units available for Cybers. If Cybers keeps pushing in this round, Big Cuckoo Rosina has a last say. Just, you know, even though he lost on even, he has single last say right now. So he could consider using Witch's Sabbath as his last say if Cybers goes the distance in this round. And that way, Kelly still gets a burn, your Beast still grows, and but Cybers doesn't get a chance to use his Baron, use his Shawnee, use his Selkirk.
Or you could just, I mean, you could drop lemons here and start peeling away those nasty cards that Witch's Sabbath was going to take out, right? So he might have gone in there and said goodbye to something like Selkirk, said goodbye to Shawnee, got rid of those cards that would have really made that Witch's Sabbath difficult to digest. Now, what Big KK can do here, if he wants, I believe, is, ooh, that could be dangerous. Because the
Caldwell is looking really dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous.
The first banish was on Shawnee.
Yes, that's
like
a good
you said,
banish.
Lemons banished Shawnee, and then now are you banishing Selkirk or Rafards or Baron? One of those
Baron
3?
Could be good. If you're opting to use your Sabbath now, you don't want Baron to reset your Nithrol. So that's probably an option here.
Okay, he banished Rafards as the second banish. So Shawnee and Rafards both gone. You're getting Baron, Selkirk, and a 4, I think. A random 4
is going to
here.
have patience, won't it?
Yeah, it depends on which 4 you get, because there's a lot of 4s in there. All right, Caldwell coming down.
Dangerous game to play.
So dangerous. Your tallest unit is a 14. And, you know, Gerhardt can boost by 6. The patience, one of the students is at a 10. The other one is at a 5 with patience like 4? 3? Can somebody check for us, please, what the patience of the Aretusa students are at right now? How much boost the Cybers has available? He is going all in.
I mean,
so
go for
3 on the left and 4 on the right. So he can get this 10 strength student to 20? 4 boost there, and then a 6 on the pack. He can get it to 20, which means that it's going to be extremely difficult. Oh, he's not going for it. He's going to go for practice makes perfect. And that gets him an Alumni, which is also going to be Zeal.
Zeal. Oh, filthy. I mean, point-wise, that was probably better. But in terms of guaranteeing that the Caldwell doesn't switch sides,
I don't like this. I don't like this. He could get... Big Cuckoo could get something like Phantom back, but I don't know if there's going to be enough points. Like a Phantom back could help combine with the... Oh, he doesn't get the Phantom. If he had the Phantom, he could have used the 3 damage Zeal on the Phantom to prevent the Caldwell from coming over, and Cybers is your winner! 3-0 in the finals over Big Cuckoo Rosina. Oh, unbelievable. That game was... I wasn't even sure if it was going to be over.
I tell you, the smaller the dog, the bigger the betrayal. And that was Count Caldwell coming through for his opponent. And otherwise, you know, Cybers, look at these, just pure relief that the journey is now over. A fitting end for one hell of a competitor in Gwent, as this was his swan song. Winning the big one is one hell of a way to go out. TLG Cybers is your winner of Gwent Masters Season 3, and what fireworks. That round 2, that second round in that matchup was quite the drama, I will say, Shidmiri, and it came down to just being able to babysit a Count Caldwell and entice him with some sweet candy. Unfortunately, that bastard just went straight to the other side and said adios to Big Cuckoo Rosina's chances of winning this tournament.
The biggest betrayal, the last chance. Caldwell's like, nope, see you later. And that's the risk you take playing Caldwell. He can be so influential and so powerful when you are actually able to win round 1 and then just donate him to your opponent in round 2 for massive carryover in round 3 on the Winter Sabbath. But the problem happens when you don't win round 1 and then you're forced to play him in a round that you actually need to win, and then that happens.
Well, let's be fair. I mean, the strategy was kind of coming together. You donated him to your opponent in round 2. That's what you want to do, right? But yeah, we didn't have a round 3. In that case, the mages did manage to go ahead and take it through. TLG Cybers must have felt so strong going into that and seeing how that went. But hey, that's how we feel. The winner is standing by with Pavel Burza, and he's going to be talking to TLG Cybers, who is your winner of GWENT Masters Season 3.
Cybers, you did it, man. You did it. What an ending. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. Don't know what to say, honestly.
It was incredible. And you won. The last one was just, with Caldwell jumping over, was just incredible. Really good stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe you won't quit. Maybe you'll stay with us. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think this is the perfect spot to end it on.
I kind of
agree. Sorry.
It's good to end on a high, right?
Yeah. And nothing higher than this. Holy shit. I'm sorry for cursing.
It's all good. Shit is not a bad word. At least not in my book. Incredible stuff. Congratulations to you, man. How's Ivy doing?
Ivy is fine. I had to lock her out for the game because she sometimes steps on the keyboard and then presses the spacebar and I pass, but she's happy.
That would be bad in such a big tournament, but yeah, you did it. Incredible stuff, and yeah, like you wanted to prove something, like you said in the beginning, and I think you proved more than enough. Congratulations. I think, yeah, it's really awesome to end on a high, and you did it. Incredible stuff.
Can I give a shout out?
Of course, anything you want, man. You're the winner. You can do whatever you want.
Okay. Shout out to all the non-Gwent people watching right now. I mean, there's a bunch of my friends watching. They have no idea what's going on, but they're watching anyway. It's highly appreciated. Thank you. Thanks to the Chinese community for motivating me to win it all. Thanks to the Gwent community as a whole. It's been a wonderful year, and without this beautiful community, I wouldn't have made it through all this time. And of course, shout out to my team like Paya, Kuna, Gravish, Wusubi, Spyro, Kams. Oh god, too many people.
Those names.
You know who you are, guys. Thank you. And kind of sad TLG is always painted as the bad guys because we are just a very wholesome little family. And yeah, shout out to each and every one of you guys.
Incredible. Thank you. We really appreciate it. And yeah, get some rest. The pressure is off now.
Yeah, I have to go to work tomorrow.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, God.
Take care, man, and have a good one.
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I mean, that's it. No leaks for me. Nothing more to say. I mean, I think we want to hear what the analysts have to say about that one because it was amazing. So yeah, Shidmiri and Spessy, take it away.
Thank you, Burza. Yeah, we've had all the leaks we've had for today. Just good old analysis looking at the 3-0 by Cybers over Big Cuckoo in the finals. How are you doing, Spessy?
Yeah, was not expecting Kelly to be, such a prominent factor in this final. 2 out of the 3 games. I know, Shimura, you'll know that I've played like 100 games of this deck or so this season, so it's like the perfect, really, ending for me on this analysis. I can't wait to get into it. And we started off with a really interesting matchup, which is Keltulis against Alza. I think it's fair to say Alza's probably the deck that Cybers was most worried about coming into this tournament, not being Nilfgaard, Northern Realms, or Skellige. But this is a matchup that can go either way, and a lot can come down to the opening hands. And if we look at the opening hand here from Cybers, it's a little bit awkward. You've got a Sentinel, there's no Purify, no Heatwave. You do have a Making a Bomb, but I really, and similarly, if we look at Cuckoo's hand, he has access to his Defender, his Ciri, and his Keltulis, and that's usually so important with these Kelly decks to have that opening starting hand.
Yes, I totally agree. I've played my fair share of Kelly as well this season. Really fun deck with the Count Caldwell. And yeah, the movement here is key, right? Because it's very, very cheap answer for Cybers, and you've got 2 of them, and potentially you can create into more of them with your sorceresses.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that Big Cuckoo's going first does mean that Cybers doesn't have a chance to develop sorceresses on the board. He didn't draw any anyway, but if he was on the opposite coin, he might have opened up with a sorceress to threaten that movement. What I really wanted to see in Big Cuckoo, as I said, I've got a lot of experience in this matchup. I played quite a few games against Adzakov as the Kelly player, and he was the Squirtel player. And the one line I really found to win this matchup is actually opening with a Defender in the back in the range row. What that does is if Cybers use a Making a Bomb to then get access to the Ciri to Heatwave it, your Keltulis will still be protected by the Defender. Instead, he ends up going in the front row, which it didn't really end up costing him because of the hand state of Cybers. He didn't have that extra movement tech, but instantly this first part, I think Cybers would have been aware of this line as well. I think that might have just given him that little bit of confidence seeing the play of the Defender in the front row.
Yeah, I think I totally agree. I've been in this situation before as well with this matchup, and had this round kept getting contested down the line, then potentially like being able to have the Defender end up on the front row to protect the Kelly, to protect the Nithral could have been key. But how does Cybers manage to win round 1? Because I think round control extremely important against Keltulis and against the Count Caldwell version of Keltulis.
Yeah, absolutely. So he manages to move the Defender here with a Making a Bomb, which was one of his movement options he had in his hand. And then if we're just looking at the rest of his hand, things are looking really awkward. But what happens from Big Cuckoo Rosina, he goes for the Elharaquax. I just like to call it the Unicorn Shin to play it on the safe side because my pronunciation is not the best at times. And what this does is it pulls Simless from Cybers deck, which is obviously a great mill, 2-point card, and you don't have to deal with it later. But it kind of opens up Cybers' hand inadvertently because this Orb of Insight can be used in combination with the Seer to set up that Alza for round 3. Furthermore, Cybers just has a hand that's really uninteractive and doesn't play many units himself. He can click the Madoc, for example. So Kelly actually ends up working as a detrimental force here for Big Cuckoo Rosina. And of course this Ciri dash, very importantly, was Heatwave because he had the Making a Bomb, and then the Heatwave comes through on the Ciri dash, so Big Cuckoo doesn't get that card advantage.
Yeah, so what you're saying is eventually Big Cuckoo's Kelly kind of backfires because he has to play a unit and Cybers just keeps playing specials.
Yeah, absolutely. Even this initial burn as well was so significant. I really want to point this out, Shin. This Keltulis had a 50-50 chance between the Lemmings here or on the Unicorn. And if it hits the Unicorn instead, this means that the Orbs can just get instantly punished. So the fact this 50-50 worked really well in Cybers' favor because that just meant he was free to play his Orb of Insight onto his Seer here to set up that Alza. Imagine it had gone the other way. The Xavier was just going to be able to banish those Orbs and deny the Alza carryover for round 2.
Yeah, and banishing orbs is such a chain reaction, just a butterfly effect because it removes 4 carryover for the next round. It removes combo potential with Alzer. Alzer spawned a Self-Eater that then tanked Keltulis for an extra couple of turns. And yeah, Lemon's MVP kind of card in this sort of matchup has so many targets like Madoc, like Oniromancy, and Orbs of Insight.
Yeah, absolutely. Then going into this round 2, the Alza play, found a Blightmaker, found the Self-Eater. Not necessarily the best options of Alza. You know, there can be some good things. We could have even seen another Count Caldwell Shinmuri. So I think Cybers won't be too happy that nothing was too sinister, like there's a Baron Gull which can kill itself. And it just ended up with this incredible push from Cybers, managing to get out the Sabbath which means the last opportunity for Big Cuckoo to have this Keltalis. And as soon as that happened, it just looked really promising for Cybers. He was able to use the Seer as well, the Sorceress, which it pulled to great effect in combination with the Orb. And he just went into round 3 here with this big fat gourd. And this was the big moment as well, of course, Shinmiri. The Sorceress click, the Seer that was pulled, pulling the Whisperers off Bountiful Harvest, and then he was just able to fill that row with a humongous amount of Whisperers in a really short space of time, synergizing with the Orbs, a lot of the new cards we see from Price of Power. But let's not forget, it was the Witch's Sabbath that pulled the Sorceress and the Seer onto the board for Cybers.
Yeah, forcing your opponent to play Witch's Sabbath without a Caldwell in your graveyard can sometimes just result in you getting really good cards yourself, like these threats, like these engines for Scoia'tael and for Northern Realms.
Yeah, absolutely. And a bit of a high roll from Cybers. He had that 6 strength Sorceress, which was pulled off Sabbath, and then he finds the Whisperer, which was just so key because this just ended up playing for a ton of points. The second Bountiful Harvest as well also found a Whisperer, chaining the Orbs together. Let's just find that exact moment this happened. He goes for the second Bountiful Harvest, giving him more carryover onto his Gourd as well. Found the second Whisperer, and then the Orbs just went absolutely crazy here.
Yeah, beautiful combo, and this is what I love to see. What I really like about this deck, these creative combos that you're able to chain together, and Cybers just did a really good job of that with all of his decks today.
Yeah, and it did go into round 3 where Big Cuckoo Rosina, unfortunately for him, he did miss the Spores, which of course would have definitely made it a bit of a closer game. But I think even with that Spores, as you mentioned, it would have been a little bit too much of a disadvantage. But really the key thing, the Siri getting answered in round 1 and then just forcing to pass without winning the round, giving round control to Cybers with those Orbs in the graveyard in round 2 was just so huge. Moving on to the second game, no Kelly in this one. It was Reckless Flurry against Nilfgaard. And I really just want to talk about the round 2 here from Cybers, because this was a big advantage of open deck list really paying off. The lack of removal in Big Cuckoo Rosina's deck, no Tourney Joust, no Assassinations, and because it's an open deck list, just allowed Cybers to commit as many Preachers down as possible before playing his Gedineth, so maximizing that bonded value, just giving himself a lot of tempo, which was really difficult for Big Cuckoo to catch up with quickly.
Yeah, totally, and being able to greed those Preachers. But Big Cuckoo did a great job here also, just eventually copying so many Morkvargs to reset a lot of these Preacher value. I was wondering, I actually asked you during the broadcast, could there have been a possibility for Big Cuckoo to get out of the round without committing the Terra Nova, maybe using like Coup and the Remedy instead?
Yeah, unfortunately for Big Cuckoo, well, he did make the right play. He did, in fact, need this Terra Nova with the fact that he got that extra Assimilate engine down on the board and also triggered Assimilate on this Morkvarg. He did need it. However, at this point, when Cybers passes, by the way, really nice play from Cybers to hold all 3 of his leader charges. He didn't need a single one to play around Terra Nova, and then it just meant he had more carryover for round 3. But there was an option here for Big Cuckoo to use the Remedy instead of the Coup to take the round. That would have just meant that this Coup didn't get its echo function, it wouldn't be going on top of the deck, and we do know that in this round 3 that there was a bit of a sticky hand situation with this Mage Assassin being drawn. Big Cuckoo Rosina really did miss a lot of cards, and I think Cybers would have been pretty pleasantly surprised to have won this particular matchup.
Yeah, like missing Lydia and Invocation, pretty important. And the Dead Man's Tongue, you hate to play Nilfgaard and see Dead Man's Tongue still stuck in your deck in round 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and in the end, it did still turn out to be quite close in the grand scheme of things. Cybers did have a leader charge to spare, which he did hold on to, but yeah, definitely would have expected, I think, Nilfgaard to have been taking this matchup, but it then left us with the finale. Cybers just with Northern Realms to get through, and I think this game will go down in Gwent history. Of course it will. It was the Count Caldwell to win Gwent Masters, flipping sides. You couldn't really ask for much more.
Yeah, great finish. And the key, again, to beating Keltalis is to answer the Siri Dash in round 1, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And just another thing to point out as well, the fact that the Baron was being pulled from the Unicorn was so huge for Cybers. It turned out to, of course, combo those cards. But for Big Cuckoo Rosina, it's actually, in my opinion, correct for him, if he was able to play his defender, play his Siri, play his Kelly without using his unicorn in round 1 for this exact reason. However, he just didn't draw all of them, so he was forced to use the unicorn, and he would have known full well there was a really good opportunity to pull a Selkirk, pull a Gerhardt or something like that. The Baron, as it turned out, I thought it wouldn't be that great, but Cybers was able to get through this defender and then combo a bunch of his pieces alongside the Baron to reset the Siri to then kill her before she goes through, which again is so crucial against these Keltalis decks to stop them gaining that card advantage through Siri Dash. One of the most powerful things in Gwent is being able to draw a card. Cyber's able to shut that down in both matches against Keltalis here.
Yeah, this is one of the things I love most about Gwent is just being able to be creative and adapt on the fly to situations that you normally don't see. Like, a lot of times when somebody mills one of your win conditions out of your deck, that's like a terrible thing. You're going to not have it available for you in a later round, but Cybers is able to take really good advantage of it here. Combo, look at this. This looks like an impenetrable wall right now, right? And then in one turn, Selkirk, Zeal, kills the defender, reset the Siri Dash to a 5, and then you've got two pretty harmless looking students at Patience 3 and Patience 2 to combine together and kill the Siri Dash exactly one turn before she's about to draw a card.
Yeah, absolutely. And the threat of the Baron also means for Big Cuckoo, there's no option to just get that Siri taller. He wasn't able to use a Swallow Potion on the Siri. However, I do wonder, just coming to me right now, Shin, if there maybe was an option for Big Cuckoo Rosina to actually see ahead of this. Of course, so many pieces to the puzzle, but there was the opportunity for him to use a Swallow Potion on the Cave Troll, which would have made it a lot more difficult for Cybers to duel this Cave Troll. So maybe, or even use a Leader Charge as well on the Cave Troll. So I wonder if that was the key moment in this series here.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, get the Cave Troll tall enough so that Selkirk can't kill it, and then this combo stops, your Siri Dash gets through, and then you've at least got the card advantage and the red coin advantage to not lose on even if you don't end up winning the round.
And there was another huge moment in this round 1, another Wombo combo from Cybers with all his Patience cards. A few of the Vengeance ticks had hit this Keltalis. He was able to also use the Karak Marine to save his Vengeance for a little while, another tick, and just that's a big reason for Cybers bringing this Devotion Northern Realms deck. Being able to protect a lot of his engines in this round 1 was really crucial. We've seen a lot of other people use Spell Weavers with the Mushy Truffle and Dwinvendras, but I think the Marines really pulled their weight in this round 1. But then the key moment here was comboing, of course, as I just try and fast forward to the exact moment, all of the Patience damage to kill this Keltalis and then win round 1 on even when it did look like he was in a bit of a sticky spot.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a deja vu, right? Combining the double Patience students again, the exact same two that were used to kill Siri Dash, come back for an encore to kill the Keltalis, securing the round, making sure there's not a big enough threat to stay in the round for Big Cuckoo and win on even for Cybers.
Yeah, and yet again, it was the perfect amount of damage. Let's not forget, Big Cuckoo Rosina does have access to still 3 Leader Charges. So if he'd seen this line of play, which bear in mind, I think the only person to see this line of play in the building was Cybers, and that is exactly why he's won Gwent Masters, for these really good decisions throughout this series. Congratulations to him, of course. It went into round 2 and then eventually into round 3, but I really think round 1 was the key moment. But of course, let's not forget about the big finale, Shinmiri. Let's just rewind and watch the moment that Cybers was crowned the Gwent Masters World Champion, because it all came down to this count called while switching sides.
Yeah, I can't blame Big Cuckoo for not seeing some of those potential Wombo combos, because they are out of left field. When do you ever see Northern Realms playing Shawnee in round 1 that late to resurrect a 2-strength student, a 2-damage student, and then zealing it nonetheless? It's just something that you never see, and those sort of unintuitive moments are always great to experience and watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And Count Caldwell coming down here. Of course, Cybers, if he's able to get the tallest unit, will then be able to steal Count Caldwell over back to his side of the board, which is 10 points less for Cuckoo Rosina, 10 points more for Cybers. So it works out at 20 points of swing by being able to steal this Count Caldwell. Big Cuckoo Rosina at this point, that he had no other options left. But I was also really surprised to see him go for the Practice Makes Perfect of Gerhardt here, as opposed to the Pact. Maybe worried about Spores. Not
do
sure
you
exactly.
remember? Do you remember what was in the deck? Like, was it possible to get like a Banard student or something like that?
There was one Banard student, if I'm not mistaken, available at patient 0 in the front row. So it could have gone quite pear-shaped. I do wonder if this final decision from Cybers here could have cost him, because if he didn't find this alumni, if he didn't find the boost, then. Yeah, Count Caldwell would have been staying with Big Kukuruzinas, and also the Phantom as well.
Yeah, I said that during the cast. Like, at the third unit coming back for Big Cuckoo on the monster side was a tie between 4-strength Phantom and 4-strength Piggy. So if the Phantom comes through, he could tie the tallest units at 14, and then there would be a 50-50 roll on the Caldwell switching sides or not.
So Cybers really getting quite lucky with a couple of 50-50s in this round 3. Big Kukuruzina is going to be absolutely heartbroken, but as you can see, at the end of Caldwell's turn, he decides he's had enough. He's got to move to the side with the highest unit, which of course in this case was Cybers, and he does just about edge it and takes it through. Having said that, if he was to have lost this series, this match, he still would have had 2 opportunities to win with Northern Realms, which is of course one of the best decks going. But wow, what a way to end it in a 3-0 Shinmiri with Count Caldwell leaving the side of the Calculus player.
Absolutely stunning set of games. Well played. Congratulations to Cybers. Spessy, you and I really enjoyed doing the analyst desk with you. Thank you so much for finding these amazing clips this weekend, and it was a pleasure.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me. It was really great to be involved, and looking forward to the next year of Gwent Esports, because it's been a fantastic way to end the year. But we are now going to show you the final bracket. I'm going to hand back over to yourself, Shinmiri, as well as Watchflake. And yeah, hope you guys enjoy the rest of the show, and see you guys on the next one.
All right, Blake.
Job, man. Wonderful job. It's the season finale of Curly and Fang. So, yeah, I'm still working on the theme song. But take a look at this, man. Oh, you know what? And, like, I just lived through that series, and listening to the analysis is phenomenal. So, an excellent job. Congratulations, Specky. You did a great job. I have high hopes for you in your Gwent career and your small, tiny stream. I hope people eventually discover you as a actual talent. I know it's in there somewhere, friend. We will find it. But man, oh man, what a ending to this tournament. Again, it all came down to that grubby-handed bastard and him switching sides. Count Caldwell was the deciding factor of a Gwent Masters finale.
Indeed, it is. And final standings and prize pool. Let's take a look at how much money everybody is going home with.
Oh, yes. And I have been given the green light to quote Burja here. That is a shitload of money. That's definitely a lot of money. Cybers was 36,140 USD. That's almost good enough for 1 Bitcoin, friends. You almost have enough there, but Cybers, what a way to walk away from the game. Our best wishes to you, Cybers, on your career. Again, you know, this is just one other mountain to climb, and there's so much more for you left to conquest or to conquer, friends. So good luck to Cybers. But man, talk about some walking around money. $36,000 and change.
Yeah, great way to cap off his Gwent career, and not too shabby for a second place. Big Kukuruzina just short of 10 grand USD.
That's a lot of money, but hey, friends, the esports, these prize pools are very much so inspired by you guys, the passion, the enthusiasm that you guys show. Let's take a look one more time at the Gwent Masters bundles that are still available for sale until December 9th. So a few more days to get your hands on these bad boys. And as we heard from the new lead of Gwent, Mr. Vlad Tortsov, he's saying that we're going to be increasing the esports, the pump up to the esports prize pools by up to 50%. As it stood, it was at 30%, but in the new season, in season number 4, which is confirmed and happening, all esports bundles that are purchased, the proceeds, half of them, 50%, are going to go to the prize pool, and that is awesome.
Yeah, so thank you all for your continued support of Gwent Esports. It's always great to watch these tournaments, and I hope they are going to be sticking around for a long time to come.
I don't doubt it. Again, I know there's a lot of people there who would say otherwise, but we have been here for 4 or 5 some years, and despite some turbulence, we're still in the air and we're still soaring pretty high there. I'm going to end this the way I usually do. I want to thank everybody, the contestants, the people behind the scenes who are pulling the strings. You guys are awesome. You guys in chat, we love you so damn much. And Shinmiri, like I say all the time, man, I love you, buddy.
I love you, Flake.
All right,
and we love you, the viewers. So thank you so much for watching the tournament, for playing Gwent, and just I hope you guys are having a wonderful time.
We are. Let's go kick it off to Berza, who's going to send us off with a little bit of a flash and bang. But again, our biggest thanks to Mr. Two Flags himself. Thank you, Jason Slama, and best of luck on the trail, on the path, my friend. Let's go kick it off to Berza. Adios, friends. We love you.
Really appreciate the Polish and the Canadian flag there, Flake. Yeah, what an incredible 2 days it has been. We saw loads of leaks. We saw the top 8 players come in. We also learned that Coldwell is actually a big trader. Spoiler alert. And what we also learned is that there are a lot of changes coming to Gwent. And I remember when Vlad actually joined the company back in the day as an esports manager. And I first thought, who's this guy? But then I saw his passion for the game, the commitment, the long working hours that he put into it, and it's been incredible. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're in great hands, and I'm looking forward to the next year. Speaking of the next year, esports is confirmed. We learned that today, and we actually have a save the date for you. So yeah, let's see it. So season 4 begins on January 13th, 2022. That is a long way away still. But yeah, I'm excited. This season has been crazy, and I think next year will be even more crazy. And yeah, thank you all for watching. Happy birthday to Thea, because it's her birthday. Oh my God, and that scared the hell out of me. And yeah, we made it. We're done. Thank you all for watching. Have a good day, have a good night, and yeah, enjoy yourselves. And yeah, stay safe, stay healthy, and enjoy life and enjoy card games, because that's what brings us all together. Thank you all. Bye.
The grand tournament's over, and the champion may be just one. Congrats to the winner, may he cherish the prizes he hath won. The caps may be raised, the champions be praised, with thunderous applause, amazing it was. Now it is time to have some more fun. See you and now, let's rate someone.